Chapter 201, Banter. Unknown to both Lin Mu and Duan Qi, 5 minutes had already passed. The hall was littered with pieces of broken weapons and even a few cuts, and scratches could be seen on the floor. Although the floor was made to be resistant to damage, it had still been slightly damaged from their attack, which said a lot about the strength that they had used. But soon enough, under the influence of the formations in the hall, the damage started to recover. A few seconds later, the entire hall was back to its former appearance, save for the fragments of broken weapons everywhere. Lin Mu saw this and was amazed by this. He had not expected that the hall even had a feature like this. While the formations had activated, Lin Mu had observed them with his spirit sense and had found them to be different than that of those he had seen before. Evidently, these formations had different functions and thus had different designs. This is rather amazing, Lin Mu thought. Indeed, but not so much. There are far too many things that can be done with the use of formations. This is but the tip of the iceberg. Zhukang spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Lin Mu's eyes lit up even more after hearing about this, and a flame for learning was born in him. He had already seen the formations on the myriad armament canopy abode, and had seen how versatile and complex those were. If only a pseudo-immortal rank tool is this complex, then what are the higher ranks like? Lin Mu wondered to himself. Well, you just need to explore them yourself. The time will eventually come. Zhukang spoke with a chuckle. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei was gazing at Lin Mu and Duan Qi intently. He could see that Lin Mu's eyes were more lively than before and just attributed it to his win, unaware that it was for a completely different reason. He then looked at Duan Qi and saw the wronged expression on her face, which soon disappeared. Ahaha, she's still the same as before, my little care, Jiang Wei thought to himself as he briefly reminisced his memories. Duan Qi herself was looking at Lin Mu with a complex gaze. She felt too many emotions, and the mixture of them only made her feel confused. She felt angry since she had lost, and how she was unable to inflict even one wound on Lin Mu. That was another shocking thing that bothered Duan Qi. During the entire fight, although she fought with all her might, she was still unable to hurt Lin Mu, and the same was for Lin Mu. Although they were not going to gravely injure each other, Jiang Wei had already told Lin Mu that all injuries could be taken care of by them so he could fight without restraints. Still, Duan Qi knew that she would not be injured anyway since she had a defensive treasure on her that would block hits from even nascent soul cultivators. Not to mention Lin Mu, who was not even at the core condensation realm. Duan Qi could not believe the force that was packed within each of his strikes, and not only that she realized that he was actually improving the more they fought. His flaws were slowly getting reduced, and his accuracy was increasing. Duan Qi did not know that Lin Mu had not even used the full potential of his skills, and was only using the weapons with his spirit qi. Even Duan Qi had not used any martial techniques, but that was more because she was restricted by the area. Most of the martial skills she knew were for long range and to be used in a bigger area. As for the others, they were either defensive skills or for other investigations. Duan Qi knew that she was not a genius, but even then her skills were easily comparable to that of the disciples of the top sects. After all, she had trained in the skills of her clan under the tutelage of her grandfather. While her sword skills were not top-notch, they were not to be scoffed at either. Besides, the biggest reason was that Lin Mu had defeated her at his lower cultivation realm. This was the biggest blow to her. What kind of master does he have? In the span of few months, he's reached the level of an inner sect disciple of a top sect. Duan Qi thought to herself. Even his cultivation base, I can't tell if it's really as he said it is. He should have been exhausted much earlier if that was true, not to mention his vital energy. I can't even sense that anymore. Duan Qi wondered. Both of them finally snapped out of their thoughts when Jiang Wei spoke up. Good, very good, I am satisfied with your skills. While there are still many flaws, they are nothing time and practice can't fix. Jiang Wei praised while looking at Lin Mu. He then turned his gaze to his granddaughter before giving her a gentle smile. Don't be down, Care. You were disadvantaged from the start. You couldn't use any of your martial techniques. Your specialization is not in combat anyway, you still did well. And it wasn't a dishonor anyway. What you lost against was our clan's technique. Jiang Wei consoled. Duan Qi felt a little better after hearing Jiang Wei's words, but then felt confused at his latter words. Our clan's technique, what do you mean? Duan Qi questioned. Jiang Wei uttered with a mixture of realization and embarrassment. It was then that Jiang Wei realized. Back when he had given Lin Mu the manual for the 1,000 armament blade scripture, Duan Qi and he had been in a bad condition. Duan Qi was even more severe and needed immediate care. Thus he had forgotten about that completely. Even now, he was only thinking of how Lin Mu had learned the technique, but had forgotten to inform his granddaughter in these entire few months. Ah, Tilda, it seems this man is getting truly old. Jiang Wei spoke in a self-deprecating manner. Lin Mu felt a little strange at this, but still felt that the old man was funny. His earlier imposing demeanor was nowhere to be found. Chapter 202, The Pitiful High Core. Duan Qi coughed to get Jiang Wei's attention. I asked you something, grandfather, please clarify. Duan Qi spoke in a cold tone. Jiang Wei noticed the change in her tone and knew that he should drop the act now, lest he endanger his precious granddaughter even more. I gave Lin Mu the 1,000 armament blade scripture, Jiang Wei said in a straight tone. Duan Qi's expression, which was cold before, went still for a moment before shock appeared on her face. What, you gave an outsider that? When? Duan Qi spoke in shock. A few seconds later, she herself realized when that must have happened. You mean, back then, when, she stuttered. Yes, I did. I admit it was a decision made in haste, but now that I've seen the result, I don't regret it. Jiang Wei interrupted Duan Qi, not wanting her to embarrass herself in front of Lin Mu. The person in question, Lin Mu himself, was having a great time listening to the banter of the pair of grandfather and granddaughter. He had an amused expression on his face and kept on listening without uttering a word. Duan Qi sighed and thought to herself there was no use crying over spilled milk. No wonder he kept on switching weapons and improved against my own weapon skills. The sword technique I use is a lesser derivation of the 1,000 armament blade scripture. It's obvious that the technique is much more superior. Duan Qi consoled herself. You should have told me beforehand, grandfather. I would have used a different tactic then. Duan Qi uttered in defeat. I didn't know he would be able to do that either. I never expected anyone to learn it that quick, especially since the requirements of that technique are quite harsh. Jiang Wei said and continued, How did you do this? I mean, the number of weapons required for this is astounding, and some of them are even unorthodox. Both Duan Qi and Jiang Wei's eyes were now focused on Lin Mu, and they were waiting for his reply. Lin Mu realized what Jiang Wei was talking about and replied, Yes, the requirements did indeed make it difficult for me at first, but then I got an opportunity and had the High Corps procure them for me. Lin Mu did not mind that he spoke about the High Corps, as it was already known to him that the High Corps and Jiang Wei had previously met before. Though if he knew the context of that meeting, then perhaps he would have thought of avoiding mentioning them. The High Corps, both Duan Qi and Jiang Wei repeated with momentary confusion. You mean those bunch of weaklings in dark blue robes and masks? Duan Qi spoke in a depreciating tone. Ah, I remember. Weren't those the people who were snooping around the shop back then? I nearly forgot about them, Jiang Wei said as he stroked his beard in realization. Lin Mu looked at the two of them with a strange gaze. What kind of interaction did they High Corps have with them? And wasn't what I did a little while ago the same, technically? Lin Mu inwardly spoke. I am confused too, Zhukong chimed in. What happened between you and them? Lin Mu asked curiously. Duan Qi took this opportunity to show her supremacy and bashed the High Corps for their weakness, as she narrated the entire story. After listening to the entire thing, Lin Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhukong could not hold back any more either, and chuckled in response. The High Corps, they are truly pitiable, Lin Mu muttered in his mind. Indeed, they seem to have a penchant for misfortune. No wonder their image of you went up instantly when you spoke of these two. They had already been scared plenty. Zukang spoke in an amazed tone. Senior, you too. Lin Mu replied while feeling a strange sense of second-hand embarrassment. Lin Mu didn't know what to make of this, and just decided to push this to the back of his mind for the time being. And how did you encounter the High Core? Jiang Wei questioned, feeling curious. It's a long story. Lin Mu spoke with a tired expression. Jiang Wei then remembered that Lin Mu had just gone through a battle and was likely to be tired due to qi depletion. This was indeed true, but Lin Mu's condition was not as bad as Jiang Wei had thought. Lin Mu still had about 200 wisps of spirit qi left in his danshan, along with about 10 drops of liquefied spirit qi. Well then, we can head back to the meeting hall to rest. You can recuperate your qi in the meantime. I'll add your signature to the formation array. Jiang Wei spoke. He waved his hand, and multiple formations appeared all over the hall and also surrounded Lin Mu. They glowed over his body for a moment before a pattern was emitted from the formation. This pattern went towards Lin Mu's chest as if to enter it. But just as the pattern proceeded slightly, it halted midair and then faded away. Even the formations that were surrounding Lin Mu faded away. Jiang Wei and Duan Qi stared at this with confused expressions. Duan Qi soon realized what must have happened and quickly whispered in his ear. Ah, I see. He can already absorb spirit qi without the approval of the formation. No wonder the formation cannot register him. Jiang Wei muttered in realization. But hidden in his words were a multitude of complex emotions that he did not show. While Lin Mu did not notice this, Duan Qi certainly did and knew that her grandfather had likely caught onto something. No matter, Jiang Wei spoke up, breaking the silence. You can absorb the spirit qi in the courtyard as you please for now. Lin Mu nodded his head in gratitude and quickly urged his body to start absorbing the spirit qi in the surroundings. Soon, a faint whirlwind was formed and swirled around Lin Mu. Chapter 203, The Invader's Origin. This was the first time Jiang Wei was witnessing Lin Mu actually absorb spirit qi. He had heard from Duan Qi that he was absorbing it before, but seeing it completely different. He was rather surprised by his speed, as he had created a physical phenomenon. He is rather fast, he barely even put any effort in it, Jiang Wei muttered to himself. Lin Mu kept on walking and did not mind the whirlwind of spirit qi surrounding him. Rather, he was fascinated by it. Seeing that Lin Mu continued on Duan Qi, and Jiang Wei also walked ahead. Soon, they reached the meeting hall where they had been sitting previously. They all took their respective seats, and Lin Mu too stopped absorbing spirit qi for now. Still, he was rather satisfied by his gains. In the 5 minutes they had taken to reach here, Lin Mu had absorbed nearly 500 wisps of spirit qi. This is rather good. My speed will be much greater if I cultivate here, Lin Mu thought to himself. While that is true, I don't think it will be possible for you to cultivate here, Zukang spoke. Oh, yes, Senior. It would be rude for me to impose on them. Lin Mu spoke in acknowledgement. No, that's not all. You know how he tried to add you to the formation, right? And it didn't work, that's the problem. If you keep on absorbing spirit qi like this, you will eventually end up damaging the formation array. And that is certainly not something they would allow, Zukang explained. Ah, is that so, Senior? Lin Mu responded. Well then, you can tell us now, Jiang Wei spoke up. Lin Mu nodded, and then went on to narrate how there were disappearances and a night vigil was organized. How he found the dead bodies of the mercenaries, and how he met Hai Wen. He then told him about the fight with the culprits, and how they later met the captain of the High Corps, Hai Bao. The subsequent series of events were quickly explained, including the part about the invader. Lin Mu especially mentioned that in detail as he himself wanted to know more about it, and was sure that Jiang Wei must have some idea. Still, there were a few things that Lin Mu avoided mentioning, such as the existence of the great slumber bear. Senior Zukang advised him that it would be best that he avoided telling everyone about that for now. It would only be a waste if they killed the beast, and Lin Mu lost this opportunity of getting its bloodline. 20 minutes passed as Lin Mu finally finished telling them about everything that had happened in the past few months they were in hiding. The two, Duan Qi and Jiang Wei, were shocked to say the least after hearing the entire story. "Grandfather," Duan Qi uttered. "I know, it seems we missed many more traces of that thing," Jiang Wei interrupted her. Lin Mu was confused upon hearing what Jiang Wei meant by the thing, but quickly realized what he must have meant. "That thing, oh, you mean the invader?" Lin Mu asked to clarify. "You know about invaders?" Duan Qi questioned with surprise in her eyes. During the entire narration that Lin Mu had done, he had not mentioned the word invader directly, as he wanted to know if they knew about it beforehand. His guess turned out to be true from what they had just spoken. "Yes, I do know about them. My master told me about them," Lin Mu revealed. Senior Zukong had told him to use this, as it was actually true. Although the existence of him could not be revealed easily, or that would be dangerous. So he does have a master and one that knows about the invaders. That means whoever they are either from the top sects or have lived long enough to hear about them. Either of those possibilities makes it complex, the last one even more so, Jiang Wei thought to himself. "You have seen these invaders before?" Lin Mu questioned. Duan Qi turned to look at Jiang Wei for a bit, as if asking for permission. Jiang Wei gently nodded at her to proceed. "Yes, this is not the first time we've seen their traces. The most recent time I saw them was actually when you brought in the mutant beast's corpse," Duan Qi answered. "Mutant beast, you mean?" Lin Mu spoke in a tone of realization. Lin Mu thought back to the appearance of the coyote-like beast that he had hunted before, who had been able to withstand his boulder collapsing fist before. That beast had an appearance that was similar to that of the invader's traces. It too had bone spurs on it. In fact, now that he remembered, he had also eaten its meat. "What, you ate its meat?" Zukong asked, feeling shocked. But before Lin Mu could clarify this to Senior Zukong, Duan Qi interrupted. "Yes, back when you brought it to sell to me. That mutant beast had the traces of the invader on it, the reason why its appearance was like that. I was able to sense its aura from the previous time I had seen the traces of the invader and immediately linked it to that. You asked me to give you its meat, but what I did was give you the meat of another beast that was at an equivalent level. The knowledge about the invader cannot be revealed carelessly, thus I did not tell it to you back then," Duan Qi explained to Lin Mu. After hearing her words, Lin Mu took a breath of relief, and so did Zukong in his mind. "Wait, you mentioned a previous time. There were more of those kinds of traces," Lin Mu further questioned. "Yes, a year ago, back when the plague occurred in the region. The cause of that was none other than a beast that was infected by the traces of the invader. The source of plague was none other than that beast." Chapter 204, Ordained. Lin Mu's eyes went wide as memories of the plague came rushing back to him. He remembered his parents' suffering and how the people of the town died. How the mayor did not act quickly, and many people had to die before the cure was procured. Duan Qi and Jiang Wei were looking at Lin Mu and saw the very apparent change that happened in him. His aura seemed to have changed, and his eyes turned red. Even his breathing became rough, and the spirit qi in the surroundings started to become disturbed. If Lin Mu felt the calling of the world to exterminate the invader before, now it was his own rage that was doing it. Unprecedented fury appeared in his heart, as the scenes of his parents suffering and dying kept on replaying in his mind. Lin Mu gripped the armrest of the chair hard, breaking it in the process. The wood that was hard and would not break even from a full-strength attack of a body-tempering realm expert crumbled like chalk in Lin Mu's hand. Unknown to him, the aura of the demonic path appeared in the mysterious ring once again. Zukong was quick to respond this time and immediately shouted out to Lin Mu, but still, the same thing as before happened. It was as if a barrier had stopped his communication. "Damn it, this is not the right time for this to happen. The aura of the demonic path shouldn't be revealed this way. We don't know how those two would respond," Zukong cursed to himself. Duan Qi clearly witnessed Lin Mu breaking the handle of the chair and almost flinched from it. But that was not all. His aura had now changed to something else. She couldn't help but feel a hint of fear rising in her heart. "Grandfather, what is happening to him?" Duan-Qi questioned, feeling uneasy. "I don't know, but it's certain he's agitated for some reason." Jiang Wei spoke as he stood up ready to act. Lin Mu, meanwhile, was muttering something to himself and had his head lowered, his hair hiding his expression from that angle. Kill. Slaughter. Eradicate. Extinguish. Massacre. Violent words were sounding in his mind, and the ones that were speaking it were none other than the demonic figures that he had seen when he received the Burning Heart Sutra. Lin Mu's mutterings got faster and faster, which only made Jiang Wei and Duan-Qi even more worried. "Care, get back. I don't like where this is going," Jiang Wei ordered as he then gestured in the air. Multiple runes appeared in the air and surrounded Lin Mu, forming a translucent shell around him. Jiang Wei was looking at him with a serious expression, while Duan-Qi was now standing in a defensive stance, ready to act. The aura that Lin Mu was emitting was slowly flaring up, but just as it was about to reach its peak, it suddenly faded away. "Tilde haha tilde." Lin Mu laughed in a hoarse voice as he lifted his head. It was now that Duan-Qi and Jiang Wei saw his expression. His eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed as if flames were burning within them. There were trails of tears coming out of the corners of his eyes as a malevolent smile bloomed on his face. "I accept," Lin Mu shouted, but to whom that was unknown. "What is he?" Just as Duan-Qi uttered this, a massive wave of energy rocked the mansion. Hundreds of formation arrays appeared all around the mansion and the courtyard. A multi-layered golden barrier also appeared, surrounding the entire courtyard. Back in the town, at the location where the entrance of Jiang Wei's emporium was hidden, the space started flickering. Jiang Wei's eyes went wide as he shouted, "Suppress!" and slammed his fist onto the table, making more formations appear. The shaking of the courtyard did not stop then, though. Instead, they only became more intense until eventually, a powerful presence descended, and a beam of light pierced through the barrier of the courtyard with ease, passing through the roof of the mansion and struck Lin Mu. This, Jiang Wei stuttered as he recognized the identity of the presence. "Wow, what is that?" Duan-Qi let out, feeling afraid. "The world's will. It. Jiang Wei struggled to speak, feeling lost at the entire situation. The beam of light that was surrounding Lin Mu faded away after a few seconds as he stood up. In the front of him floated a character. The character was written in Dao script and glowed with the same light that had surrounded Lin Mu before. Jiang Wei stared at the character and recognized what it meant. "Ordained," he muttered. The character then went towards Lin Mu's forehead and imprinted onto it, fading away the next instant. "Ordained?" Duan-Qi questioned, feeling confused. Although Jiang Wei had lightly spoken the word, she had still heard it clearly since she was standing close to him. "He has been ordained by the world's will," Jiang Wei answered with an astonished expression. A few seconds ago, when Lin Mu was hearing the mutterings of the demonic figures on his mind, another voice called out to him. This voice did not have any identifying features and sounded as if it was the amalgamation of countless beings. This voice had drowned out the mutterings of the demonic figures and had silenced them. At first, Lin Mu was confused as to what it was, but soon he realized. Although the voice was different than that of the demonic figures, what it was saying was the same. The voice spoke, "Kill the invader, obtain my grace. Avenge my people, avenge your parents." Lin Mu recognized the voice was the world's will. Before, it had only put a thought in his mind when he first saw the avatar of the invader, but this time it spoke in person. Upon hearing its words, Lin Mu did not hesitate and immediately declared, "I accept." Chapter 205, Lin Mu's Resolve. Even though Duan-Qi heard her grandfather's words, she still could not understand what they meant. She tried to search her memory and could vaguely remember a record that she had read in their clan's library. The record was old and was said to have been from thousands of years before her clan even existed. It was in that record that the character ordained was written. Still, the record was heavily damaged and not much could be read from it. Ki only found that record one day while randomly looking through them. She wasn't searching for them. But from what Wei had said and the overwhelming display of power that had just happened, she could understand that it was not something to be taken lightly. From the changes that happened to the massive wave of energy that rocked the mansion, it was all too much for her to bear. As soon as the character that meant ordained in Dao script disappeared into Lin Mu's forehead, he looked at the two people that were standing in front of him. He knew that he had definitely scared the pair of grandfather and granddaughter. Even he himself would have been scared if he was in their position and had witnessed something like this. A moment later, Lin Mu could finally hear Senior Zhukang's voice in his mind. "Lin Mu, are you fine? What happened?" Zhukang asked with great worry. "I'm fine. As for what happened, I now know what to do." Lin Mu spoke in a calm tone, which did not alleviate Zhukang's state at all. "He does not seem well. What happened back then was completely unexpected. We need to figure out a new course of plan or this won't be good for us," Zhukang thought to himself. When the light had descended on Lin Mu, the barrier that was surrounding his mind had disappeared, which allowed Zhukang to witness the later events. He could recognize the character that had appeared in the air and had merged into Lin Mu's forehead. Zhukang was also able to see the memories from a few seconds ago and saw Lin Mu's parents dying and suffering. He understood that this was a huge burden on Lin Mu's heart and would not go away easily. If it was not dispelled soon, it would become a shackle on his cultivation. He already had a heart demon develop before. Thankfully, it was taken care of by the ring. I do not want another one to be born so soon. His parents are a big part of him, and he will definitely need to take care of his filial debt. Zhukang thought to himself after seeing the memories. I would have never expected the world to choose him and even bestow its ordainment. Still, this is beneficial to him and is according to his goals anyway. He can avenge his parents and gain power in the same path. The world's grace would only add to the advantages, Zhukang judged. Zhukang then looked at the ethereal altar in the ring and saw that it had calmed down. No changes could be observed, and no longer was it releasing the aura of the demonic path. Was the world's ordainment you're doing as well? Zhukang questioned without expecting an answer. Wei knew what being ordained by the world's will meant. He had known of other people that were ordained before in the past and knew that it was both a good thing and a bad thing. But one thing was for sure, a great upheaval was upon them. Wei looked at Lin Mu and walked forward. Ki saw this and felt fearful for a moment as she called out, "Grandfather." Wei looked back at her as he gently nodded at her and spoke. "It is fine. Now that he has been ordained by the world's will, we have nothing to worry about. Instead, we now have hope for our future." Turning back to face Lin Mu, he came to stand in front and gazed deeply into his eyes. "Seems like the world's will has seen your resolve, Lin Mu. I guess it wants you to eliminate the invader." Wei spoke in a calm tone. All the fear and uneasiness that there was on his face had disappeared, and what replaced it now was understanding. Lin Mu took a deep breath as he went over everything that had happened in these few minutes. Thinking over them for a moment, he ensured that he was clear about everything. "Yes, it does indeed, and I shall do it, even if it would have not asked me. I shall do it to avenge my parents," Lin Mu said with utter determination in his voice. Wei was looking into Lin Mu's eyes as he said this, and could see the flames of resolve burning in them. He could even feel the change in his aura and knew that he had grown strong. It was not a physical growth, but rather a mental one. "Excellent, we shall help you too," Wei replied as he nodded at him. Lin Mu felt a little confused at his words, but then realized that it was probably because of the invader. He had heard from Senior Zhukang that it was an innate duty of every being of a world to eliminate the invaders that dared to trespass on it. He reckoned that this was the reason why Wei had said this. Ki had mentioned about the invader a few minutes ago, and now he wanted to know the rest of the story. He now wanted to know about it more than ever. Lin Mu shifted his eyes from Jiang Wei and looked at Duan Qi. His gaze sent an ever so subtle shiver through her body and made her tense up. Tilde gulped tilde. Duan Qi gulped hard as she felt her mouth go dry. Continue and tell me the rest of what you were saying. Lin Mu spoke in a calm tone. Duan Qi looked at her grandfather for a moment and saw that he was giving her a look of approval. She took a deep breath before speaking. Chapter 206, Blight Dust Beast. The beast that was infected by the invader was a nascent soul stage beast, called as the Blight Dust Beast. It has the body of a butterfly, the tail of a bull, and the horns of an antelope. It has 4 wings that look like large leaves and has countless fine hairs on it. It was found in the eastern part of the forest called as the Gray Muck Swamp. It is located far beyond the eastern town, more than 600 kilometers away. The swamp itself is quite small, but the danger level there is quite high and seldom do people go there. The plague occurred due to the ability of the Blight Dust Beast. Its ability allows it to release large amounts of invisible dust from its wings that is toxic. This dust can affect both plants and beasts. The creatures that die from this are then eaten by the beast. The beast itself is omnivorous and thus has no preference in food, eating whatever it gets. Though overall in the hierarchy of nascent soul beasts, it is in the lowest level as except for its ability it does not do that good in other aspects. Its speed is slow, and so is its defense. Still, this is in terms of a nascent soul beast. Overall it is still many times stronger than any core condensation realm beast. Upon being infected by the invader, the beast mutated and its ability changed. Its ability actually got weakened and was no longer as deadly as before. While it did kill most creatures, the process was much slower than before. Another change that happened to the ability was that its range increased by a lot. It was this dust that caused the plague to spread in the region, and because it was so far away, its effects were diluted even more. In reality, it was no plague, but rather a massive case of poisoning. Duan Qi explained. Lin Mu intently listened to Duan Qi's explaining and did not miss even a single word. He stayed silent after she completed speaking and thought over it. He analyzed all that he could from it to plan what he would be doing next. What happened next? Lin Mu questioned. Because the dust was invisible and the effects were slower, the authorities could not identify what it really was. They thus tried the usual cures and remedies, but none of them worked as you must have seen. At most, they were able to extend the life of the patients by suppressing the symptoms, but still, that was no cure. Even the mayor had thought the same, and it took him a while before he sent people to investigate. Even the people that he had sent to investigate died never to return, making him alarmed. Knowing that it must be something beyond his capabilities, he decided to contact the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. The Tri-Cauldron Peony sect is a cultivation sect that specializes in alchemical pills and herbs. The sect sent its elders and disciples to investigate the cause of this plague, which eventually led them to Gray Muck Swamp where they found the Blig Dust Beast. With their combined efforts, they were able to defeat it, but little did they know that the beast had been infected by an invader. I had already been asked by grandfather to investigate this, and was thus closely following their every move. I even had to assist them a few times during their fight while staying hidden, or they would have all died, as all they had sent were core condensation realm elders and chi refining realm disciples. I had the support of the spirit tools, thus I was safe and was able to fight against the beast. The strange thing was, the beast was actually weakened. Its strength seemed to be even more less than usual for a nascent soul realm beast. I realized that this must have been the effect of the invader, a side effect of the mutation. Thankfully, because of this, the beast was eventually defeated. Still, the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect had great losses. Nearly all of their disciples died, and a quarter of their elders that were sent on the mission died as well. They were able to formulate an antidote and sent it to the towns to be distributed. The mayor had to give a huge payment to the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, which drained a majority of his fortune. Ever since then, he had been sensitive about all things related to money. Duan Qi answered. Lin Mu finally linked the string of events and could now understand the strange anxiety everyone felt in the town. Even the supervisor was rather nervous and scared about the harvest and was being urged on by the mayor. He could even understand the perspective of Li Peng when he damaged all the apples. Perhaps he was even saved from a more harsh punishment because Li Peng handled it that way. It is all in the past. Right now I need to look towards the future, Lin Mu thought to himself. Seems like he has grown a lot. His naivety is slowly fading away. Zhukang inwardly spoke after seeing Lin Mu's thoughts. What happened to the invader then? From what I've seen, it will show itself once its host is killed. Did the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect now find out about it? Lin Mu questioned. Fortunately, no. The Tri-Cauldron Peony sect has not been existing for long enough to know about invaders, or perhaps only their higher-ups know about it. Like I said, all information about the invaders is kept restricted. Still, what you said did not happen. The invader did not show itself right away after the beast was killed. The people from the sect also retreated quickly after the battle, as they need to tend to the wounded and did not want to risk it further. Once they were gone, I went in to check. I had to use a special technique to eliminate the beast's corpse, which led to the invader's avatar being released. It was in the form of a black mass that had bone spurs and skulls on it. Only after seeing that did I realize what it was as I felt it in my mind, the repulsive feeling. I returned to talk with grandfather, and he confirmed my suspicion. He then told me to investigate it further to see what else I could find. And I did, a lot. There were far too many traces of the invader in the forest spread around. It took me over a month before I could find them and eliminate them. Even still, a few escaped as we can see. Or rather, that was not the main source of the invader and was just one of the hosts. Duan Qi answered, feeling a little tired. Lin Mu could see that the entire thing was linked to far too many things, and that he needed to proceed carefully. He now wondered if even the avatar of the invader that was infecting the great slumber beast was the main one or not. Now that we've listened to this, I'm afraid it is as you think. The great slumber bear was probably the first host, but not the source itself. From what we've seen, the invader can manipulate space up to a certain extent. It's likely that it is hiding in one of the spatial dimensions in this world. Zhukang spoke up. Chapter 207, Clues about the Invader. Lin Mu's expression was serious upon hearing Senior Zhukang's reply. He did not know how they would face this or how they would even find the invader. For all he could imagine, the invader could be hiding anywhere in this world. Senior Zhukang had explained to him before that as long as one has the access to a spatial dimension in this world, they would be able to enter it as long as it was not anchored to a specific location. There were also certain restrictions, such as that it could be entered from any place, but could only be exited from a certain location. There were far too many possibilities, and Lin Mu did not know which one it could be. All I can do right now is to obtain more information, investigate and explore. I should eventually be able to find some kind of clue, Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu's mind then returned to the current situation, and he started to think of the next question. What did you do after that? Lin Mu questioned. After I eliminated the invader's traces, I returned to the town and stayed here for the rest of the time. At least until you arrived and brought the mutant beast. I refined the mutant beast's corpse into a bloodline tracking bead and used it to trace the location of the invader. This eventually led me to the northern forest, where I found more beasts that had been infected by the invader. Most of them were fierce beasts, while some were spirit beasts. I refined them into bloodline tracking beads as well and was able to find the source of the mutation. The source of the mutation was a pond underneath which a bigger avatar of the invader was hiding. But unlike the one that escaped from the corpses, this one was unresponsive and looked like a mass of black sludge, not having any of its characteristics like before. I brought it to show to grandfather before destroying it as well. At that moment, I thought these were the only traces that I had missed. I wanted to search for more, but the bloodline tracking beads were all fully consumed. Still, I didn't get any more reactions from the last remaining bloodline tracking bead, Thus I thought that those were the last of them. This is the third time I'm hearing about these invaders, Duan Qi answered. Lin Mu thought over her words for a moment before withdrawing 2 items from his ring. These items were the vial containing the beast-inciting powder and the wooden plate with a unique triangular pattern, which was the beast storage treasure. The last time Lin Mu had met the High Core, he had taken the beast storage treasure with him. They were fine with it, and since it was damaged already, they didn't mind it either. Hai Wan and Hai Bao were also quite trustful of him now. Lin Mu first handed the vial to Duan Qi, who took it from his hands and looked at it with a questioning look. "Can you tell me what this is?" Lin Mu questioned, to which Duan Qi nodded. "Pub future ads." She then waved her hand, and a small transparent sphere appeared in front of her. The sphere was big enough for Duan Qi to keep her hands inside it with no problem. She put both of her hands inside the sphere and then opened the small vial inside it. She then closed her eyes for a minute, after which they twitched, and it seemed as if she was shocked. Another minute passed before she opened them. Upon opening them, the sphere glowed for a moment, and she quickly closed the vial. The sphere disappeared, and then she looked at Lin Mu with a slightly unsure expression. "My analysis tells me that this is a vial of beast-inciting powder, but I'm not fully sure. There is something wrong with it, but I can't tell what," Duan Qi answered. Lin Mu nodded at her answer and was a little amazed at her display of techniques. He wondered what she had done with that transparent sphere. "That's an analytical technique. It is one of the auxiliary qi techniques that are useful for situations such as this. The sphere isolates the contents of the vial and ensures that they don't spread. This makes it easier for the person to check them," Zhukang explained to Lin Mu, who simply nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei had raised his brows upon hearing Duan Qi's answer. He did not think that his granddaughter would fail at something that she specialized in, investigation. While she was no expert at alchemical pills and compounds, he knew that she was more than knowledgeable about them. Wanting to know what it was that made her granddaughter confused, Jiang Wei extended his hand to her. Duan Qi understood this gesture and gave him the vial. Unlike Duan Qi, though, Jiang Wei did not do what she did. In fact, he did not even open the cap of the vial. He simply sensed its contents with his spirit sense and then opened his eyes. This is indeed beast-inciting powder, but a certain change has been made in its formula. I can estimate that its effects must have changed as well and are probably stronger than before, Jiang Wei surmised. Lin Mu nodded his head as he spoke. "You are right, this is indeed beast-inciting powder. Now can you also tell me what this is?" he said, and passed the wooden plate to Jiang Wei directly. Jiang Wei looked at the pattern on it and raised his eyes in surprise. "A beast storage treasure, that too with the marking of the ancients," Jiang Wei spoke. Lin Mu was not surprised that Jiang Wei was able to recognize it, as he had expected him to know this because of his background. But what made him interested was the term that Jiang Wei had just said. "Yes, it is a beast storage treasure, but what is this marking of the ancients you are talking about?" Lin Mu questioned. Chapter 208, History of the Continenti. Jiang Wei flipped the wooden plate and pointed at the metallic wing pattern that was present on it. "This thing, it is the mark of the ancient spirit tool refiners. Their techniques have been lost to time, and not many know about this anymore, as we now have our own techniques of refinement. But I don't know what the other 2 markings mean. All I've heard about before is the wing pattern. Our clan specializes in the spirit weapon and spirit tool refinement, thus we have knowledge that a lot of sects do not have. Perhaps the top sects may know about it, but still not as much as us. Our clan once had a beast storage treasure that had the ancient mark of the wing before," Jiang Wei answered. "Just as I expected. While they've seen such kinds of beast treasures before, they do not know that the markings are a universal designation of their grades. It seems like they have only seen the lowest grade beast storage treasures before. From this, I can speculate that this world definitely had contact with other worlds, perhaps even higher level worlds," Zhukang chimed in. Lin Mu silently heard their words and internalized them. Duan Qi too heard her grandfather's words and was now wondering what was Lin Mu's aim. "Why are you showing us these?" Duan Qi asked, feeling curious. Jiang Wei, too, turned his attention back to Lin Mu, after hearing Duan Qi's words, as he too wanted to know the reason. "That is because both of these items are linked to the appearance of the invader and are clues." Before Lin Mu could speak more, he was interrupted by Jiang Wei. It turned out that this was all that Jiang Wei needed before he liked all the information together in his mind and came to a conclusion. "You mean to say these items were brought by someone from a different world, and the invader was contained within this beast storage treasure?" Jiang Wei spoke with a shocked tone. "This saves me the explanation, and I don't need to lie about the great slumber bear at all. He just made it up by himself. Still, it's not a complete lie either." Lin Mu spoke to himself. "Yes, it is as you said," Lin Mu confirmed while nodding his head. A grim expression appeared on Jiang Wei's face upon hearing Lin Mu's confirmation. Duan Qi, too, was worried, looking at her grandfather's expression. She could sense that something bad was stirring within his mind, and she wanted to know what it was that could bother him so much. "Grandfather, what's the problem? What are you worried about?" Duan Qi questioned in a concerned tone. "I'm afraid I know who could be potentially behind this," Jiang Wei spoke in a tired tone. Lin Mu and Duan Qi's eyes went wide as they heard this revelation. Pub future ads. "Who is it? Why are they doing this?" Lin Mu asked in an impatient tone. "Before I tell you this, let me ask you, do you know, or rather, has your master told you about the history of our continent before?" Jiang Wei questioned, to which Lin Mu shook his head in denial. Another sigh escaped Jiang Wei's mouth as his complexion became a shade darker. "More than 10,000 years ago, this continent, which we now call the Great Zhou continent, did not exist. Instead, there existed 5 different continents. These continents existed in the different directions of this world. The biggest of these continents was called as the Central Continent, which was ruled by the Zhou Kingdom, who ruled the mortals along with a few cultivation sects that ruled over the cultivators respectively. The second and third continents were known as the Eastern Continent, which was to the east of the Central Continent, and the Western Continent, which was to the west. Below the Central Continent was the Southern Wild Continent, which was covered with endless jungles and deserts. And the final and the smallest continent was the Northern Continent. All of these continents had their countless kingdoms and cultivation sects within them, except for the Wild Continent, which was populated by beasts, though there were some small and isolated groups of people living there. These continents were separated by the Grand Ocean, which was filled with danger. Still, this did not stop the kingdoms and sects from fighting against each other for resources and land. Countless battles and wars occurred during this period, in which innumerable people died. It was also during this time that peerless experts were born and many cultivators ascended. In these endless conflicts, many alliances were formed and similarly were dissolved. Kingdoms rose and fell, and so did the cultivation sects as well. Eventually, more years passed and the situation stabilized, though battles over resources still continued from time to time. Of these battles, the most common topic of conflict was the Wild Continent. It was the land that was untouched and had the most resources. But because of its location, only the Central, Western, and Eastern continents could access it, leaving the Northern Continent with little benefits. If they wanted resources, they could get them from the Southern Continent, but they had to pay a great tax to the other 3 continents, which barely left them with any resources for themselves. The other 3 continents, too, took advantage of them and employed their people in obtaining resources. Tired of this exploitation, the kingdoms and sects of the Northern Continent were united under one clan, the Yao clan. They formed the Grand Northern Alliance and launched a war against the rest. The ruling powers of the 3 continents took them lightly since they considered them to be weak. But this was a big mistake, and they lost harshly. Alarmed by this failure, the higher-ups of each continent launched their investigation against this Yao clan. What they found out left them dumbfounded. The Yao clan had never existed before the Grand Northern Alliance was created. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. Chapter 209, History of the Continent. Lin Mu was listening intently to Jiang Wei's each and every word. He had never known that the continent had such a history. From all that he had learned from his parents, the most he knew was the history dating back to 100 years and the small wars that had happened during that time. But even those events he didn't know properly and only knew the surface information. He was quite lacking in this aspect and was thus very interested in it. Jiang Wei had paused to take a breath before he continued speaking again. This Yao clan was mysterious and was never heard of before. They were powerful and had tens of cultivators that were in the Tao treading realm, along with 3 that were even at the immortal ascension realm. These 3 immortal ascension realm cultivators formed the backbone of their power and established their hegemony. The Yao clan took the other 2 ruling clans of the northern continent under them as vassals. These clans were called as the Gu clan and the Bei clan. Both of these clans, too, had an immortal ascension realm cultivator each backing them. Now the Grand Northern Alliance had 5 immortal ascension realm cultivators backing them, which was enough to change the balance of power, as they had become the continent with the most immortal ascension realm cultivators. The Western and Eastern continent only had 2 immortal ascension realm cultivators of their own, while the central continent had 3. While this made it seem like the 3 continents were still in the advantage as they had a total of 7 immortal ascension realm cultivators, it was not so. The 3 continents still had their internal conflicts, which only ended up becoming worse due to this shift in power. When the next battle happened, all 5 of the immortal ascension realm cultivators of the Grand Northern Alliance descended, while the 3 continents only sent 4 of theirs, 1 each from the Eastern and Western, and 2 from the central continent. The remaining immortal ascension realm cultivators held down their respective bases as they could not be left undefended. This battle lasted a day and night and ended in a stalemate, with neither party coming out victorious. This felt strange to the powers of the 3 continents, and they were suspicions. Their eventual investigations lead them to a shocking revelation. The Grand Northern Alliance had actually been negotiating in secret with the smaller powers of the 3 continents, and the previous battle was but a mere display of power. Wanting to cull dissent, the higher-ups of the 3 continents cracked down onto the smaller powers that were likely to betray them, and even ended up exterminating some of them. But this was exactly what the Grand Northern Alliance wanted. Their act of suppressing the small powers instead ended up making some of them betraying them, and they thus joined up with the Grand Northern Alliance. According to their strategy, they built teleportation formations in each of the continents within the territories of the smaller powers. This tactic of theirs resulted in great losses to the ruling powers of the 3 continents, and they started to fall to the losing side. They tried many things to prevent this, even destroying the teleportation formations that the Grand Northern Alliance built by paying a heavy price. They lost tens of Tao treading realm cultivators of theirs to the enemy, yet it did not do much. For the Yao clan had some mysterious formation creation skills, which allowed them to create these teleportation formations in a short amount of time with less amount of resources. In fact, they were even able to build teleportation formations to the southern continent as well, which allowed them to gain a lot of resources. Now utterly dismayed by this, the powers of the 3 continents came to a unanimous decision. They decide to unite and form an alliance of their own, at least until the Grand Northern Alliance was dealt with. This took them a great deal of effort and many negotiations were held, but eventually they were able to achieve it, albeit with some flaws of course. This time, with their united efforts, they were able to push back the people of the Grand Northern Alliance that had occupied their territory, and even managed to kill one of their immortal ascension realm cultivators. After this battle, the situation cooled down for 100 years, and the Grand Northern Alliance did not act out as much. The alliance of the 3 continents, too, let them be for a little while as they themselves were tired and needed time to recover. And they also knew that a beast pushed into a corner will retaliate with its full might. It was better to let the situation continue as it was. But one day, it happened. Millions of cultivators suddenly appeared on the 3 continents out of nowhere. All of these cultivators used strange and unorthodox cultivation techniques and skills that were never known before. Soon it was known that these were evil cultivators and had come from another world. The 3 continents were now at the greatest risk. Hundreds of cultivation sects and kingdoms were massacred overnight by these cultivators. It was at that time that they felt it, the calling of the world. They then found out for the first time that these cultivators were invaders from another world. It was during this time that those ordained by the world's will appeared. Each of the top 10 sects now had one person that was ordained by the world's will, including those from the strongest kingdoms. In total, there were about 100 cultivators that were ordained by the world's will. These cultivators formed the vanguard and helped in pushing back the invaders and killing. Eventually, people found out how the invaders had come to this world. The Yao clan had summoned them and had pawned off the 3 continents in exchange for getting to rule the world. Angered by this, the ruling powers of the 3 continents came to a big decision. They would strike where it would hurt the most and remove the one thing that was allowing the Yao clan to suppress them, the teleportation formations. They had decided to unite the continents, literally. Jiang Wei revealed, Chapter 210, History of the Continent Aya. Lin Mu was dumbfounded, to say the least, upon listening to this. He wondered what kind of power would be required to move the literal continents of a world and join them. While you think this is shocking, there are far more feats that can be accomplished by the cultivators in this cosmos. Even creating life is not impossible. Zhukang spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Lin Mu was overwhelmed by this information and simply nodded as he focused back on to what Jiang Wei was speaking. But accomplishing this was no easy task, and a great number of resources were needed for this. Eventually, though, they formulated a plan that could be fulfilled with the cooperation of each and every power of the 3 continents. They laid great formations arrays in the lands of the 3 continents, along with the southern wild continents. They tried to keep this hidden for as long as they could, but eventually the truth was revealed. The Grand Northern Alliance acted swiftly, starting another war to stall their efforts. And that was what happened. Their process of competition of the plan slowed down to a turtle's pace after it had reached around 50% completion. Another 100 years passed like this. The Yao clan eventually grew tired of having their teleportation formations destroyed and decided to try a reckless tactic. They too decided to do what the ruling powers of the 3 continents were doing. They decided to join the northern continent to the central continent as well. Unlike the 3 continents, though, they were able to keep this hidden for a much longer while. Their plan was nearly 90% complete before the alliance of the 3 continents figured out what they were doing from their movements. Afraid of what could happen next, they decided to initiate their plan prematurely. Another war was started, and in this, one immortal ascension realm cultivator each of the continents died. Knowing that this was their final few stands, the Yao clan decided on an even reckless plan. They decided to destroy the entirety of the eastern or western continent. While this caused them to lose their benefits later on, it was still better than them losing everything. The formations arrays were activated, and the continents started moving. This was the time when the Yao clan decided to act. With their mystical teleportation formations, they summoned a beast of great power. This beast was in the pseudo-immortal realm and ended up appearing in the western continent. It caused great devastation and the destruction of the ruling powers of the western continent. Still, by pitting all their resources and hidden reserves against the beast, they were able to slay the beast, but now before it detonated at the end of its life. The detonation of a pseudo-immortal beast was never seen before in this world, shook the entirety of it, causing the western continent to sink into the grand ocean. During this time, the eastern continent and the southern continent had also managed to join up and unite. They had succeeded in their plan, but at a massive cost. Even the northern continent had managed to join up with the central continent, but the area where they joined was rather narrow, spanning only a few kilometers. The ruling powers of the remaining 2 continents were utterly terrified and knew that the situation was now apocalyptic. They thus did something that was never done before, sacrificing a great number of their cultivators and resources they called their ancestors that had ascended to the higher realm. They were able to do this as they too had gained new knowledge from their analysis of the Yao clan's teleportation formations. Understandably, they were not able to contact anyone specific, but could only send out a mass message to everyone that had ascended from this world. They eventually got the responses, and 4 immortals descended to this world. The day that they descended, the entire world shook and the heavens were split apart. Heavily tribulation lightning appeared as if to punish the people who had summoned the immortals, but it could not do so. The 4 immortals snuffed it out like the wick of a candle with little effort. But their descent came with a great price. They could not stay here for long, having mere minutes before they would cause irreversible damage to their home world. 2 of the immortals joined forces and created a great barrier around the world that would prevent the invaders from coming in. This depleted their powers, and they could not stay in this world anymore. One of those immortals was the progenitor of the number 1 ranked sect, the Sky Precepts sect, while the other one was an independent cultivator from the eastern continent. The 2 final remaining immortals decided to exterminate the Grand Northern Alliance. Their every movement caused earthquakes, and the sky thundered with their steps. They descended onto the northern continent and exterminated the Yao clan, thoroughly removing all their traces. One of the remaining 2 immortals was from the western continent and was in grief due to the loss of his people. Regretting that he never left anything for his people, he took an oath and disappeared. No one knows where he went, but it is considered that he could not stay in the world anymore and was thus forced back to the higher realm. The final remaining immortal, though, did something else. He left behind a prophecy. He revealed to us that there are more powers in the other worlds that are coveting our resources and would one day descend, becoming invaders. He wanted us to be ready and warned that until the right time came, the world shall stay sealed. After saying those last words, he too disappeared. All of this occurred about 10,000 years ago. The world was now in shambles, and it took 1,000 years before it could recover to a semblance of stability. Still, the powers were all greatly weakened, and many of them had been destroyed, leaving behind a handful that prevailed in the end. All of these powers were the ones that constitute the cultivation sects and the kingdoms of today. Of course, this was the same for the northern continent as well. While the Yao clan was exterminated and the Grand Northern Alliance had collapsed, some remnants of the clans were still alive. The area that joined the northern continent with the central continent was now bigger than before and had reached an area of hundreds of kilometers and looked like the waist of a pear, with the smaller top part being the northern continent and the bigger bottom part the central continent. 5,000 years passed by and the powers had recovered decently, although they did not have as many Tao-treading realm cultivators as before, and the number of immortal Ascension Realm cultivators had also fallen. These immortal Ascension Realm cultivators soon entered seclusion and were never seen again, as they had sacrificed a lot in order to summon the immortals. Eventually, the remnants of the northern continent formed small tribes and started attacking the kingdoms in the central continent. By now, the northern continent was called as the Forbidden Continent. Chapter 211, History of the Continent IV. This was the second time Lin Mu had heard about the Forbidden Continent. He knew that the land beyond the northern mountains was called as the Forbidden Continent, but thought that it was called so because of the presence of strong beasts. He did know that there were still people living in that land, though. From all that he had heard, the Forbidden Continent was cold and desolate. It was populated by the beasts that roamed the forests within it. Even in the peak of summers, the Forbidden Continent was said to be covered with snow and ice. Lin Mu could hardly think of anyone that would willingly stay in a land like this, but now knew that it was not because of their choice, but because of what had happened in the past. So you mean to say the recent wars that happened were because of these surviving tribes? Lin Mu questioned. No, they have been happening for far too long than that. You should know about the northern frontier, right? The Vermilion Legion guards it to prevent these northern tribes from attacking the people of the Great Zhou continent. Jiang Wei shook his head as he spoke. Lin Mu finally linked the things together and got a better idea of the situation. What happened next? He questioned. Oh yes, after these tribes attacked, the kingdoms retaliated and pushed them back. By now, major changes had occurred in the newly formed continent. The kingdoms were now vying for supremacy after having stayed silent for a long while. In this race for supremacy, the forerunner was the Zhou kingdom, as it had the strongest background and had the most amount of cultivators. While the cultivation sects could have also staked their claim, they chose to not do so and instead decided to follow the advice of the last immortal that had left behind the prophecy. They came to an understanding with the kingdoms and decided that they would separate the ruling powers back into two as they were before. The kingdoms would rule over the mortals, while the sects would do so over the cultivators. Of course, the cultivators were not restricted from joining the kingdoms and could do so as they wished. Still, because of this, a delicate power of balance was created, where the kingdoms and cultivation sects would respect each other. Thus, the cultivation sects decided to not get involved with the conflicts of the kingdoms. Eventually, the competition for supremacy led to two kingdoms being at the top: Zhou Kingdom of the former Central Continent and the Eastern Ming Dynasty of the former Eastern Continent. These two kingdoms had always been powerful and have had conflicts in the past. Now the situation came where the remaining kingdoms had to choose to become vassals of each of the two kingdoms in order for them to become the superior one. 100 years passed, during which countless negotiations and trades happened in order to pull these smaller kingdoms under each of the two kingdoms. The northern lands that we live in right now was once a vassal of the Eastern Ming Dynasty back then. This included the Shuang Kaiyan Kingdom and the newly formed Black Dawn Kingdom. Eventually, in the end, the Eastern Ming Dynasty lost and Zhou Kingdom prevailed. According to their previous agreement, the loser would have to become a vassal kingdom of the other, and that is what happened. Still, to do this, a marital alliance was required. The then king of Zhou Kingdom decided to marry his second son to the first princess of the Eastern Ming Dynasty. Still, their enmity had not completely ended yet. The prince of the Zhou Kingdom, who was to be married off to the princess, had some grudges against them and decided to settle them. The second prince of the Zhou Kingdom was less talented than the first princess of the Western Ming Dynasty, and thus had a lower cultivation level than her. In order to get his revenge, he humiliated her by asking for her cultivation base to be dissipated and for her to start over again. The people of the Eastern Ming Dynasty found this out and were in an uproar. Still, the princess was wise and understanding. She knew that if she did not follow the orders, the consequences would not be good. She decisively crippled her own cultivation, giving her kingdom a saving grace. The royal family of the Eastern Ming Dynasty was in tears over her sacrifice and vowed to take to revenge in the future tenfold. Still, they gritted their teeth and held on. But the relationship between the two kingdoms stayed tense. Eventually, the Zhou Kingdom took over all the kingdoms on the continent under it and became the Great Zhou Empire. 3,000 years passed as such in relative peace until when the people from the Forbidden Continent acted. The remnants of the Grand Northern Alliance had somehow united again and had unearthed the relics of the Yao clan. Using these very relics, they made shrines that they then used to summon more invaders. Over the years, the barrier of the world had gotten weaker, and some flaws in it could be found. The northern tribes used these very flaws and tried to summon invaders from other worlds. This time, though, the empire was ready, and so were the cultivation sects as well. For far too long had they been waiting, and finally it had come. They thought that the prophecy was finally coming true. A great war was fought back then, and even I fought in it on the front lines. My clan had long been dedicated to fighting against the invaders and specialized in refining spirit tools and forging spirit weapons. We were the ones that supplied weapons to the empire and to the sects as well. It was during this time that I had my first encounter with a being that was beyond the immortal ascension realm. We were in a shrine that the invaders were using to summon invaders. The being in question was a beast that was beyond the immortal ascension realm and had nearly broken through the world barrier. Still, with a great sacrifice, we were able to stop them. That was the end of the last Great War. It was after that the Vermilion Legion was formed and deployed in Hate Northern Frontier. A great wall was erected that separated the two continents, which was eventually called the Pear's Belt. Jiang Wei concluded. Chapter 212, The Workshop. Lin Mu was amazed after hearing the entire history of the continent, was absolutely amazed by it. He had never known that such intricacies were hidden beneath it, and most people did not even know about it. At least the commoners did not know. Lin Mu had even talked with the High Corps about it previously, and even they did not know as much as Jiang Wei. But in their entire narration, Lin Mu had picked up a few things. The biggest being that Jiang Wei had participated in the Great War 1,000 years ago and had contended against a beast that was at a realm beyond the immortal ascension realm. Senior, this means, Lin Mu spoke in his mind. Yes, this man Jiang Wei has been living for more than 1,000 years. Just from this, and how he had contender against a beast like that, I can come to the conclusion that he is at the Dao treading realm as well. There is no other way he would have been alive till now. Dao shell realm cultivators have a lifespan of about 2,000 years, while the Dao treading realm cultivators have a lifespan of 3,000 years. Even if he were not a Dao treading realm cultivator back then, he is definitely one right now. Still, the question stands, why would he seal his cultivation base? Zhukong replied. Although Lin Mu had estimated that Jiang Wei's cultivation base was high, he was still shocked after getting this confirmation. He wanted to ask him right away about his cultivation, but knew that it would not be the proper method. He thus thought for a moment before speaking again. Then, you don't mean that the northern tribes are behind this invader as well? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, although I can't say for sure, but it is the most likely possibility. Still, there is a chance that the invader had been brought by someone else here, but how we do not know that, Jiang Wei answered. After listening to his words, Lin Mu was lost in his thoughts. Lin Mu knew that the beast storage treasure was used to store the great slumber bear, and that the beast had a cultivation base that was beyond the immortal ascension realm. But the beast storage treasure could only be used by someone that was a cultivator. This meant that there was probably a rogue cultivator behind this. Lin Mu could also surmise that it was perhaps a lone cultivator from the northern tribes who had released the great slumber bear in the northern forest. But the beast inciting powder was still a mystery. Why would that person not use the beast inciting powder? Or did he perhaps drop it there by a mistake? Lin Mu thought to himself. Jiang Wei took a long sigh after finishing the story. Evidently, this had also stirred some bad memories for him that he did not want to remember, perhaps. Duan Qi could see this can come forward to hold her grandfather's hand. She gently squeezed his hand and looked at him with a gentle smile on her face, as if telling him that everything was fine now. Jiang Wei felt good after this gesture of hers and lifted his spirits up. Now then, we should get you your reward. After all, I did promise you that I would give you a spirit spear. Jiang Wei suddenly spoke. Lin Mu snapped out of his thoughts after hearing him speak and lifted his head to look at him. Ah yes, I almost forgot about it. Let's go, Lin replied with a slightly excited voice. Jiang Wei and Duan Qi now took him to a different part of the mansion. Lin Mu could observe the change before he even reached their destination. The walls of the mansion as well as the floor had now changed from a wooden material to stone and steel. Lin Mu realized that they were moving in a downward direction as they eventually arrived at a stairwell. The stairwell descended into the ground, and Lin Mu could not tell how deep it went as it was dark. He used his spirit sense and found out that even at its maximum range, it did not reach the end of it. Jiang Wei and Duan Qi continued on, and Lin Mu followed behind them. On the way, he passed through 4 floors, and even then he could not sense the bottom of the stairwell. Seems like this mansion extends deep into the ground, but how far deep can it go, I wonder? Lin Mu thought to himself. It should be at the same depth as the height of the courtyard's barrier. You can estimate from that perhaps, Zhukong suggested. Lin Mu thought over it and remembered that the barrier of the courtyard was more than 1,000 meters wide. If he thought of the courtyard as a spherical bubble, then it should be about 500 meters deep into the ground and 500 in the sky as well. Eventually, they reached their destination after 4 more floors. Along the way, Lin Mu could see that each floor had multiple rooms that were hidden behind closed doors. He had tried to see behind these doors with the help of his spirit sense, but discovered that it could not pierce them, making it impossible for him to know what was behind them. Their destination was a set of large doors that were about 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide. They seemed to be made out of solid bronze, and when Jiang Wei opened them, he saw that they were nearly 10 inches thick. Jiang Wei did not have to do much to open the doors, as they automatically opened when they got close. When he finally saw the inside of the room, though, Lin Mu didn't know what to think of it. The walks of it were made from stones stacked up on top of each other and stuck together with the help of mortar. At the end of it was a large forge that seemed to be covered with soot. Lin Mu could only compare it to one thing, a blacksmith's workshop. Chapter 213, The Spirit Spears. Lin Mu walked in from behind Jiang Wei and Duan Qi, and then saw that the room actually had another part to the right. This area was hidden from the angle that Lin Mu saw it from, thus did not know that it existed. But upon seeing it, he was amazed. There were hundreds of weapons in this area. Some were placed on stands, some were hanging, while some were simply kept on the ground. While this would not have been that uncommon, as Lin Mu had seen a common scene in the other blacksmith, but what made it different was the sheer amount of spirit qi that was in the area. All of these are spirit weapons, Lin Mu muttered with shock. There was a wide variety of weapons ranging from the most common weapons such as swords, axes, spears, all the way to unorthodox weapons like hooked halberds, chain whips, ringed blades, and sharp discs. This was the first time Lin Mu had seen such a wide variety of weapons, apart from the ones he had gotten from the high core. Lin Mu could even see that some of the weapons that were designed according to the specifications of the 1,000 armament blade scripture here. Still, Lin Mu did not feel like he needed every weapon for using with the 1,000 armament blade scripture, as that was not its main aim. The main aim of the 1,000 armament blade scripture was for one to acquire the skills of multiple types of weapons and assimilate them into a sword technique. Lin Mu knew that he was not even 10% through to learning the 1,000 armament blade scripture, thus knew that he shouldn't bite more than he could chew. Lin Mu's attention was pulled back to the soot-covered forge. One could tell that the forge had not been used for a long time and had been idle since time unknown. It had not even been cleaned, which only showed that perhaps its purpose had been long since forgotten. Lin Mu curiously checked the forge with his spirit sense and discovered that while it looked mundane and looked as if it was made from common rocks and bricks, it was not so. There were multiple formation arrays hidden within its structure that Lin Mu could sense with his spirit sense. He couldn't tell their purpose, but knew that they were complex. Pub future ads. Now then, let's look for a suitable spirit spear for you, Jiang Wei spoke, breaking the silence. Lin Mu immediately turned his attention to Jiang Wei, who had spoken. Ah, yes, please, Lin Mu replied. Jiang Wei nodded his head and then went to the section where the spirit weapons were kept. He picked 5 spears from the area. Some were hanging on the walls while some were kept on the shelves. He then brought these spears to the side of the room where a large work table was kept. Unlike the forge, though, this table was clean and seemed to be made of a single sheet of metal. Jiang Wei placed down the 5 spirit spears on the table and showed them to Lin Mu. After observing your style and how you fought Duan Qi earlier, I reckon these would suit you. Jiang Wei spoke and pointed to the spears. Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and observed the 5 spears. 3 of them had relatively simple designs and didn't look that impressive, similar to his short sword, while the other 2 were different. One of them was quite flashy, having a golden spear tip with a dark brown shaft that was made from some kind of wood. There were runes carved into the shaft and looked like they would activate when the spirit chi was poured into them. The other spear was completely opposite to the flashy-looking golden spear. Its spear tip was dark gray, almost bordering on black, and its shaft was made from a similar colored metal. While it looked like the entire spear was carved from a single piece of metal, it was not so. Lin Mu could sense that the inside of the spirit spear was complex, and it looked like it had more parts than he thought. But still, Lin Mu could tell that each and every spear was a high-tier spirit weapon by comparing it with his short sword. Go on, try them. See which one you like the best and you can take that one. Jiang Wei spoke up and gestured to Lin Mu. Lin Mu decided to try out the 3 common-looking spears first. While the 3 spears had a similar design, there were some minor differences that allowed them to be differentiated from each other. One of the spears had a longer spear tip than others, while the second one had a thicker shaft, and the third one had a spear tip and shaft that were of equal thickness. All of their spear tips were dark silver colored just like steel and had shafts that were made from light brown wood that had been polished to an even finish. There were fine grooves carved into the shafts which allowed the user to have a better grip. The bottom end of the shafts was capped with a blunt metal end, which prevented the shaft from getting damaged. Lin Mu randomly picked one of them and tried it out. He used the moves of the 1,000 armament blades scripture and concluded that this spear was much better than the one he had bought from Jiang Wei before. Its performance was much better than the ones he had gotten from the high core as well. Lin Mu wanted to use his spirit sense to control the spear, but found out that he couldn't for some reason. You won't be able to use it without putting a wisp of your spirit sense on it, but you can't do that either right now, as this is a high-grade spirit spear. Your current spirit sense is not enough to handle 2 spirit weapons. Although you should be able to use it with your spirit sense later, I think it's better that you don't waste your time in that, as you may not even choose that. Zhukong explained to Lin Mu. I understand, Senior. Lin Mu nodded and replied in his mind. He then placed this spear down and did the same with the other 2 common-looking spears. He repeated the same moves and techniques he used with the first spear so that he could get a relatively good comparison. He eventually came to the conclusion that all of them were quite similar in performance and were quite comfortable for him. Still, that was all. They were comfortable but not too special. Lin Mu's attention then went to the flashy-looking golden spear. But when he went to pick it up, he noticed something. So heavy, Lin Mu thought. The spear was much heavier than it looked like, and while it was not difficult for Lin Mu to lift it, it was still at least 3 times heavier than the other 3 spears he had used. In fact, this was the heaviest spear he had used till now. Chapter 214, The Effects of the Spears. Lin Mu's current strength was enough for him to lift 100 kilograms easily, with no effort. And if he used vital energy and spirit chi to amplify his strength simultaneously, it wouldn't be a problem for him to lift 1,000 kilograms as well. Still, when using a weapon, this weight became a completely different factor. While weight was an important factor and was quite beneficial for certain weapons such as hammers and maces, it was a different story in the case of weapons that worked more on technique such as swords and spears. Here, more weight did not mean that the weapon would be that much more powerful. In fact, a heavier weight may even restrict the user's full potential in using the weapon. Thus, it was important for the weapon to be well balanced. Lin Mu could feel that very thing right now. While the golden spear in his hands was heavy, it was well balanced. The weight of it was equally distributed, and when he held it in the center of the shaft, it held straight. Lin Mu estimated that the spear was about 50 kilograms in weight, which was quite heavy to be honest. His short sword was barely 4 kilograms in weight, and the previous spear that he had used was at most 20 kilograms in weight. Still, Lin Mu started to use the spear and swung it around. He could sense that there was more to the spear and channeled his spirit chi into the spear. As soon as he did, the runes that were carved into the shaft lit up, and the sharp edge of the spear started shining. Lin Mu stabbed forward, and this caused a yellow beam of light to shoot out from the spat tip. The beam traveled for 10 meters before it faded away. Lin Mu then swiped the spear in the air, creating arcs of energy that traveled for 4 meters before fading away. "Good spear," Lin Mu muttered, feeling impressed. "Indeed, this spear is different from the previous 3 that you used. Different forging techniques were used in its creation, and its type is different from the others." Jiang Wei spoke. Lin Mu was intrigued by this information and wanted to know more. "Oh, what types are there?" Lin Mu questioned. "Spirit weapons can be forged using many methods, but they are classified broadly into 3 types. Pure forging, in which the quality of the weapon and its strength comes from its raw materials. Such kinds of weapons don't have formations placed on them. The previous 3 spears you used are of this type. Enchantment, in which the strength of the weapons comes from the formations placed on the weapons. The materials used to make them may not be as durable or strong as those compared to the ones used in pure forging, but they can give special effects and skills like the one you saw. That golden spear is a spirit weapon of that type, and can release energy when spirit chi is poured into the formation placed on it. Finally, there is the hybrid type, which is a combination of the previous 2 types. These are much harder to forge and require proper planning and compatible materials. An example of this is your short sword. You must have felt it when you used it, didn't you?" Jiang Wei replied. Lin Mu nodded as he remembered that the short sword did have a slightly different effect than normal. While it was not as apparent as the golden spear, the effect that the short sword had was enhanced amplification. Whenever Lin Mu poured spirit chi into the short sword, it would result in an amplification that was much stronger than normal. His short sword also had formations on it that enhanced the durability and sharpness of the blade. Seeing that Lin Mu seemed satisfied, Jiang Wei spoke again. "Go on, try the last spear. It is also a hybrid one, but is rather unique." Lin Mu picked up the final spear and found it to be relatively light, but he could tell that its weight was concentrated a little more towards the tip of the spear. Lin Mu used the 1,000 armament blade scripture and discovered that he was much more fast while using this spear. Pub future ads. Then came the time for the big reveal. Lin Mu wanted to know what kind of effect would the formations on this spear have. There were no runes present on the surfaces of the spear, and Lin Mu could tell that the spear was slightly hollow from the inside. He channeled his spirit chi into the spear and saw some changes happening in it. The spear lightly vibrated, and 4 small openings appeared at the base of the spear tip. Gray-colored material energy was released from these openings and wrapped around the spear tip. But it didn't stop there. The energy kept on layering over and over until the spear tip was now much bigger than before. The spear tip was now no longer flat, but instead had 4 intersecting edges forming a cross shape. The weight of the spear had also increased by 3 times by this. Lin Mu looked at the gruesome-looking tip that had now formed and felt the change in weight. He stabbed out and saw its effect. Tilde whoosh tilde. Tilde crack tilde. The floor underneath him cracked with the stomp of his foot and the increased weight of the spear. The spear stabbed into the air and created ripples that spread out. Finally, at the end of the strike, the gray energy that had wrapped the spear tip spread apart in the form of sharp blades. Tilde gulp tilde. Lin Mu could imagine the effect something like this could have if it was stabbed into a person or a beast, and then the skill was triggered. The effect would shred the person or beast from inside, causing massive injuries. That's not all. You felt the weight difference, right? This spear is essentially 2 different spears combined into one. The basic form that is fast and efficient, while the activated form which is heavy and powerful. The finishing skill is an added benefit which can be used as a trump card to surprise your enemies. Zukong analyzed. Chapter 215, Iron Thorn Spear. Lin Mu thought over Senior Zukong's words and indeed found them to be right. He had now made up his mind. He now knew which spear to choose. Lin Mu turned to Jiang Wei and placed the spear on the table. "I want this spear," Lin Mu said as he pointed at the dark gray spear he had just placed down. Jiang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, as if he had already expected this outcome. "All right, this spear does suit you, though you may have problems using it right now once I remove the seal on it," Jiang Wei spoke. Seal? What seal? Lin Mu questioned as he tilted his head in confusion. There are seals on all high-grade spirit weapons here. The seal prevents their instincts from awakening, which allows you to use them without putting your imprint on them. But their potential is also reduced by more than a half because of that. Also, considering you already have the short sword, which is also a high-garage spirit weapon, it will take you a lot of effort to add another high-grade weapon, as you will need to further refine your spirit sense to be able to control it. Jiang Wei spoke. Lin Mu was surprised about what Jiang Wei had just spoken. He didn't know that the spears were being restricted. Restricted? You mean the power that I saw was not even half of what they can show? Lin Mu questioned, feeling a bit astonished. Of course, what did you think high-grade spirit weapons are? Even your short sword is much more powerful. The only problem that you have is that your cultivation is too low for you to be able to use it. Once you reach the core condensation realm, you should be able to unearth more of its strength. Though I should warn you not to reveal them to strong cultivators easily. High-grade spirit weapons are sought after by even some Dao Shell Realm cultivators. There isn't much of a problem with the short sword as its strengths lie in pure power, but that is not the same with this spear. Its ability would give away its identity rather easily. Jiang Wei answered. He's right, Zukong acknowledged. Lin Mu then thought over his memories and realized that most of the people that he had met never gave his short sword a second glance because of its looks. Even when using it with his spirit sense, the cultivators of the high core, while being impressed, did not look interested in it. The short sword is indeed low-key. I'll have to be careful with the spear, Lin Mu thought to himself. All right, I understand, Lin Mu replied to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei nodded before waving his hand over the spear. As soon as he did, the spear glowed and two circular formations appeared on it along its shaft. One of the formations faded away while the second one stayed there. A second later, it disappeared along with the glow. Here you go, take the iron thorn spear, Jiang Wei said as he handed Lin Mu the spear, before speaking. I removed the restriction seal but kept the concealment seal on it. While you would be able to still use it, the concealment seal will prevent others from noticing its grade. But know this, that if you use its skill, that seal will be broken as well, and others will be able to sense the spear's grade. Lin Mu nodded to show that he understood before asking. So its name is Iron Thorn Spear. Yes, that is its name, Jiang Wei replied. Lin Mu thought for a moment before asking again. Does the short sword also have a name? It did have a name once upon a time, but not anymore. Though if you want to, you can name it yourself, Jiang Wei replied in a pleased tone. Lin Mu then stored the iron thorn spear into his ring, and then remembered something. He realized that he had a lot of spirit cores that he had stored in his ring. He had always stored them into his ring whenever he hunted spirit beasts, and had thought of selling them later on when he got the right opportunity. Lin Mu already knew about the uses of the spirit cores, and now that he had a few goals that he wanted to accomplish, he knew that he required resources. Resources that would speed up his progress in cultivation. He was now in a strange kind of a dilemma. On one hand, he wanted to obtain and assimilate the bloodline of the great slumber bear, and on the other, he now had his new goal, which was to avenge his parents by hunting down the invader. He could either leave the town right now and go hunt the avatars of the invader, or he could wait and cultivate in seclusion. He was at a loss of what to do till now, but he teased one key point. The only thing that was restricting him right now was his cultivation base and time. His deadline was of about 10 months before the great slumber bear would weaken, but there was also a chance that the invader may do something else in this time period. Another problem was the culprits, but that was not high up in Lin Mu's list, now that the high core had stabilized the situation. If he could somehow reach the peak stage of the body tempering realm before the deadline, along with increasing his cultivation base to the next substage, Lin Mu would be able to go out to hunt the invader beforehand, and then return when it was time for the great slumber bear to be weakened. Duan Qi had been observing Lin Mu from the start to the end, and was now wondering why he had gone silent and had a perplexed expression on his face. Feeling curious, she decided to speak up. What's the problem? Do you perhaps need something else? Duan Qi asked. Chapter 216, 12th Stage of the Body Tempering Realm. Lin Mu was woken from his thoughts by Duan Qi's question. Lin Mu took a deep breath before a determined expression appeared on his face. Yes, I do actually. I am in the need of resources and want to sell some things. I would be grateful if you would be able to help me. Lin Mu spoke in a needing tone. Duan Qi looked at her grandfather for a moment, who nodded in response before speaking. Of course we can. Now that you have been ordained by the world's will, we have a duty to assist you. Our clan has been fighting against the tribes of the Forbidden Continent and the invaders for thousands of years now. We will help anyone that is enemies against them. Jiang Wei spoke with fervor. Show me what you have, and then we can see what you need. Duan Qi chimed in. Lin Mu had a pleased expression on his face before withdrawing all the spirit cores and the pelts that he had stored in the ring. He even pulled out the bones of all the beasts that he had eaten until now. Soon 4 piles were formed in the room. One of them was a small pile of spirit cores, most of which were the size of a pea, and one that was bigger and of the size of an olive. The pea-sized spirit cores were from all the chi-refining realm beasts that he had hunted till now, and the bigger olive-sized spirit core was that of the core condensation realm beast that was the alpha steel-back wolf. The pile had more than 200 spirit cores and was gleaming in from the light of the lamps in the room. The next pile, which was more like a hill, was made up of all the pelts that he had obtained from the beasts. Unlike the spirit cores, though, their numbers were much higher, as it also included normal beats in it too. The third pile was that of the bones of the beasts that he had eaten till now and was even bigger than the previous one. The fourth and final pile was composed of the other remaining parts of the beasts, which included miscellaneous things such as their horns, fangs, feathers, etc. Looking at the 4 piles, Duan Qi was astounded, to say the least, though she was more shocked by the number of spirit cores that Lin Mu had placed down. Her attention was especially brought to the olive-sized gray-colored core that had brown patterns on it. Duan Qi had already heard how he had hunted the alpha steel-back wolf before and knew that he must have obtained the core. But looking at it, she still felt a bit surprised. Tilde haha tilde. Seems like you have plenty of goods. Jiang Wei spoke, feeling amused. His expression then calmed down as he remembered how he had given Lin Mu a large amount of gold coins. Though he realized he didn't know how many coins he had actually given him, as he had just randomly pulled out one of the pouches from his spatial treasure in a daze. Is his master intending to temper his character by letting him obtain his own resources, perhaps? That should be it, though it seems like he depleted the gold coins I gave him already. How many did I give him, though? Was it 100,000? Or perhaps 1,000,000? Jiang Wei thought to himself. Duan Qi quickly got to checking all the items Lin Mu had just put down, while Jiang Wei was lost in thought. A minute later, Jiang Wei scratched his chin and spoke. Lin Mu, how many gold coins did I give you on that day? Jiang Wei questioned, feeling curious. Lin Mu turned to look at Jiang Wei, who had just spoken. You gave me 5,000 gold coins, for which I'm very thankful. Lin Mu spoke in a grateful tone. As soon as Jiang Wei heard Lin Mu's words, his mind shut down for a moment before the corner of his eye twitched. Cold sweat appeared on his back, and he forcefully suppressed his expression that was about to show on his face. I see, Jiang Wei replied while nodding his head. Did I really give him only 5,000 gold coins? Damn it, if his master comes to settle this, it won't bid well for us. I need to reorganize my spatial treasure. Too much clutter has been accumulated in it now. Jiang Wei secretly thought. Jiang Wei turned around to face the wall as he started to think about something while Lin Mu looked back at the goods being checked, seeing that Jiang Wei was distracted. 10 minutes passed before Duan Qi was finally able to calculate the value of all the items. Now then, what is it that you exactly need? I'll give you the equivalent of the items here. Duan Qi spoke. Lin Mu's first thought went to pills that could help him reach the peak stage of the body tempering realm early. Senior Zukong had warned him before about not using the other pills, thus he wanted to know whether they had one that was specially made for it. Do you have any alchemical pills that are effective for body-tempering realm cultivation? Lin Mu questioned. Duan Qi tilted her head almost instinctively upon hearing his question. She wondered if it was because of his body-tempering realm cultivation, which was no longer apparent to her. She wondered if he had some kind of injury or had his cultivation regressed. We do have some alchemical pill that can help in that aspect, but they are only effective until a certain cultivation stage. What stage are you currently in? Duan Qi replied. I am at the 12th stage of the body-tempering realm and want to reach its peak. Lin Mu answered in a calm tone. I'm sorry, did you just say the 12th stage of the body-tempering realm? Duan Qi reiterated. Chapter 217, Obsolete. Duan Qi could not believe her ears when she heard Lin Mu reveal that he was at the 12th stage of the body-tempering realm. It was not just because she couldn't sense any vital energy from his body, but also because of the stage itself. How did he even? Why is he still cultivating in the body-tempering realm if he's already a cultivator? And how did he even break past the 10th stage? Multiple questions were currently stirring within Duan Qi's mind. Jiang Wei too was frozen upon hearing what Lin Mu had spoken, and a shocked expression was on his face. He was lucky that he was facing away from the two of them right now, or they would have seen it. He definitely did not want to break his composure again and show them an unsightly look. That would definitely not suit someone of his stature. Yes, I did say that. Why is there a problem? Lin Mu inquired with a curious expression. At this point, Duan Qi did not know how to respond to his question. She did not know whether to praise him for accomplishing this or to call him a fool to waste his time like this. Even the disciples of the top sects only cultivate till the 10th stage of the body-tempering realm and stop. There is no reason for them to continue on, as they only do this because of the minimum requirements of the cultivation techniques. Why is he still trying? And where would he even get a tempering technique that would let him exceed the 10th stage? Aren't they obsolete now? Duan Qi thought to herself. I'm sorry, but we can't help you in that aspect. Jiang Wei suddenly spoke upon seeing that his granddaughter was unable to respond in time. Ah, why is that? Do you not have the pills for this stage? Lin Mu questioned as he tilted his head in confusion. No, it's not that, but rather that alchemical pills of that level do not exist. Honestly, we don't even know how you managed to even exceed the 10th stage of the body-tempering realm. According to my knowledge, all the tempering techniques now only allow one to reach the 10th stage at the maximum. It has been more than 5,000 years since they became obsolete, Jiang Wei explained. Lin Mu was now more confused than at the start, and was now wondering if he had made a mistake, perhaps. WHATFOLS, Zukong shouted. Lin Mu was startled, to say the least, upon hearing the voice of Senior Zukong suddenly, that too one that was so loud. What's the matter, Senior? Lin Mu asked with concern. They are fools, I say, all of them, calling body-tempering technique obsolete when they have no basic understanding of them. Seems like this world becoming sealed had more bad effects than were probably intended. The cultivators of this world have lost their view, Zukong replied. Is it really that bad, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. Indeed, it is. While it is fine for them to not cultivate past the 10th stage, as they can progress to the Qi refining realm before that, it is absolute stupidity to call something that had been existing for thousands of years, and was created by the ancestors that came before them. Body-tempering techniques are very important and should not be neglected this way, Zukong answered. Lin Mu now knew that Senior Zukong had been agitated by this, and perhaps it was best for him to change the topic for now. He certainly did not want to stay silent like this on the surface while talking to Senior Zukong in his mind. Otherwise, the two people in front of him may find him strange. All right, I understand. Lin Mu spoke, both to Zukong and Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei could sense that it would not be good to ask how Lin Mu accomplished this either, thus he did not ask further. He could guess that it was probably because of his master and did not want to invite trouble. though we can offer you other resources that can help you in cultivation. Duan Qi spoke up, seeing that Lin Mu seemed a little disappointed to her. Ah yes, that would work too. Do you perhaps have spirit stones? Lin Mu questioned. Duan Qi had a complex expression on her face as she sent her grandfather a gaze, as if asking him to help her out. We do indeed have spirit stones, but I'm afraid we cannot give you as many. Though if you're intending to use them for cultivating directly, we have a better option. You can use the basic qi pills for that very thing. Jiang Wei spoke up. Lin Mu didn't know why they didn't have spirit stones, but he didn't want to pry either. He would be happy even if he gets other resources. Senior, what are basic qi pills? Lin Mu secretly questioned. They are what their name means. Their function is to supply the cultivator with spirit qi, Zukong answered. Then they are the same as spirit stones, Lin Mu questioned. No, they are different. While spirit stones can be used for cultivating, they can also be used for countless other things. Spirit stones are perhaps one of the most versatile resources, which in turn makes them more valuable than basic qi pills. The basic qi pills which Jiang Wei is speaking about are made from some basic spirit herbs which have the sole purpose of providing you with qi. Although they provide the same amount of spirit qi as a low-grade spirit stone, their main drawback is that the process is not as fast as like that with the spirit stones. Another hidden problem with them is the pill toxins. These pill toxins are naturally created upon the refinement of the pill and are the impurities present in them. While they do not cause any damage in low quantities, they can be a harm to the cultivator's progress if they accumulate too much. In fact, there is even a chance that the cultivator may get qi deviation if too many pill toxins accumulate in their body, Zukong explained. Lin Mu felt enlightened after hearing Senior Zukong's explanation and felt like he could make do with it for now. All right, that will work too. Chapter 218, Toxin Cleansing Pills. Jiang Wei nodded his head upon hearing Lin Mu's words and felt secretly relieved. Good that he accepted it quickly. We can't afford to give him too many spirit stones. At least not now, but perhaps in the future. Still, if he wants gold, we can give him that too. We have plenty of it at least. Jiang Wei thought to himself. Do you just want those pills or do you need other pills too? Do you need pills for healing? Duan Qi asked. Lin Mu thought for a moment before remembering that he didn't have many healing pills. The ones that he had were of low quality and were given to him from Hong Luo, though luckily he hasn't had a chance to use any of them till now. His own healing was good enough for most of his injuries. The only time he actually needed healing was when he used the boulder collapsing fist at its full potential and mangled his arm. I haven't tested that again since then. Perhaps I should use it soon. I wonder if its power increased now that I've reached the late stage of the qi refining realm. Lin Mu thought to himself. You should get some healing pills for that technique. We don't know if it will have the same effect again. Though I'm sure that once you reach the peak stage of the qi refining realm, along with the peak stage of the body tempering realm, your body should be able to handle it. And of course, you can't keep on using the 4 vessels restoration pills for injuries like this. They are intended for more dangerous ones, Zukong suggested. Lin Mu inwardly nodded and agreed with Senior Zukong's words, though he also wondered if Jiang Wei and Duan Qi had any 4 vessels restoration pills with them. While Lin Mu was not thinking of getting injured any time in the future, he still wanted to be ready just in case. Yeah, I would like some healing pills too. Also, do you have these pills? Lin Mu replied and pulled out the bottle containing 2 pills that had spiral markings on them. Jiang Wei and Duan Qi looked at the pills, and their brows furrowed. 4 vessels restoration pills? Yes, we do have those too, but not many. Neither of us two can make a pill of that level, so we don't really have a large stock, Jiang Wei replied. Lin Mu was actually a bit surprised by this and did not expect them to have a small stock of it as well. He was now wondering if Jiang Wei was so strong and his clan had a great background. Why were they poor and hiding? Another thing he picked up from his words was that they could potentially refine alchemical pills as well. Oh, it is fine if you don't have much. I'll be fine with a single one too. Lin Mu replied in an understanding tone. Jiang Wei nodded in response and then spoke. Care bring him to the pill repository. Give him the basic qi pills he wants and also some supplementary pills to help with stabilization and healing. Oh, and depending on the quantity of the basic qi pills, ensure that you give him the toxin cleansing pills as well. He added as he saw that they were about to move. Cleansing pills. Lin Mu wondered. They are used for removing the pill toxins that I talked about before. Although they can't remove all of it, they are still helpful. Toxin cleansing pills are also quite valuable and are hard to refine. Unlike other pills, they need a special type of alchemical fire to produce, as these pills cannot have pill toxins of their own. Zhukang explained. After hearing Senior Zhukang's explanation, another question popped up in Lin Mu's mind. But Senior, if the toxin cleansing pills can be made to be free from pill toxins using the special alchemical fire, then can't the other pills too? Lin Mu questioned. Not always. In order to refine a pill of 0 impurities, the alchemist needs to be perfect and their skills need to reach the grandmaster level. Another aspect is that the toxin cleansing pill are made from spirit herbs that themselves have cleansing properties which help in the removal of toxin during the manufacturing process. Also, this is not just a single type of pill. The cleansing toxin pill they are talking about is likely the most basic version of it. There are multiple variants of the pill, and their generalized name is toxin cleansing pill. The actual name may differ depending on the world itself. Zhukang answered. Lin Mu inwardly nodded upon hearing Senior Zhukang's words and continued following behind Duan Qi. Jiang Wei was not coming along with them and had gone off in a different direction. Where's your grandfather going? Is he not coming with us? Lin Mu questioned. I don't know either, though I'm sure he'll join us later, Duan Qi answered. She took him to a different room that was 2 floors above the one that had the workshop. This room had a similar-looking door that opened automatically when they walked close enough to it. But when Lin Mu saw the inside of it, he was amazed. A second later, the aroma of herbs assailed his nose, and he felt entranced. That only lasted for an instant, though as Duan Qi waved her hand and the formation array in the room lit up. Lin Mu could actually see a mix of pink and green mist roiling in the room. What is this? Lin Mu muttered. That is the highly condensed qi of the alchemical pills. Such a scene is common in pill repositories. Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu took a few steps inside and could see the mist clear up. Once it was gone, he could finally see the rows and rows of shelves which had countless jars, vials, bottles, gourds, boxes, and pouches kept on it. Chapter 219. Getting the pills from Duan Qi. Duan Qi gestured with her hand again and pointed at the hundreds of containers that were on the shelves. Soon some of them started floating up and flew towards a table that was kept in the center of the room. Just as she was doing this, she halted for a moment and flicked her other hand, making a jade slip appear in it. She held it for a brief second and then stored it away again. Her brows furrowed for a few seconds after she put the jade slip away and sighed. She then gestured towards the shelves again, and even more containers started flying out and landing on the table. What is grandfather thinking? But he is right, too. We shouldn't take the chance to offend someone we know we can't resist. Duan Qi thought inwardly. At the side of the table, one could see a cauldron that was kept on a stand. Looking at the cauldron, Lin Mu could tell that it was not simple. He could also sense the spirit qi lingering on it, and then realized that it was actually an alchemical pill cauldron that was used for refining alchemical pills. The cauldron was bronze green in color and had 4 legs on it. It had 2 handles to its sides and a conical lid on the top of it. The overall design of the cauldron was rather simple, and there were no unique or eye-catching designs present on it. In fact, if Lin Mu had not known that it was an alchemical pill cauldron, then he would have just thought it to be a common cauldron that could be found in the flea markets of the northern town. That's not any simple cauldron either. It's a pill cauldron that can be used to refine high-grade alchemical pills. That cauldron is no less than a high-grade spirit tool itself. Zhukang informed Lin Mu. Lin Mu inwardly nodded, feeling enlightened at this. His attention was then pulled outward by the train of containers that kept on flying out from the shelves and landing on the table. The biggest place was taken up by 2 large wooden boxes that were rather plain-looking and took up around 60% of the surface of the table. In addition to this, there were some smaller bottles that came flying and settled to the side of the boxes. Some of these bottles were made out of glass and were transparent, while some were made out of some kind of an opaque material. Soon, the table was completely filled, and there was barely any space left on it. Finally, a green-tinted crystal vial landed at the very center of the table. While the vial was colored, Lin Mu could still make out what was kept inside it. It was a pill with spiral patterns on it. The 4 vessels restoration pill, Lin Mu inwardly thought. He had experienced the effects of the pill and knew how miraculous its effects were. He knew that they could be a big trump card in a fight if he ever got fatally injured. The pill was even able to supply him with a massive amount of spirit chi when he used it the last time. After no more items could be seen flying off from the shelves, Duan Qi walked forward and gestured Lin Mu to follow. She came to stand in front of the table and pointed at the 2 large boxes, and they opened up. As soon as they opened up, Lin Mu could feel the dense cloud of spirit chi rising from it. Lin Mu's eyes went wide as he saw the 2 boxes that were completely filled to the brim with plain white pills. Each of these pills was the size of a lychee and was perfectly round. Just from estimating their size and the size of the box itself, Lin Mu could estimate that there were easily hundreds of pills in each of the 2 boxes. These are the basic chi pills. They are of low grade, and there are 1,000 in each box for a total of 2,000 pills, Duan Qi informed. Lin Mu was awed at the sheer amount of the pills and was now excited for the future. Duan Qi then pointed at a group of glass bottles that also had white pills in them. These pills were familiar to Lin Mu, and he knew that they were lesser wound restoration pills, and the other white-colored pills that were larger in size were the internal replenishment pills. He had received these pills from Hong Luo before and thus knew about them. If Lin Mu had not seen them before and experienced their spiritual aura, he would not have been able to distinguish them from each other. Even the basic chi pills were plain white in color, making it hard for inexperienced people to differentiate. In addition to these, there were more pills. The most particular-looking ones were the 4 vessels restoration pill and another pill bottle which contained 2 yellow-green-colored pills. The pills had a clear differentiation of the 2 colors into half parts. "I think you should be able to tell some of these pills at least," Duan Qi spoke. Lin Mu nodded at her words and pointed at the ones he knew of and replied, "I know about these 3 types of pills." "All right, I tell you about the most important pills here first." Duan Qi spoke, and then pointed to the bottle that contained the 2 pills that were yellow-green in color. "There are the low-grade toxin cleansing pills that we were talking about before. These should be enough for you to use after using the basic chi pills. You should use 1 pill after you finish using up 1,000 basic chi pills. Each pill will be able to remove the pill toxins that are accumulated because of the basic chi pill." After explaining this, she pointed to 3 other bottles. Chapter 220, Historical Records. These are the higher versions of lesser wound restoration pills and internal replenishment pills that you know of. They are of mid-tier and have a stronger effect than their low-grade variants. Duan Qi continued. There were multiple bottles containing the same type of pills, thus Lin Mu understood that they were the same and were just stored that way for convenience. Seeing that Lin Mu had understood until this point, she pointed towards a gourd that was rather conspicuous. That gourd then flew to her hands, and she opened its cap, taking out a single pill from it. This pill was different than all other pills and was light brown in color with small yellow spots on it. Lin Mu touched it with his spirit sense and could feel a different type of chi hidden within it. This chi seemed strange to Lin Mu. He could feel a sense of heaviness from the pill, and it also seemed to exude a muddy aroma, as one would smell after rain. This is an earthen chi pill. When consumed, it releases earth elemental chi that can form an armor around your body, raising your defense. The defense provided by it is enough to protect against a single attack of a core condensation realm expert. There are 15 pills in here. Use them wisely. You can take a pill before a battle, and its effects will last for 12 hours or until the armor is broken. Duan Qi explained. Lin Mu's eyes went wide upon seeing this pill. He had not expected that he would be getting a pill like this either. He had not asked for it either, but was happy upon being given them. Originally, he was only intending to get the basic qi pills and some healing pill, but these earthen qi pills were a good addition too. I understand, thank you for them, Lin Mu replied in a grateful tone. Duan Qi then turned her hand in the air and a small pouch appeared. She passed this pouch to Lin Mu, who opened it to take a tool. It didn't even take him a second to recognize what was inside it, as he could feel the dense spirit qi rising from them. While we can't give you too many spirit stones, we can still spare some. In that pouch, there are about 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. You should save them and either use them for transactions with other cultivators, or if you are in a pinch, use them to replenish your spirit qi stores. Duan Qi spoke in a slightly concerned tone. Thank you for all of this. Lin Mu spoke and then started storing away all the containers of pills. A minute later, everything was stored, and the table was once again empty. Now then, we should go. Grandfather is waiting for us in the library. He has something for you, Duan Qi said before walking out of the door of the pill repository. Lin Mu too hurriedly followed behind her, and the door of the pill repository closed behind them. They went up the stairs from where they came and then walked back to the path of the meeting hall. But they did not stop there and instead took another set of stairs to go 2 floors up. Lin Mu now arrived in what looked like the biggest library he had ever seen. The library he had seen in the northern town, and Wu Lim City did not even come close to 1% of it. Surprisingly, Lin Mu could also feel spatial fluctuations in the room and soon understood why. The room is being expanded artificially using the expansion array. It is much bigger on the inside than it is supposed to be normally, Zhukang informed Lin Mu. With the help of the mysterious ring, Lin Mu could sense every part of the formation array. This was different than when he had to trace the formation arrays one by one before. This time it was as if they were showing themselves to him. The bookshelves were about 30 meters tall and looked gigantic compared to Lin Mu's height. He couldn't even see the top of the shelves. Lin Mu kept following behind Duan Qi, and they reached their intended location after 15 minutes. Seeing the amount of time it had taken them, to reach the location made Lin Mu get an estimation of the real size of the library. The library itself is probably larger than the entire courtyard. Lin Mu thought to himself, feeling awed. The two of them then spotted Jiang Wei, who was sitting at a desk and had a stack of books kept in front of him. He was staring at the two of them and seems to have been waiting for them intently. Took you long enough, now then come sit, Jiang Wei spoke up. The two of them then went ahead and took a seat across the table. What did you want to show me? Lin Mu questioned, feeling curious. I took out some books that may interest you. They have the history of the continent recorded in them and have more details than I can tell you. You can read them to get an idea of the more deeper intricacies. I think that you will need them in the future, Jiang Wei answered. Lin Mu's face lit up with joy. He was happy that he would get to learn more and was excited about it. He couldn't wait to get back to his house and cultivate. An idea suddenly popped up in Lin Mu's mind. I also wanted to ask if you have books having information about the descriptions of pills, spirit herbs, and spirit beasts, Lin Mu asked. Jiang Wei tilted his head in confusion upon hearing Lin Mu ask about something so simple. Yes, we do have them, but why do you need them? Your master should be more than knowledgeable to help you, he replied. Lin Mu didn't know how to reply to this, so he quickly made up a lie on the spot. My master only teaches me about cultivation and not much about other things. He's mostly busy and doesn't have time for mundane things such as this. Lin Mu lied through his teeth. Jiang Wei lightly tapped the desk in realization. I see. Of course, an expert of his standing has to spend his time wisely. All right, it's not a problem. I can give you those too. Jiang Wei spoke and then waved his hand in the air. Soon a small pile of books came flying towards them and settled on the table. Just from the thickness of the books, Lin Mu could tell that there was a lot of information stored in them. Just as Lin Mu was about to pick one of the books, Jiang Wei interrupted him. Oh, wait, I'll compile them together in a jade slip. That will make it easier for you to look up the information, Jiang Wei explained. Lin Mu didn't know how to respond, thus he just stayed silent. Jiang Wei meanwhile pulled out a greenish-white jade slip and held it to the books for a moment. Soon the jade slip started glowing and runes appeared in the air. Chapter 221, Leaving the Courtyard. The runes revolved around the books and then entered the jade slip. After they entered the jade slip, its color changed and it became completely green. The formation array that had lit up soon faded away and everything went to normal. Jiang Wei waved his hand, and the pile of books all went flying back to their respective places. He then picked up the jade slip and took out another jade slip from his spatial treasure. This jade slip was different in color, being azure blue. He tapped the green jade slip with the azure-colored jade slip and made it glow again. He then stored the azure one away while passing the green jade slip to Lin Mu. I reckon you know how to use a jade slip at least, Jiang Wei questioned in a teasing tone. Tell him yes, you can use it with your spirit sense. Zhukang spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Yes, I do know, Lin Mu affirmed. That's good, though you should bind the jade slip to yourself. We do not want the information in it leaking, and I also registered my own jade slip to it, so if you need to inform me about something you can, Jiang Wei added. Lin Mu nodded in response and took out his short sword before pricking his finger with it and dripping a little bit of his blood onto the jade slip. As soon as the blood touched the jade slip, it disappeared, and it was as if a connection appeared in Lin Mu's mind. While he could feel the jade slip's position, he actually could not use it without holding it in his hand and using spirit sense. The only thing the blood binding did was increase the security of the jade slip, making it so that only Lin Mu could use it. Lin Mu then stored the jade slip into the ring when Jiang Wei interrupted him. You shouldn't put communication jade slips into a spatial treasure, or they won't work when someone tries to contact you. Huh, but I can still feel it, Lin Mu replied without thinking. What, you can? Hold on, Jiang Wei spoke as he then held his jade slip for a moment before looking back at Lin Mu with a confused expression. That's strange, it does work. But how? It is probably because of the spatial storage treasure that your master gave you. Jiang Wei came to his own conclusion. Lin Mu just kept on looking and neither confirmed it nor denied it. He realized that he may have let it slip accidentally, but was lucky that Jiang Wei assumed on his own. A question then popped into Lin Mu's mind. He wondered what was the maximum range till which he could contact Jiang Wei. But before he could ask him that, Zhukang suddenly spoke up. Depending on the grade of the communication jade slip, its range may vary as they are also spirit tools. But the most common feature is that the range of its transmission depends on the spirit sense of the cultivator. For example, a cultivator that has an extremely long-ranged spirit sense will be able to multiply the transmission range of the communication jade slip, even if it is of a low grade. Similarly, if it's a higher grade jade slip, even if the cultivator has a short range of spirit sense, they will still be able to communicate up to long distances. In simple terms, the jade slip only helps to amplify the range, Zhukang explained. I understand now, Senior, Lin Mu thanked. Now then, what are you going to do now? Duan Qi asked, seeing that Lin Mu had been silent. Lin Mu snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Duan Qi before speaking. I want to go back to cultivating. I think I'll be in seclusion for a while. I want to be prepared for all that's to come in the future and don't want to be caught off guard, Lin Mu replied in a determined tone. Good, good. We need to make preparations of our own. But for now, we can't leave the courtyard. Still, if you want to talk to us, you can come to the courtyard. You've found a method to do so anyway, Jiang Wei said with a calm expression. A A troubled expression appeared on Lin Mu's face, which was noticed by both Jiang Wei and Duan Qi. "Go on, ask us, it's fine," Jiang Wei spoke up. "Why is it that you need to hide here in the courtyard?" Lin Mu questioned. Jiang Wei let out a sigh that seemed to have sorrow and pain hidden behind it. His expression also fell, and it was as if the memories of the past ran in his eyes. "I cannot tell you everything, but I'll tell you as much as I can." Jiang Wei spoke and took a deep breath. "My clan had always been defending against the northern tribes, and we contributed by providing weapons to the sects and the kingdoms. But a few decades ago we were betrayed, and our clan was wiped out, leaving only me and my granddaughter as the last remaining members," Jiang Wei revealed. Lin Mu was shocked by this and didn't know what to think of this knowledge. He couldn't imagine what it could be that would threaten even a cultivator that was at the Dao treading realm and make him hide all this time. Still, Lin Mu knew that he shouldn't probe more than this, and he could see that Jiang Wei was already uneasy with this and did not want to continue. "I understand. I will take my leave now," Lin Mu spoke in a straight tone. Jiang Wei nodded and spoke. "Go on, care will show you out." He then walked away without saying anything more. Once Jiang Wei was gone, Duan Qi let out a tired sigh. She then gestured for Lin Mu to follow her and guided him out of the mansion and into the courtyard. They came to stand in front of the small, rundown building that was at the opposite end of the courtyard. Chapter 222, Returning to Seclusion. This is the main entrance of the courtyard. It opens in the shop so you can enter and leave from there. Don't use the method you used to enter before. I do not want you to accidentally damage the formation arrays of the courtyard. Even though I'm not sure if you are capable of doing that, still this would be the safe choice," Duan Qi explained. Lin Mu nodded to show that he understood and entered the small building. Once they were inside there, he could see a lamp that was hanging from the roof, but the room was dark overall. The lamp was unlit and seemed to be filled with oil. Duan Qi walked up to the lamp and snapped her fingers. As soon as she did, the lamp lit up and the room changed to a different look. There was now a door on the opposite side of the room, and the door from where they had entered disappeared. "This is the method to use the gateway lamp. Light it to return to the shop and snuff it out to enter the courtyard," Duan Qi explained. They then took the sole door in the room and appeared in the dusty old shop. That was the Jiang Wei's emporium. "Goodbye." Lin Mu bid Duan Qi farewell before leaving the shop and heading out to the alley. But when he appeared in the alley, Lin Mu was greeted by a bright light shining on him. "It's already daytime," Lin Mu spoke as he looked up at the brightly lit sky. "Since the courtyard is separate from the main world, the time of the day in there can be set to whatever they want. According to my estimation, you spent about 6 hours there," Zhukang replied. Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement before continuing on the way. As soon as he left the alley, though, he felt the difference. It was as if the walls behind him merged and the alley disappeared. Taking a brief look at it, Lin Mu started walking towards his house. Along the way, he could see the people going about their daily life. Lin Mu unknowingly let out a sigh as he contemplated this. All these people live their lives while completely being in the blind about what happens in the world. I do not want to be like this ever again, Lin Mu thought to himself with determination. 15 minutes later, he reached his house and directly went to the bedroom to cultivate. Lin Mu now wanted to see what the difference will be if he uses the basic qi pills to cultivate. Wanting to test this out, he withdrew one of the boxes that had them and opened it to take a pill out from it. He looked at it for a moment before consuming it. Lin Mu had expected for there to be some kind of taste to it, but it was not so. Instead, the pill was rather bland in taste, as if it was water. A few seconds later, the pill melted in his mouth, and he swallowed it down to his stomach. When the liquefied pill finally reached his stomach, it started. Wisps of spirit qi were released from the liquid and started being absorbed by Lin Mu's body. Lin Mu quickly chanted the Severing Heart Sutra and guided these spirit qi wisps into his meridians, and from there into his danshan. Lin Mu's danshan was rapidly starting to fill up. He estimated that his speed of absorption of spirit qi from the basic qi pills was more than twice compared to when he cultivated normally. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Mu had finally absorbed all of the spirit chi that was contained within the basic chi pill. Lin Mu let out a breath as relaxed a bit. He observed his danshan and saw that it was now completely filled to the brim. That one basic chi pill was enough to replenish the depleted part of his danshan. He tried to calculate and came to the conclusion that he had obtained nearly 500 wisps of spirit chi from the pill. This is rather nice. Still, I do not know how much chi does a low-grade spirit stone give. I've used the defective mid-grade spirit stein before, but they already had a majority of their spirit chi depleted. I should check it. Lin Mu thought out loud. Still, to do this, Lin Mu would have to deplete a part of his spirit chi to make more space. Thus, that's exactly what he did. Lin Mu then started to further refine the spirit chi wisps into liquefied form. An hour passed, after which Lin Mu had depleted ever 2/3 of his entire danshan. And in exchange for that, he was able to obtain 3 drops of liquefied spirit chi. Lin Mu then pulled out the pouch that contained the spirit stones and took one of them from it before holding it in his hand and starting to absorb it. Unlike the basic chi pill, though, the speed of absorption was rapid, and a large amount of spirit chi rushed into his meridians. It wasn't as large as when he absorbed the mid-grade spirit stone, but it was still quite large. It didn't even take him 3 minutes before the spirit chi within the spirit stone was completely depleted and it crumbled into dust. Let's see how much spirit chi did I obtain from this, Lin Mu thought to himself before peering into his danshan. To his surprise, he actually obtained around 600 wisps of spirit chi from the spirit stone, which was slightly more than the basic chi pill. Senior, why is there a difference such as this? I thought they would have the same quantities of spirit chi, Lin Mu questioned. The amount of spirit chi in all spirit stones is never the same. There are always some differences. Some may have more while some may have less. But usually, a low-grade spirit stone is able to provide you with at least 400 wisps of spirit chi. Similarly, with the basic chi pill, some of them may have more or less spirit chi. Zhukang answered. I see, but then how much spirit chi does the other grade of spirit stones provide? Lin Mu questioned with curiosity. A mid-grade spirit stone is about 10 times more potent than the low-grade spirit stones, while a high-grade spirit stone is 100 times more potent than a mid-grade spirit stone, which makes it 1,000 times more potent than a low-grade spirit stone. Zhukang answered. Lin Mu had a slightly confused expression on his face as he compared the grades of the spirit stones, and then realized that Senior Zhukang had not spoken about the highest grade spirit stone that was the peak grade spirit stone. Then, Senior, what about peak grade spirit stones? How do they compare? He asked. The peak grade spirit stones are rather special. Unlike the other spirit stones, they do not provide you with spirit chi wisps. Instead, they directly provide you with liquefied spirit chi, which makes them incredibly rare. In fact, in a spirit stone mine, only 5% of all spirit stones are peak-grade spirit stones, while the high-grade ones are at 15%, mid-grade at 30%, and low-grade being the majority at 50%. Zhukang explained. Chapter 223, A Steady Pace. Lin Mu was astounded by this information. Just from this, he could imagine how rare peak-grade spirit stones were. He could not help but wonder how much liquefied spirit chi he would be able to obtain from a single peak-grade spirit stone. But just as he had this thought, Zhukang interrupted him. You shouldn't attempt to absorb spirit chi from a peak-grade spirit stone at your cultivation level. It is quite likely that your meridians would not be able to handle the influx of spirit chi and may get injured. You would have to be at the core condensation realm at the very least in order to be able to use them safely, Zhukang warned. I understand, Senior. Thank you for your advice, Lin Mu replied before returning to cultivating. A surprising thing to Lin Mu was that he was actually able to refine 3 drops of liquid spirit chi using the basic chi pills in just 1 hour, compared to when it took him around 10 hours to do the same without them. But another thing he noticed was that he was much more tired than normal. Seems like with the increased speed of refinement, I also have an increased rate of exhaustion. I need to pace myself, or there is a chance I may make a mistake while refining the spirit chi wisps to liquid form. Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu had already learned that focus was essential while refining the liquid spirit chi, as any mistake during that process could make the spirit chi go haywire and damage his meridians. In fact, whenever he failed in refining them, Lin Mu had to take a break in order to return his mental status to normal. Even with the help of the sutras, the exhaustion of the mind was not something Lin Mu could easily escape. Thus, keeping this in the mind, Lin Mu cultivated normally without putting too much effort into it and let his mind relax and restore. Another hour passed before Lin Mu opened his eyes and let out a breath. At least he knows his limits and does not rush mindlessly. Cultivating haphazardly will only lead to his foundation becoming unstable. Zhukang spoke inwardly with approval in his voice. After ensuring that he was feeling fine, Lin Mu took out another pill and ate it, letting it release the spirit chi in it. He had already obtained around 500 wisps of spirit chi by cultivating normally, and only needed one more basic chi pill to restore it to the maximum. Let's start again, Lin Mu uttered before beginning his refinement. Having learned his lesson from before, Lin Mu slowed his pace by an appropriate amount and focused on the entire process. By doing this, he was observing the points where he made mistakes and was also trying to find the solutions which would help him avoid making them again. Slowly but surely, he was improving in this manner. 2 hours passed before Lin Mu had depleted all of his spirit chi wisps, and in exchange had obtained 3 more drops of liquefied spirit chi. These 3 drops joined the other drops of liquefied spirit chi and continued to float around at the bottom of his danshan. Indeed, being steady is the way. Not only can I avoid mistakes, but I'm also able to pick up points where I can improve. Lin Mu spoke in a slightly joyful tone. And just as he thought this, his stomach grumbled with hunger, making him realize that he hadn't eaten for over 12 hours by now. He quickly finished his meal and set up more meat to cook while he assimilated the vital energy. Lin Mu now knew that it would be best if he always had meat ready for cooking before he cultivated, so that he would have it done by the time he finished his session. Quickly returning to his session, Lin Mu repeated the process until it was night time and the snow had started falling again. The window was half open, which allowed some snowflakes to drift in with the wind that was blowing. The snowflakes came and settled on his face, which made him snap out of his focus. He looked outside and realized that hours had passed by. I should eat and rest. I'll continue in the sleepscape. Lin Mu muttered to himself before having his dinner and swiftly falling asleep. Appearing in front of the spirit apple tree in the sleepscape, Lin Mu skillfully plucked 4 ripened spirit apples and stored them in the ring, before taking out a halberd to continue practicing the 1,000 armament blade scripture. Lin Mu had learned a lot from the battle with Duan Qi and was able to pick up on the flaws that he had. Though in the process, he had also destroyed the 7 weapons he had originally bought from Duan Qi. They were the first few weapons he had gotten and was thus feeling slightly sad. But the sadness soon faded away once he realized the gains he had gotten today. Lin Mu had been able to obtain 10 drops of liquefied spirit chi today. This was the largest amount he had obtained till now and had actually doubled his entire store of liquefied spirit chi, taking it to a total of 20 drops. Now that I know I can refine these many drops of liquefied spirit chi, I can resolutely use half of them for practicing the Lost Immortals technique, Lin Mu stated to himself. He continued practicing the 1,000 armament blade scripture until he felt like he had depleted half of his mental stamina. Let's see if there's a difference with the nameless technique or not, Lin Mu thought to himself before sitting down below the spirit apple tree. He then willed a drop of liquefied spirit chi to rise from his danshan and then merged it into the tissues of his stomach according to the instructions. Still, no effect could be seen from a single drop, the same as before. Again, he muttered. Another drop of liquefied spirit chi rose and merged with his stomach. He repeated this 5 times, after which he was left with 15 drops of liquefied spirit qi. Still no change. Perhaps I'll see the difference when I wake up, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Now feeling completely tired, Lin Mu decided to call it quits for today and faded away from the sleepscape. Chapter 224, Hai Wan's Frustration. Lin Mu woke up to an aching stomach in the morning and instinctively withdrew the cooked meat from the ring before devouring it. This time, he was able to maintain his sanity and did not make a mess like the last time. Seems like I need to wait a bit more before I can see any change in the nameless technique. For now, the hunger seems the same, although I haven't lost control over myself. Lin Mu spoke. This does seem like the better way. From the pace you are cultivating, you should be able to reach the peak of the late stage of the qi refining realm much earlier than expected. Maybe you would even have some success with the nameless technique, Zukong replied. Lin Mu hummed in response before starting his routine again. While Lin Mu was cultivating in seclusion, something else was happening in Wu Lim City. Hai Wan had arrived in the Wu Lim City a while back and had been staying at her lord's mansion. Not only was she keeping up with all the reports that the High Court got from all over the Shuang Kayan kingdom, but she was also managing the northern town. The investigations about the culprits had slowed to a turtle's pace, and no progress had been made for days now. This only made Hai Wan furrow her brows more as she read the report in her hand. No more disappearances have been reported in the northern town and the area around it. Neither have there been any more incidences in the entire county. Some of the mercenaries that had gone out to the northern forest finally returned and were expertly shocked after learning of all that had happened. Apparently, they had also sensed some of the strange changes that had happened in the forest with the beasts and had sent some messengers to their respective camps. But due to the distance being rather large and the winter being in full swing, it was taking them much longer to communicate. The beast corpses that were hunted by the mercenaries have also been steadily arriving at the Wu Lim city and were being taken by the mayor's people regularly. Still, we are in the dark about what the beast corpses were being used for. All of our attempts at finding out more about it had been stalled by the Lord as he did not want to rouse the mayor's suspicion. Hai Wan rolled the report and tied it back before storing it on a shelf. She sighed and rubbed her forehead in frustration and fatigue. What more can we do? All our attempts seem to be failing, and even the investigation into the abandoned warehouse turned out to be useless, Hai Wan thought. Knock tilde. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, someone knocked on the door of the room. It's me, leader, the voice behind the door called out. Come in, Hai Wan replied. The door of the room opened, and in walked a man whose face was hidden behind a featureless mask and was dressed in dark blue robes. The man came to stand in front of Hai Wan before cupping his hands in greeting. Speak, ordered Hai Wan. The Lord had asked for your presence at this moment. We also have some news about the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. The masked man spoke. All right, I'll be there in a minute. Hai Wan spoke before letting out another sigh. The masked man went away, and Hai Wan corrected her clothes before leaving the room as well. She walked to another room, which was the study of her lord. The lord was currently standing against a window and was staring out of it. He was tapping on the windowsill with his left hand, while he had a cup of tea in the other. Hai Wan gently opened the door of the study and walked to stand behind the lord in silence. She did not speak and patiently waited for her lord to be done with his thoughts. Her wait did not last long, as it seemed like the Lord was in a hurry today. Something is wrong with the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. The Lord spoke in a monotone voice. Hai Wan's eyes were raised behind her veil as she took these words in. Is it something to do with the mayor, or perhaps is it because of their task? Hai Wan speculated. Wu Hai did not respond immediately and thought for a few seconds before responding. I am thinking both. I want you to investigate into them more, perhaps even a banquet. Yes, a banquet will be good. Wu Hai spoke in a strange tone. I'll prepare the invitations right away. Should I set it up at the Qingbao restaurant, or perhaps somewhere else? Hai Wan immediately replied. Wu Hai hummed as he sipped his tea and rubbed his chin. He thought for a minute before responding. What was that place that the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect took a fancy to? Set the banquet there. Hire some courtesans to entertain them. Wu Hai spoke with a slight smile on his face. Fang Yin Pavilion would indeed be a good choice, my lord. I'll get to it right away. But should we invite a few more people? Just us and them being there would seem strange. Hai Wan answered. Do as you seem fit. I just want it ready as soon as possible. Wu Hai replied as he turned around. It will be done, Hai Wan replied before swiftly leaving the room. Once Hai Wan was gone from the room, Wu Hai went to sit at his desk. He put the cup down and poured himself another serving before drinking it all in a single gulp. It has gone cold. What a waste of good tea, he muttered before flipping his palm and making a jade slip appear in his hand. This jade slip was light yellow in color and was about the length of a palm. Wu Hai firmly grasped it in his palm before speaking. How are you, elder brother? Chapter 225, A Groggy Morning. While some events and meetings were happening in the Wu Lim city, Lin Mu himself was completely oblivious to it. He was peacefully cultivating in his house and was simply following the routine he had formed. Lin Mu would cultivate during the day, eat the beast meat, assimilate vital energy, cultivate till evening and then sleep. Even in sleep, he would train in the sleepscape, increasing his proficiency with the 1,000 armament blade scripture, and would then practice with the nameless technique of the lost immortal. Just like this, a month swiftly passed by and Lin Mu barely noticed. No one disturbed him during this period, and he simply stayed inside the house, not taking even a single step outside the courtyard. The neighborhood people had finally started to notice that he had disappeared for a long time, and some tried inquiring. But all of their attempts were blocked by Hai Ping, who would stand guard near the house every day and would just give the people excuses that Lin Mu had gone out or something else. The people were fine with it for a week before they started to get incredibly suspicious. The people in Lin Mu's neighborhood had already found out that he had become a cultivator a while ago, as some of them had seen him visiting the town center and interacting with Hai Wan and the other officials. Some people had even seen him display his strength, thus they now had respect for Lin Mu in their minds. This was also the reason why they thought that Hai Ping was assigned to the house. At first, even Hai Ping had tried to deny the fact that Lin Mu was a cultivator, but eventually when Hai Bao and the rest realized that the entire neighborhood knew about it, they decided to reveal it officially and said that Lin Mu now worked for them. This was done without the knowledge of Lin Mu, but Hai Bao and Hai Wan thought that this would help solve some unnecessary problems that would crop up in the future. The people from the neighborhood that knew Lin Mu since he was a kid felt slightly proud that someone from their neighborhood had become a venerated cultivator. Another thing was that they had already been paranoid because of the disappearances and were relieved that they had stopped. The way that Hai Ping acted by giving excuses was only making them think that perhaps Lin Mu had disappeared as well, and the truth was being hidden from them for some reason. Even the fear of the guards was not stopping them this time. It was as if the fear of an unknown threat was much greater to them than the threat of opposing authority. You can't stop us today. We are going to take a look inside ourselves, a man spoke. People, trust me. Lin Mu is currently resting in his house and is taking a rest after a tiring task. Hai Ping tried to convince by putting up his hands. While he himself was also a cultivator, he could not carelessly reveal his identity, as that may point to how he reached this level by being a common guard. This was also problematic, as it could lead to his identity as a member of the High Corps. Since he could not exert his strength, all he could do was try to speak to the people and hold them back that way. No, enough is enough. We have seen Lin Mu grow up since he was a child. We've known him for a long time. He won't mind it if we go meet him. An old woman spoke. Even more people voiced their opinion, and a person eventually managed to get by Hai Ping, who was blocking the people. Seeing that this person was about to knock on the door, Hai Ping became tense. He had known that Lin Mu was in seclusion and also knew how important it was that a cultivator is not disturbed during it. Even a small mistake could potentially be harmful and result in an injury. Thus, he definitely did not want anyone to even attempt to get close to Lin Mu's house, not to mention knock on the door. "Stop," Hai Ping shouted. But the man seemed to have ignored his words, as his hand had already extended towards the gate of the courtyard. But just as his hand was about to touch the gate, it opened by itself. The man froze in place, and so did the other people who had been causing ruckus this entire while. "What?" spoke a person standing behind the gate in a groggy voice. "Why is there a commotion so early in the morning?" he continued as he rubbed his eyes. "Lin Mu, you're alive, you're alive," the old lady spoke in a surprised tone. "Alive? Of course I'm alive, what would happen to me?" Lin Mu spoke as a yawn escaped his mouth. Hai Ping's eyes went wide as he came forward. He could see Lin Mu's expression and understood that he seemed to have awakened from sleep and was perhaps quite tired. He wondered if he had made a mistake by not using force with these people and whether he would get punished by his captain for this. He had been ordered to strictly not disturb Lin Mu unless explicitly told to do so. Thus he was even more tense. "See, Senior Lin Mu, I tried to stop them, but they just did not want to listen to me. Please forgive me," Hai Ping pleaded. Lin Mu, who was listening to the entire thing, was only feeling confused and wondered what was happening. "Wait, explain from the start, I'm confused," Lin Mu spoke. "It's like this," Hai Ping then went on to tell him everything. How he had been told to not disturb him and not to let others disturb him either. About how Lin Mu was lightly in seclusion and that it would be bad to interrupt him. Lin Mu listened to everything and let out a breath. These people. Chapter 226, Sick Lin Mu. A day ago, Lin Mu had a rather long cultivation session and had a small breakthrough in his practice with the 1,000 armament blade scripture. Even he had not expected something like this, thus he had spent the rest of the day practicing it in the backyard. He had practiced straight for 18 hours and had utterly exhausted himself. During this entire ordeal, he had not used even a single wisp of his spirit chi, and neither did he use the vital energy. All that he had done was done using the raw strength of his body. This had left him incredibly sore and tired such that, when his head hit the pillow, he did not even appear in the sleepscape, rather just falling into a deep, dreamless slumber. All these weeks no one had disturbed him, thus Lin Mu had gotten incredibly used to the solitary life. He had mostly forgotten about the people outside the courtyard and was fully focused on his training and cultivation. Thus, when he was rudely woken from his sleep because of a commotion that was happening outside, he was groggy, to say the least. In fact, now that he heard the story from Hai Ping, he was wondering when did his neighbors become so caring. While they had interactions over the years, the neighbors mostly kept to themselves after his parents' death, not bothering to talk with Lin Mu. On one part, this was due to them blaming Lin Mu for being an orphan, and they did not want him borrowing any money from them, although Lin Mu had never done that. Hypocrites, how typical of mortal humans, Zhukang scoffed in Lin Mu's mind. Lin Mu paid little attention to Senior Zhukang's words as he was still reeling from his sleepiness. He could feel that something strange was happening with his body, like it was sick. This was rather new for him, as he had not been sick ever since he became a cultivator. Perhaps it's just a side effect of training without the use of spirit chi and vital energy. Bah, I'll deal with these people first, Lin Mu thought to himself, feeling frustrated. All right, you all can see me now, right? I'm fine, you all can go back, I want to rest now. Lin Mu spoke up in a louder voice than before. This silenced most people, but some of them were still speaking a few things. Lin Mu did not mind them, as all he wanted to do now was rest. He thus turned to Hai Ping. I'll rest for a bit, please don't let them disturb me, Lin Mu ordered before closing the door of the courtyard. The people were now left standing in an awkward silence, as they now didn't know how to respond. You heard him, go off now. Senior Lin Mu does not want to be bothered. If anyone dares to disturb him anymore, they would be reported to the town head and be punished, Hai Ping warned. With the threat of punishment hanging over their heads and seeing that Lin Mu was indeed there, the people walked away, albeit reluctantly. It was almost as if they wanted more from Lin Mu, and they had now been restrained. Lin Mu let out a breath of fatigue as he laid down on his bed and closed his eyes. He had his hand on his forehead and was rubbing it to alleviate the headache that had now sprouted in his head. Unable to bear it anymore, Lin Mu decided to ask Senior Zukong. "Senior, what is happening to me? Why do I feel sick?" Lin Mu questioned. I do not exactly know. It could be because of the training you did yesterday, but this seems too extreme for that," Zukong replied. "I guess I'll just sleep for a bit and see how I feel later," Lin Mu spoke before turning on his side. A few minutes later, Lin Mu was deep in sleep, and the silence once again descended in the room. Zukong, though, was lost in his thoughts. Is it time for that? It should be. He is already close to the limit. He had already refined enough liquefied spirit qi. His body should be ready. Zukong spoke to himself. While Zukong had told Lin Mu otherwise, he actually knew what was happening to him, or rather had a good guess. In this entire month, Lin Mu had accumulated about 200 drops of liquefied spirit qi and had used up about 1/3 of the basic qi pills from one of the boxes. He actually refined more than double this amount of liquid spirit qi, but he had been using most of it in practicing the nameless technique of the lost immortal and had infused it into his stomach. If one were to look at Lin Mu's Danshan, they would see that it was slowly expanding. Before, Lin Mu had thought that he had the capacity of about 2,000 spirit qi wisps when he had originally started to cultivate. But later, he learned that he was simply mistaken due to his lack of experience and spirit sense. Later on, he learned from Senior Zukong that his Danshan was actually increasing in capacity and had reached the capacity to hold 1,500 spirit qi wisps. During the past month, his Danshan had gone through a rigorous exercise, having been filled and depleted over and over again. And not only that, but every day the amount of liquid spirit qi in his Danshan was also increasing, which exerted a certain kind of pressure on it. For most other cultivators, this pressure was normal and came with the growth of their cultivation. But unlike Lin Mu's Danshan, their Danshan would instead get tempered and harden, making it so that the liquid spirit qi would no longer affect its walls due to its pressure. But in Lin Mu's case, his Danshan was rather flexible, and now this very characteristic was showing its effect. His Danshan started to steadily expand under the effect of the pressure exerted by the liquid spirit qi, and fine cracks developed in its walls. Chapter 227, The Expanded Danshan. These cracks slowly grew bigger, but when they reached a critical value, a strong wave of energy would wash over it and mend it. This energy was none other than Lin Mu's vital energy, which had been saturated to a great extent within his body. This process of mending and repair lasted for many hours, during which Lin Mu was running a fever, and his body had turned red from the heat. Fine wisps of steam could even be seen rising from his body due to the cold temperature. The expansion of his Danshan continued on until when finally it had reached double its previous size. Lin Mu's Danshan was now large enough to contain 3,000 wisps of spirit qi within it. If other cultivators were to see it, they would be extremely shocked, as Lin Mu's capacity to store spirit qi was now 3 times that of an average cultivator. In fact, if he were to refine more spirit qi and fill it entirely with liquid spirit qi, his capacity would even contend against that of mid-stage core condensation realm cultivators. Even in the top 3 sects, there were barely any disciples whose capacity of Danshan in the qi refining realm reached 2,000 spirit qi wisps, not to mention 3,000. Even 1,500 wisps was considered a rarity in the top 10 sects. While it only seemed like Lin Mu's capacity was only 3 times that of a similar stage cultivator, it was not so. While it was only 3 times for now, it would be exponentially more when he reached a higher realm. Even 100 spirit qi wisp difference became a huge difference in the long run, as it only meant that, That much extra space was present for refinement and compression of spirit qi. The more spirit qi was refined and compressed, the more stable the foundation of a cultivator would be. Still, the reason why there were not many cultivators with higher capacity was not that they were not talented, but rather because even in the top sects, they would restrain its expansion, as it would only take that much longer for that disciple to reach the next realm. Another major problem was the injuries caused to the Danshan could be life-threatening, and there was a big chance that the cultivator would actually end up crippling themselves permanently if their Danshan was shattered due to the expansion. In a way, Lin Mu only survived it because of his abnormal body-tempering realm cultivation, due to which he had ample amounts of vital energy seething within his body. Most cultivators would abandon vital energy once they reached the qi refining realm and thought of it as an inferior to spirit qi. An entire day passed before Lin Mu's fever finally went down. His Danshan had stabilized and was no longer expanding. Even the drops of liquid spirit qi, which floated in individual droplets on the bottom of Lin Mu's Danshan, merged together forming a small pool. If one were to look at this pool and the wisps of spirit qi floating over it, they would think that it is a scene from an immortal painting. Inside Lin Mu's abdomen, something else was happening. A complex and obscure pattern appeared on his stomach. This pattern was the same pattern that had appeared when Lin Mu had first bound with the lost immortal's legacy treasure, which was the wooden slip. The obscure pattern flickered, and small runes started appearing from it. These runes were too small to be clearly observed, and it could not be perceived what they meant. All that could be seen was that they had some kind of a complex form. These runes spread all over the stomach and formed a net. The net had large size gaps and it did not seem proper. The obscure pattern flickered unstably, and a few more of those small runes appeared from it. These small runes too joined the net, making it slightly more denser. The obscure pattern flicked even more, but it could not produce any more of the small runes. The obscure pattern, as if running out of fuel, fizzled one last time before disappearing. The net formed from the small runes shrank and faded into the surface of Lin Mu's stomach. Just as the obscure pattern disappeared, Lin Mu opened his eyes. What? Heavens, not again, Lin Mu uttered painfully as the hunger attacked him like a beast. He quickly withdrew the meat from his ring and started eating it. Over the days, he had stored plenty of cooked meat in his ring, but even then it was steadily being depleted. Lin Mu had already known that his hunger was increasing more and more, thus he increased the amount of meat he cooked. It had come to the point where he had already finished half of all the beast corpses he had accumulated till now. Still, something was feeling strange to him. Usually, when he got the rush of hunger, it would immediately start being satiated once he started eating, but that was not happening right now. Lin Mu ignored it for a bit and continued eating, as he was more bothered by the pain for now. But after a few minutes, he had reached a point where he had already finished the entire beast, and yet there was not even 1% of reduction in his hunger. "Senior, something's wrong," Lin Mu shouted out in his mind. "I know, it seems like there have been a few changes in your body. Quickly check it with your spirit sense. Your Danshan probably expanded even more, and perhaps even the nameless technique of the lost immortal must have had some effect," Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu split his attention with some difficulty and used his sprite sense to observe his body while still continuing to eat. He had already withdrawn the second beast that was cooked beforehand and was already eating it. Lin Mu first observed his visceral organs and could not find anything different with them. He even looked at his stomach and scanned it closely, yet could not find any change. It's not my organs, so is it my Danshan?" Lin Mu thought as he peered deeper. Chapter 228, Strengthened Foundation. Lin Mu's spirit sense reached his Danshan, and it was then that he witnessed it. The sight was strangely beautiful, and he even stopped eating for a brief moment. It was as if he was looking at a beautiful painting, and he was the person in the painting that was sitting on the side of a pond. The shimmering pond of liquid spirit qi and faintly glowing wisps of spirit qi looked amazing to him. It was now that he noticed it. "My Danshan," It has, doubled in size. And what's this, even the drops of the liquid spirit qi have merged? This looks beautiful, Lin Mu muttered in his mind. While Lin Mu was witnessing this scene, Zhukang was doing the same through Lin Mu's mind. Indeed, it increased as I expected. He even managed to form the qi pool, that's good. His progress should be even more faster now. But this hunger, it is abnormal even when considering the nameless technique. Did his training finally push him over the limit, or is it something else? Zhukang thought. Only time will tell. Zhukang muttered to himself before looking towards the eternal altar that was in a calm state. Lin Mu had finally gathered his wits and drew his attention back from his dantian to focus on eating. In the time that he had spent observing his body, he had already finished another beast. But now, he could finally feel a reduction in his hunger. Lin Mu took labored breaths between each bite. This is too much. If it increases more, it would take me even more meat to satisfy the hunger. I just hope it doesn't flare up like this again for a while. Lin Mu thought to himself, feeling helpless. Lin Mu ended up finishing one more beast for a total of 4 beasts before he was able to stop. He could not move any more and simply laid down on the ground, surrounded by a pile of bones and scraps of the meat. He slowly blinked and looked around in the room. The room was now quite messy, to say the least, and it would take him quite a while to clean it again. How long is this going to take this time? Lin Mu spoke to himself as he waited for his strength to return to him. He closed his eyes and took a brief nap, and when he woke up, he was feeling energized. He felt like a river of energy was coursing through him, and an inexplicable sense of comfort filled him. The vital energy within his body thrummed in harmony, and similarly the spirit qi circulated within his meridians automatically. Tilde crack tilde. Tilde crack tilde. Tilde pop tilde. Tilde pop tilde. Lin Mu stood up, and the joints in his body crackled and pop. He could feel the strength that was coiled in his body. It was as if it was packed to the brim, yet there was still a desire for more. Lin Mu clenched his fist to test and immediately felt the difference. This increase, it almost double of my previous strength, Lin Mu said in a shocked tone. Seems like your body has finally started to acclimatize with the spirit qi in your body, Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu was confused upon hearing Senior Zhukang's words and was wondering what he meant, as he had not heard of anything such as this before from him. In fact, in all that he had learned about cultivation, he did not know of anything that was similar to this. What do you mean, Senior? Lin Mu questioned, feeling curious. What you are experiencing right now is nothing but your foundation getting deeper. You see, when a person cultivates, they accumulate spirit qi in their body, but even if they have large stores of it, they can't utilize it perfectly. This becomes even more apparent when there is a difference between the cultivation realms. Another great factor in this was your body tempering realm cultivation. You remember when I said that the body cultivation realm was important, right? This was the reason. While one can have spirit qi, they still need a strong vessel to be able to contain and control it. Reaching the 8th stage of the body tempering realm puts you at the very minimum requirement level that is needed to contain the spirit qi. The higher your cultivation gets, the more difficult it would be for your body to handle it. For cultivators who only cultivate spirit qi and not the vital energy, they need to spend much longer to stabilize their foundations and need an extensive amount of resources as well. While the time taken to do the same with body tempering realm cultivation is longer at the start, it results in a big difference later. Your body has harmonized with the spirit qi, and now you should be able to use a much larger amount at once without harming yourself. This was the reason I wanted you to continue with body tempering realm cultivation, Zhukang explained. After hearing Senior Zhukang's words, Lin Mu felt quite enlightened and grateful. He was lucky that he had met Senior Zhukang, or he would have probably gone on the wrong path and end up regretting it later. Or worse, he would have never even found out that he was wrong. As a great sage once said, knowing about a mistake and regretting it is better than never knowing you made a mistake at all. I am grateful for your guidance, Senior Zhukang, Lin Mu spoke in a content tone. Zukong hummed in response before continuing. Once you reach the peak of the body tempering realm, though, I have something that would help you go even further, much further than this world has seen. Lin Mu was curious about it, but decided that it would be best for him to wait patiently till Senior Zukong tells him himself. He now knew that Zukong had much more experience than anyone in this world, and his guidance was priceless. Chapter 229, A Nostalgic Encounter. Lin Mu sat down and tried to observe the status of his body now. He wanted to see what exact difference was there, now that his foundation had been strengthened. He chanted the Severing Heart Sutra so that his perception could be at its peak, and then used his spirit sense to observe his body. While he had seen it before when he was still eating, it was not as thorough as he was distressed by the pain of hunger and thus couldn't focus. But now that he was free from it and was feeling better than ever, he had no such restrictions. Lin Mu went from the top of his body and went all the way down. He observed his meridians, which seemed to have slightly increased in diameter and had even gotten a bit thicker. He then observed his stomach, which seemed to be looking the same as before, yet he had this innate feeling that something had changed. He finally came to his dantian and saw the same painting-like scene, except this time he wasn't as amazed. The spirit chi wisps were still floating around above the pond of liquid spirit chi, but from time to time, they would leave the dantian and enter the meridians on their own and circulate in his body before returning. He also observed that the number of wisps was actually increasing slowly, and this speed was much faster than his previous natural rate of recovery, which came as a surprise to him. Seems like having a strong foundation has way more hidden benefits than I thought, Lin Mu thought to himself. Having thought of this, he decided to return to his routine and left for the kitchen so that he could cook more meat. But when he reached there and was about to light the fire, he realized something. I'm out of wood. Guess I should go buy some, or I can just ask Hai Ping, I think. He did say that I can request him some things. Lin Mu muttered to himself. He thus left the kitchen and started walking towards the door of the courtyard. He opened the door and looked for Hai Ping, but did not see him there. Did he go somewhere else? Lin Mu thought before scanning the area with his spirit sense. Not here. Was he called by the High Court, perhaps? Lin Mu thought out loud. Taking a few more glances around, he reckoned that he would have to get it himself. Thus Lin Mu started walking in the direction of the market. While he still did have some cooked meat present in his ring, Lin Mu did not want to take any more chances with the nameless technique. He didn't know how much more could his hunger intensify, thus he wanted to be fully prepared. Besides, he had plenty of money with him right now. Lin Mu took a brisk walk and took in the sights of the town. He had been in seclusion for a rather long while, thus it was actually feeling a bit refreshing to him. This is kinda nice. Perhaps I should take a long walk, relax myself, and clear my mind. Lin Mu thought to himself. That would be a good idea. You should try out your techniques and skills now that your strength has increased. You should always have a good grasp on your capabilities and limits, Zukong advised. You're right, Senior. I'll do as you suggest, Lin Mu replied before reaching the town market. The market was relatively empty than usual as the winter was still in full effect, and it was currently snowing. Lin Mu himself wasn't even wearing any thick robes and was in his simple clothes. Before he could at least feel relatively cold, but now he felt no different from being in his house. His vital energy, which was fully contained within his body, was protected from the weather. Some of the people that were selling their wares were shivering with cold due to not having adequate clothing, while others were simply weak and had low body tempering realm cultivation. Lin Mu curiously did a scan of the entire market with his spirit sense and found out that out of the tens of people there, barely 4 reached the 5th stage of the body tempering realm. Most of the adults that he saw were at the 4th stage of the body tempering realm and below. Only the guards that were standing at the entrance of the streets and square had a cultivation that was at the 6th stage of the body tempering realm. Lin Mu quickly found a few people that were selling wood and bought it all. In fact, he bought all the stock that was available in the market currently. The people who were around looked at him with strange looks, and some of the sellers were even suspicious if he even had that much money. But once he showed them the coins, their attitude changed 360 degrees and they quickly accepted it. Lin Mu knew that he shouldn't store the wood in his ring here, thus he asked all of it to be delivered to his house, which they gladly accepted. Lin Mu spent about half a gold coin to buy the entire stock of the wood. This display of wealth also garnered some unsavory looks, but they went unnoticed by Lin Mu. Let's take a walk to the forest. I need to test my skills too, Lin Mu thought before changing his direction to the forest. But there were a couple of people following behind him. They stayed a fair distance away from him, thus Lin Mu did not notice them, and currently, his focus was on something else, making him lost in his thoughts. Lin Mu eventually reached the outskirts of the town and exited from the northern part. Just as he got a sufficient distance away from the town, his ears picked up something. They were footsteps. While he was in the town, he had not paid attention to it as there were many people around, but now even outside they were following him. This is nostalgic. Chapter 230, Insult. The men that were following Lin Mu were now in the range of his spirit sense, and he could see them. There were a total of 5 men behind him, though he was surprised as he found 2 of them to be rather familiar. These 2, aren't they the same men who chased me back when I sold the snow-veiled hair? Lin Mu spoke to himself in surprise. The men, having seen that Lin Mu had already noticed them, showed sly smiles on their faces with some that were more evil than others. But as they got close, they noticed that Lin Mu had not moved at all, and he didn't have a change of expression either. "Ha ha, seems like this kid has gone dumb from fear," one of the men spoke. "Of course he would be. Look at him, he's so scrawny and small we can snap him like a twig." Another man who was carrying a sword and was over 6 feet tall spoke in a demeaning tone. The 2 men who had once chased Lin Mu before finally realized who he was. It took them a little longer to recognize him, as his looks had slightly changed over the past few months. Although they were not widely different, they were still quite different for someone who had only seen him once. "You!" one of those 2 men yelled. "Brothers, this is that brat which made fools of us back then. He even made Big Brother look bad," the second man explained. "Ah, seems like we now have more business to settle than before." The man who seemed to be the leader of the 5 men spoke as he cracked his knuckles. "Brat, give us all your money and kowtow on the ground 100 times, and then maybe we will let you off." The final man who had a mouse-like looks spoke in a shrill voice. Lin Mu did not respond to their taunts and simply stared at them and their ridiculous display. "I didn't know there were mouse beastmen in this world," Zhukang spoke in an amused tone. Lin Mu immediately realized what Senior Zhukang was saying and chuckled in response. "Yes, Senior, he does look like a mouse. Perhaps he is indeed a beastman, we don't know." Lin Mu spoke out loud. A vein popped up on the man with the mouse-like face. "What did you say, brat? You dare insult this daddy? I'll teach you. There won't even be any bones left of you when we're done with you." The man with mouse-like face spoke. "Tilda ha tilde. Little brother, it seems like this kid's parents didn't teach him any manners." "What do we know? Perhaps his mother was a whore and didn't have time to teach him, being busy with other men." One of the men wearing a gray shirt insulted. He had an axe on his back and had a long scar extending from his left ear to his neck. Yes, his father must have been a weak eunuch seeing how scrawny he is," the leader of the men added. But as soon as these words were said, the environment of the area changed. While it was cold before, now it felt chilling. All of the men felt a chill passing through their bodies. They could also feel a malevolent aura that had suddenly appeared near them. They looked at its source simultaneously and saw Lin Mu standing there with a malevolent look on his face. His lips seemed to be moving and he was uttering something, but they could not hear anything. Tilde gulp tilde. The men could not help but gulp their saliva as an unknown fear washed over them. They could not tell why, but they knew the person in front of them was dangerous. Although logic told them that Lin Mu looked weak and young, their instincts were telling them something else entirely. The leader of the men forcefully grasped hold of himself and broke out of that strange spell. "What are you all doing standing? Get him," leader yelled. Tilda crack Tilda. The rest of the 4 men finally broke out of their stupor and were just about to move when they heard a sickening crunch. Tilda splatter Tilda. A wet, warm liquid splatted onto their faces and bodies as they turned to see someone standing beside them. The person who was previously in front of them was now just beside them. Lin Mu had his hand on the remnants of the head of the man who had insulted his mother. One of the men touched his face and looked at the warm liquid that had splattered on it. "Blood," the man spoke in a daze. The remaining 4 men were now stuck in a strange daze as they could not understand what had just happened. One moment they were standing here all fine, and Lin Mu was far ahead of them. But now he was near them, and their companion's head seemed to have been crushed. Lin Mu stayed in the same posture and turned his head to face the man who had insulted his father in an almost robotic manner. He had the same malevolent expression on his face, except this time it was dressed with the blood and brains. "You should not have said that," Lin Mu spoke in a cold tone. Hearing the voice of Lin Mu made the men feel as if flaming steel was being pressed upon their hearts. They tried to speak and move, but discovered that the fear had rooted them to the ground. No matter how much their mind tried, their body simply did not obey. With every passing second, Lin Mu's expression was getting more and more malevolent as veins popped up on his face and his eyes turned bloodshot. Vital energy and chi coursed through his body as every inch of his muscles filled with strength. It seemed as if his body had increased by 1 size, and the loose clothes he was wearing became stretched taut. Chapter 231, Bottom Line. Lin Mu let go of the now dead man and fully turned towards the man who had insulted his father. He clenched his fist and buried it in that man's chest. Tilda crack Tilda. Tilda crack Tilda. Tilda splatter Tilda. More blood splattered as a hole was smashed through that man's chest. The trees at the back could be seen, and the man's ribs now poked out of the new opening. Blood flowed endlessly from the man's chest as he fell to the ground with a loud thud. The remaining 3 men had finally been shaken from his daze as they instantly started running. "Demon," the mouse-like man yelled in fear as he ran ahead. "Monster, this is monster," another man uttered in disbelief. The leader of the men did not have the will to speak anything and was fully focused on running instead. He was at the back of the 2 men as he was the last person to start running. He had only gone a few meters ahead when he heard a sound. Tilda swish Tilda. A short sword flew out his side and impaled itself into the head of the man with the mouse-like face. But the short sword did not stop there and continued flying, taking the mouse-like man with it until it pierced into the head of the other man as well. The 2 men had now been sandwiched together with the short sword as a toothpick and collapsed on the ground. The leader's eyes went wide as he saw this and was suddenly stopped in place. He then felt a tight grasp on his neck, as if it was the claws of death itself. He found himself being lifted off the ground, and his legs kept on flailing in the air. "Mercy, mercy, please let go of me. Oh, great Lord, I made a mistake. It was those 2 who wanted to rob you and suggested this." The leader pleaded with tears and snot coming out of his mouth. He couldn't see Lin Mu behind him, as he had been grasped from the behind. Thus all he could do was plead in the air. "A mistake, certainly not, though you all will be useful. Perhaps you all would be a good sacrifice for pleasing the souls of my parents. May they find peace in the afterlife." Lin Mu spoke in a hoarse voice that was almost unrecognizable. Lin Mu tightened his grip as the man kept flailing and pleading, but soon he couldn't speak as his throat had been crushed. But that was only the start, as Lin Mu kept on exerting force until the man's head was forcefully severed from his body, leaving behind a mangled neck on the body as it fell to the ground. Lin Mu threw the head to the side forcefully, which made it slam into a rock and burst apart like a watermelon. Lin Mu looked at his handiwork with a cold look, and then raised his hands to take a look at them. "Even more mess," he muttered in a hoarse voice before it started to return to normal. His clothes that had been stretched taut became loose again, and the power coursing in his body calmed down as well. All this because I just wanted to go out for a relaxing walk, Lin Mu said in a frustrated tone. Good, good. The dignity of an immortal must not be challenged, the same way a dragon's reverse scale must not be touched. These men crossed your bottom line and deserved this, Zhukang praised in a slightly joyous tone. The rage that was clouding Lin Mu's mind had finally started dispelling as he felt the implications of his actions. A sense of guilt filled him for a moment before swiftly being banished by Senior Zhukang's words. What he was saying was right. These men had insulted his parents and thus perished. But the next thought that came to Lin Mu made him feel confused. The Burning Heart Sutra, it is different. I didn't even use it myself. It automatically came within my mind, and before I knew it, I was chanting it. Lin Mu muttered to himself. I'm afraid such is the power of the demonic path. Your will is not strong enough to fully control it, and thus it will take over when you truly get enraged. It will take you some time to get used to it and let your will get tempered. Still, you shouldn't use it carelessly. The aura of the demonic path is not something that should be revealed easily, Zhukang explained. Lin Mu silently listened to Senior Zhukang's words before nodding in agreement. While he was not physically tired the way he was when he first used the Burning Heart Sutra, he still felt the mental exhaustion from it. He could tell that the burden of using the Burning Heart Sutra was quite high in his mind. This strength, it was ill-suited for a task like this. It could have been easily accomplished without the power of the Burning Here Sutra. This was simply a waste of effort. Those men were not even cultivators. Lin Mu spoke in a self-explanatory tone. Lin Mu's mood had been fouled by this incident, and he no longer wished to continue. He didn't even bother cleaning it up and just decided to leave it to the High Corps. He thought that now that they were taking care of the law and order situation in the town, this work should be left up to them. Lin Mu did not notice this clearly, but his personality had gone under a new change. While it had already started changing back when he received the ordainment of the world's will, it had now progressed further. But Zhukang was not one to miss this, as he basked in this moment. He's finally experiencing the true reality of this universe. This is but the start. I'll have to guide him and make sure that it doesn't become too overwhelming for him, Zhukang stated to himself. Chapter 232, Clean Up. Lin Mu did not bother staying low-key anymore and sprinted all the way to the town's center. He now wanted nothing more than to return to his house and cultivate. He regretted that he even chose to go out and wondered if it would have been better if he had simply returned to his house from the very start after he bought the wood. The people along the way saw him running past them and were shocked, to say the least. Even the guards wanted to try to stop him, but his speed was not something that they could come close to. Before they could even react, Lin Mu had already run past them. Still, there were some guards who seemed to have recognized Lin Mu. The new town head's esteemed guest, Lin Mu, what happened to him? One of the guards who recognized Lin Mu spoke up. His companions and the residents who were nearby heard his words and were surprised. That's Senior Lin Mu, another guard questioned. As expected from the new town head's guest, his cultivation is unparalleled. One of the guards, who looked a little fat, spoke in a flattering tone. Still, one of the guards was able to see Lin Mu's troubled and frustrated expression while he was running. This guard was actually a member of the High Corps and had seen Lin Mu in person before and had also witnessed his might. All the High Corps members that had been assigned as guards were informed of Lin Mu beforehand and were told to report his actions back to High Bao. The guard, seeing this, immediately went towards the town center, but he saw that Lin Mu was heading towards there as well. He's going to the town center in such a hurry. Did something drastic happen? The guard questioned as he continued on. Lin Mu soon reached the town center and swiftly made his way up to the office. The guards at the entrance greeted him with cupped hands as he passed by and let him inside. Lin Mu saw that the door of the office was already opened and High Bao was sitting at the desk, while someone else was also sitting opposite to him. Lin Mu recognized him immediately, as he was none other than the supervisor Li Peng. Hai Bao looked up the moment Lin Mu walked in and noticed his expression. A bad feeling arose in his mind, and he gritted his teeth before letting out a sigh. "Supervisor Li Peng, I'll talk with you later. I have some more important matters to attend to." Hai Bao spoke. Li Peng heard his words and wanted to ask him why he was cutting his meeting short, but looking at his serious face made him think again. Hai Bao currently had a superior position than him and was also a cultivator. Hai Wan, who was the acting town head, had personally appointed him to manage the town while she was gone. Thus Li Peng did not question it further and directly stood up. He glanced at Lin Mu and was surprised. He also saw his expression and the gloomy aura that was radiating off of him. "Why is he here? Is it related to the culprits again?" he questioned internally before walking out. Once Li Peng left the room, Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and did a quick sweep of the area. His spirit sense also passed over Hai Bao, and he could feel it. As soon as it touched him, he felt a chill pass through his body, and for a moment there he felt fear. His spirit sense, it's incomparable to before, and what was that feeling? Killing intent? What has he done now? Hai Bao questioned himself. Once Lin Mu was satisfied that there was no one listening to them, and they had privacy, he narrated the incident from before and asked him to take care of the bodies. Tilda gulped Tilda. "As you wish. You can go rest now. I'll send some guards to clean it up," Hai Bao replied. "Thank you," Lin Mu spoke in a calm tone before leaving the office. Hai Bao's brows furrowed upon Lin Mu's departure, and he called out, "Guards." In a few seconds, 4 guards appeared in the room. All of them were members of the High Corps and were disguised as guards. "What is the problem, Captain?" one of them questioned. "Call a few men. We are going to go check out something. Oh, and also get some guards to look up these persons." Hai Bao answered and then described to them a few things. The guards' expressions changed to serious, and one of them swiftly left to carry out his task, while the others went out along with Hai Bao. Their destination was none other than the place where Lin Mu had killed the 5 men. Upon reaching the site of the massacre, the High Corps were shocked, and Hai Bao's expression turned displeased. "Clean it up, and not a single word of this to anyone else," Hai Bao ordered. "Yes, Captain," the men replied before getting to their tasks. "I need to report to the leader. Something may be wrong with Lin Mu," Hai Bao thought. Back in the town, Lin Mu had long since reached his house. He entered the courtyard and saw the wood that he had bought kept in the yard. There was plenty of wood there for him to last a few months, perhaps. He quickly stored it in his ring before entering his room. He glanced at the mess that was still there and got to cleaning it. A few minutes later, the room was clean, but the faint smell of meat was still lingering in the air. "At least it does not smell bad and is not a foul smell," Lin Mu said to himself before getting to cook more meat. Once everything was prepped and ready, he finally sat back down to cultivate. "Only cultivating will calm me down." Chapter 233, The Complications of Burning Heart Sutra. A day was passed in cultivation, as Lin Mu's mental state finally returned to normal. He had been chanting the calming Heart Sutra endlessly during this time, yet found that it was not being as effective as before. The demonic path is as domineering as always. It will take him longer to get used to it. Even though he also has the approval of the Buddhist path, he hasn't grasped the essence of it yet. While the demonic path is much easier to grasp, all it needs is rage, Zukang thought. Lin Mu opened his eyes and let out a breath. His face was tranquil, and no trace of the previous distress was seen on it. He had thoroughly been cleansed of his previous condition. "Senior, from what I've experienced yesterday, it seems like I need to use the Burning Heart Sutra and gain better control over it." Lin Mu spoke in a calm tone. "Oh, just as I thought of it. Yes, that is indeed what you should do. Once you get used to it and become familiar with that state, not only will you have better control over it, but you may even increase your strength by another fold," Zukang replied. "MMMHMM." Lin Mu hummed in response before a determined look appeared on his face. The words of the demonic figures appeared in his mind as he repeated after them. Ignite thy heart as a furnace. Let your rage fuel your strength and unleash rampage upon the worlds. Behold, the Burning Heart Sutra. Lin Mu's expression soon changed to a strained one as veins popped up on his face and his muscles grew taut. His eyes were closed, but underneath his eyelids, they had turned bloodshot as well. Upon reaching his state, his mind started to wander as he had no target to unleash his rage upon. This made his memories of the past came back to him, and the sorrow accompanied it. And along with this sorrow came unprecedented rage. Lin Mu clenched his fists in rage as he tried to control it. He stayed like that for 2 minutes before Zhukang called out. "Enough," he ordered. Lin Mu snapped out of his thoughts and stopped chanting the Burning Heart Sutra. His face and eyes went back to normal, and his body also relaxed. "This is much harder than when I killed those men," Lin Mu said with a tired voice. "Indeed, when one does not have a goal in mind, their will starts to waver. Right now you don't have a target on which you can focus this power on, thus it ends up targeting yourself," Zhukang said with a straight tone before continuing. You should use the Burning Heart Sutra once a day like this. But you need to reduce the time period. 30 seconds should be good for now. 2 minutes is clearly more straining on you. When you killed those men, you barely spent a minute in that state. This is a taxing technique. Better to be reserved with it for now." Lin Mu carefully pondered over Senior Zhukang's words and agreed with them. The stress that the technique put on him was certainly large. He didn't know if it could have harmful effects, thus it would only do him good to be prudent. "That does seem to be the better choice right now," Lin Mu agreed before standing up. He took a look outside the window and saw the cloudy sky and the swirling snow. Pub future ads. "The winter should be ending in a month now. Not much time left," Lin Mu muttered to himself. He sat back down to cultivate and returned to his routine, except this time another task had been added to it. The task being the daily usage of the Burning Heart Sutra. Days upon days passed as another month came to an end. Xiangwei City was a city that was well known in the Shuang-Qian Kingdom and was also known in other parts of the Great Zhou Empire. There were 2 reasons for it. One, it was one of the biggest cities of commerce and thousands of trades happened there every hour. The second being that it was home to a lot of big and prominent mercenary companies. The climate in the Xiangwei City was also completely different from that of Wu Lim City. While it was also cold here, it was not on the same level as that of the Wu Lim City, and there was no snow here either. The sky was also clear, and the sun shone brightly. At the south of the city, there existed the mercenary district. This was the place where most of the mercenary companies' bases were located. While the smaller mercenary companies had their head bases here, the bigger ones like the Ashen Cloak mercenaries had a smaller administrative base here. The bigger mercenary companies had their main bases located outside the city in special areas that had been allotted to them. This was an honor that was only reserved for the most powerful mercenary companies. Still, the mercenary district was the central hub of the mercenaries, as this was also where the office of the mercenary union was located. The building which housed it was rather large and took up around 10% of the entire mercenary district. This was a shocking thing for a single building to occupy such a large area. But it was a given, as the building had many different departments in it that performed different functions. Some dealt with the requests and commissions that they received. Some dealt with the legal aspects of the job. Some dealt with the goods that they obtained, while some parts functioned as a dorm for the mercenaries. Thought the most important part of the mercenary union was considered as the grand meeting room. This was where the most important meetings were convened and big decisions were taken. Currently, in this very room, a meeting was taking place. There were more than 100 seats in the room, and all of them were filled. Right now, a man was standing in the center of the room and was speaking to everyone. This man was none other than Teng Xiaolian. He was currently informing everyone about the events that had happened in the northern town and forest. Nobody knew, but this meeting was the start of the upheaval. Chapter 234, Mercenary Union. The people in the grand meeting hall were all in an uproar after hearing what Teng Xiaolian had just spoken. When the people had been informed that an important meeting was organized, they had not expected for it to be this serious. Most of the mercenary companies had sent their members out to the mission that was assigned by the mayor of the Wu Lim city. Thus they were quite enraged, to say the least. "This cannot go unanswered. The mayor must give us an explanation," one of the hundreds of mercenaries yelled. Yes, this has never happened before. Mayor Wu Zun's audacity is too much. How dare he blame the mercenaries without proof? Who knows, he may even have a part in this. Perhaps he does not want to keep up his side of the bargain, someone else said. The higher-ups of the mercenary company that were sitting at the front of the room seemed quite agitated by hits too. But they knew that they could not express their displeasure directly like this. It would only be detrimental to them in the long run. "Silence!" The old man who was sitting at the head of the room shouted as he slammed his fist onto the table. His voice was thunderous and spread around in the room, making the furniture shake. One could feel the power in the voice and could tell that it was amplified by qi. But to make things shake by mere voice meant only one thing. The old man in question was a nascent soul realm cultivator. All the mercenaries that were shouting immediately fell silent after seeing the old man spoke. Evidently, the old man had a very high positing and inspired fear in them. After silence descended in the room, the old man gazed at everyone with a hawk-like gaze. The weaker mercenaries could feel chills going down their spine just from the gaze and subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Only when the old man stopped looking did they relax, but even in this time, their backs had been covered with cold sweat. The old man then looked at Teng Xiaolian before speaking. "Teng Xiaolian, do you swear on your life and your honor as a mercenary that all you've said is true?" the old man questioned. "I swear on my life, my honor, and the souls of my fellow mercenaries that all I've said is the entire truth that I've experienced," Teng Xiaolian declared as he slammed his fist upon his chest. A sigh escaped the old man's lips as he too went silent for a bit. After thinking for a minute, he looked at the mercenaries gathered and the higher-ups of all the mercenary companies that were sitting at the front. "I've come to a decision. All the events that happened as Teng Xiaolian narrated will be reported to the sects. Since it is a matter of blood sacrifices, there may be unorthodox evil cultivators involved. This may go beyond our capacity to handle. Still, we don't know the full extent of this. Hence, I am ordering a total recall of all the mercenaries currently on missions. They are to report to the Union as soon as possible, and we will be doing a full-scale assessment," the old man declared. Surprised expressions appeared on the faces of all the higher-ups, and then their expressions turned serious. One of them, who was wearing a full set of armor, stood up and looked at the old man. The old man gestured with his eyes to let him speak. "Union head, but if we recall all our mercenaries, the backlash would be too great. Our reputation may fall greatly. How would we deal with that?" the man spoke. The old man, who was apparently the head of the mercenary union, contemplated for a second before gesturing for the man to sit down. "Do not worry about that," the union head spoke before flipping his palm and making a golden scroll appear in his hand. "I'll be using the royal decree for this. No one will dare question us for our actions, he added. The people were incredibly shocked after hearing the union head's words and knew how severely he was taking it. The royal decree was no small matter, and it had been bestowed upon the mercenary union by the king of the Shuang Kaiyan kingdom for their services over the years. The royal decree allowed them to request the king of anything as long as it was within certain limits. A request such as the one they were asking was certainly not a problem for the king, who could silence all the people who had commissioned the missions. Even the cultivation sects would have to take royal decree rather seriously, even if they did not come under their rule. Besides, some of the bigger mercenary companies had cultivation sects backing them anyway. There was no way they would take this loss of their members silently. And if the implications of the event are as they have been told so, then there will be no problem anyway, and the royal decree would not be needed. the Union head continued. The expressions of all of the mercenaries were visibly relaxed after hearing the Union head's decision, and they all nodded in acknowledgement. Now then, except for the higher-ups, all of you can leave, the Union head commanded. The mercenaries all stood up immediately and left the meeting hall, leaving the remaining people to discuss further. While leaving, 2 of the mercenaries from the crowd did not go to their respective bases, but rather they went to a building that looked like a pleasure pavilion. The 2 of them took different routes, thus did not meet each other, and did not know that they had come to the same place. One of the mercenaries went up to the receptionist that was sitting at the entrance and whispered something to her, after which another worker took him to a secret room. A similar thing happened with the other mercenary, and he was taken to a secret room as well. The Lord needs to know about this as soon as possible, one of the mercenaries muttered under his breath. Master needs to know immediately. They mercenaries have found out about us. The other mercenary inwardly spoke with distress. Chapter 235, A Nostalgic Visit. Lin Mu was sitting on his bed and was wearing a clean white robe. His face was currently filled with veins, yet looked to be relatively calm. His lips were silently moving, chanting the Burning Heart Sutra. He maintained this state for over 2 minutes before he finally stopped and let out a breath. Lin Mu opened his eyes that were now filled with tranquility. Finally, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Good, you finally gained a good grasp over the Burning Heart Sutra. Now you can at least maintain your state without stressing yourself, Zhukong praised. Lin Mu nodded before standing up and stretching his body. Over the past month, he had been following his new routine and had become more habituated to the Burning Heart Sutra. Unlike before when it ended up harming his mind when he didn't have a target to unleash it upon, Lin Mu could now bear with it with much fewer problems. This wasn't the only thing in which Lin Mu had progressed in this past month. His skill with the 1,000 armament blade scripture had also increased by another stage. By now, Lin Mu had already learned 10% of the weapons that were included in the 1,000 armament blade scripture. His cultivation, too, had greatly progressed, and he now had over 500 drops of liquid spirit qi, which put him at 1/3 of the way to the next stage of the qi refining realm. Once he reached the cumulative number of 1,500 wisps, Lin Mu would be said to have entered the peak stage of the qi refining realm. In this process, though the basic qi pills had helped him a lot, his rate of refinement had also increased, and now he could refine 15 drops of liquid spirit qi from the previous 10. This had increased his pace even more, though he still used half of them to practice the nameless technique of the lost immortal. In this past month, Lin Mu did not have a severe reaction as before. While his hunger did increase, it was a steady increase and not an abrupt one as he had experienced before. But this had also resulted in him finishing 1/4 of all the beast corpses that he had stored in the ring. Now he only had the final 1/4 of meat left, and Lin Mu knew that with his current increasing pace, it would barely last 2 weeks. I need to go hunt. Thankfully, the winter is at its last legs now, Lin Mu spoke as he looked outside the window. While it was still cold, there was no snow anymore. The people had started to come out more, and even some of the trees and plants had sprouted new leaves. Spring was just around the corner, and the worst part of the year was over. Lin Mu looked at the box of basic qi pills that was kept to his side and saw that there were much fewer pills left in it. He did a rough estimate and figured that only 1/3 of the pills were now left in it. So I now have a total of a little more than 1,300 basic qi pills left. This should last me at least 3 more months. Even if I consider the increase in my refinement speed, Lin Mu spoke to himself. He then closed the box and stored it in the ring before quickly finishing up his breakfast and leaving the room. Upon exiting the room, Lin Mu looked up at the clear sky and basked in the sunlight for a few seconds before letting out a breath of relief. This feels so much better, Lin Mu thought to himself before opening the door of the courtyard. Hai Ping immediately spotted him leaving and hurriedly went to greet him. He had already been informed of the incident from last month and was thus a bit tense. But now that Lin Mu was out of seclusion again, he wanted to check up on him. Last time he had been at the safe house when Lin Mu went out, thus had missed him. This time he wanted to make up for it. "Good morning, Senior Lin Mu. Seems like your seclusion went well." Hai Ping spoke. It was decent," Lin Mu acknowledged. "So you are leaving right now. May I ask where you are heading? I can help you if it's within my capabilities," Hai Ping asked. "I'm going out to hunt. No need for you to follow me, I want to be alone," Lin Mu answered in a calm tone. "As you wish, then. Farewell," Hai Ping greeted before letting Lin Mu go. While Lin Mu was heading towards the forest, Hai Ping was heading towards the town center to inform Hai Bao. Lin Mu subconsciously headed in the direction of the hunting shack and the apple tree. He reached there after 10 minutes and took a look around. The hunting shack had become more damaged over the winter, and the wood it was made from was now rotting. A few planks from its roof had also been broken from what seemed like wind and had gone to who knows where. Lin Mu then took a look at the apple tree and found it to be rather bare. It did not have many leaves left, and there were no apples on it anymore. Still, fine green sprouts could be seen, which showed that it would soon be rejuvenated. A sigh filled with nostalgia escaped Lin Mu's lips as he spoke. So much has happened, and even more has changed. He took one last look at the apple tree before leaving to head deeper into the forest. Now that it was nearing spring, the beasts should start returning. But that wasn't necessarily good for Lin Mu, as what he now required was spirit beasts and not normal beasts. Though he wouldn't mind if he got some normal beasts either, even if they were a drop in the ocean comrade to his appetite. But as Lin Mu was walking, he sensed something move. The memory from the last month came rushing back to him as he immediately turned to take a look. A beast, chapter 236, hunting again. As Lin Mu turned around, he could see the blurry silhouette of a small beast rushing into a bush. He was actually shocked by this, as the speed of the beast was still too high for Lin Mu to see it. He would have understood this in the past if he was at a lower cultivation stage, but he was relatively strong now and should not have had a problem. Lin Mu could not even sense that strong of spirit chi waves from the beast, and estimated for it to be at the early or mid-stage of the chi refining realm. "How is that beast so fast for its cultivation base?" Lin Mu spoke, feeling confused. He extended his spirit sense and did a scan of the area but couldn't find it anything nearby. Whatever the beast was, it had now run away. "Senior, do you have any idea of what kind of a beast it could be?" Lin Mu questioned. It is difficult to say. I do know of a few beasts that have great speed and agility, even at a low cultivation, but I doubt any of them could be found in a world like this. It's quite likely that it is a native beast of this world," Zhukang answered. "I see," Lin Mu muttered before checking the area that he suspected the beast had come from. Lin Mu blinked to the top of a tree and tried to look around but could not spot anything. Seems like the beast is good at hiding too, but considering its size, it shouldn't be that dangerous, Lin Mu thought to himself. From the size of the blurry silhouette that Lin Mu had seen, he could estimate that the beast came up to his knees and was less than a meter long. The beast also had a tail from what Lin Mu spotted at the end of the silhouette. "You can check the jade slip that you got from Jiang Wei. Perhaps you will be able to narrow down the choices," Zhukang suggested. "Ah yes, that would be good," Lin Mu replied before getting down from the tree. Now that the snow had mostly gone, the beasts had started coming out from the deeper parts of the forest. Lin Mu was able to spot plenty of them with his spirit sense, but did not bother killing them as it would not be worth it for him to spend any effort on hunting normal beasts, though Lin Mu would not mind if they were to come to attack him first. Lin Mu's main aim was to get spirit beasts, but they had also retreated to the depths of the forest now. Before, when Lin Mu came to the northern forest during winter in an area this deep, he had already encountered around 4 to 5 spirit beasts. But now he had not even seen one. Lin Mu kept on moving through the forest and continued on for another hour. Finally, he found something that would be worth his time. "A herd of ash-crowned deers, this is good," Lin Mu muttered, feeling delighted. Lin Mu had hunted ash-crowed deers a few times before during his journey to the culprit's cave, thus was familiar with them. But unlike before, when he only encountered one or two of them, there was an entire herd of them here. Ash-crowned deers were a common spirit beast that were found in the northern forest and had characteristic ash-colored horns that extended upwards looking like a crown. They were relatively docile and did not attack humans unless provoked, and usually stayed together in a herd that was around the size of 50 to 80 females and one male that was called the ash-crowned buck. Unlike the females, the ash-crowned buck was much larger in size and had bigger horns as well. It could run at a great speed and would impale anything that threatened it or its herd with its horns. In fact, Lin Mu could see the dried blood present on the horns of the beast, which implied that it had recently fought and perhaps killed another creature. Lin Mu spread his spirit sense and observed the cultivation of the nearest few deers and found them to be at the early stage of the qi refining realm. But Lin Mu did not attack right away. He waited as he wanted to make a plan first. Now that he had come across so many beasts, he wanted to hunt as many as possible. But if he attacked carelessly, it was likely that all of them would run away and the ash-crowned buck would attack him. While the ash-crowned buck wouldn't pose much of a challenge to Lin Mu, he did not want to waste extra time to chase the herd. Lin Mu circled around the grazing herd and eventually came close to the ash-crowned buck. He then sensed his cultivation base and found it to be at the peak stage of the qi refining realm. It's much stronger than the rest of them, though I should be able to handle it, Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu spent a few minutes thinking before he was able to devise a plan that would probably allow him to hunt at least 20 of them before the herd found out and ran away. Lin Mu blinked to the top of a tree and looked out for any ash-crowned deers that were slightly scattered from the herd. After finding one, Lin Mu blinked closer by going over the tree tops. Once the beast was in the range of blink, Lin Mu teleported next to it with his short sword drawn and stabbed into its neck before quickly storing the beast into the ring. In the very next second, he blinked back to the treetop. He then immediately looked around and saw that none of the beasts had detected him yet. Good, this should work, Lin Mu muttered to himself before finding his next target, Chapter 237, Bait and Kill. It didn't take him much longer before he spotted another ash-crowned deer that had wandered off from the herd and killed it immediately before storing it into the ring. He repeated the same thing over and over again till he had hunted 15 ash-crowned deers. It took him an hour to do this, and by now the ash-crowned deers in the head had discovered that their companions were missing. They would have been alerted if they smelled the scent of blood, but because of Lin Mu's strategy, no blood was actually spilled outside. The herd was now slightly alert, but did not seem to be much bothered. Lin Mu waited for a minute before seeing that everything was still normal. He resumed his hunt and killed 6 more ash-crowned deers when he was spotted. The herd made loud grunting noises as they all started running away. The ash-crowned buck also locked its gaze onto Lin Mu and had lowered his head, pointing his horns towards Lin Mu. Guess this is it, now no more plan, Lin Mu muttered before his short sword came floating in front of him. He then waved his hand in the air, and the short sword shot forward. The speed of the short sword was much faster than that of the ash-crowned deer, and was able to catch up with them rather easily. Tilde slash tilde tilde slash tilde. Tilde splatter tilde. Blood spilled on the grass as 8 ash-crowned deers were killed in one move. But before Lin Mu could attack again, the ash-crowned buck came charging at him. He immediately sensed it with his spirit sense and dodged it at the last moment by using blink. The ash-crowned buck stooped in its tracks and dragged its hooves across the ground, uprooting grass. Once it noticed, its enemy had disappeared. It turned around and let out a loud grunt before charging at Lin Mu again. This time Lin Mu blinked again, but only to the side of the ash-crowned buck before he withdrew a long spear and stabbed it into the ash-crowned buck. A pain-filled grunt was let out by the ash-crowned buck as the spear pierced from one side of its body to the other. It crashed on the ground due to the impact and struggled in pain. Lin Mu walked close to it and waved his hand in the air, making the short sword return to his hand. He then swiftly slashed the throat of the ash-crowned buck before storing it into the ring. Well, that went well. Lin Mu spoke before looking towards the other corpses of the ash-crowned deers that were lying on the other side. The rest of the herd had long since run away, and there was little chance of Lin Mu to catch up with them. But still, he had obtained around 30 beast carcasses, including the ash-crowned buck. This is good enough for one day. I need to test out my skills now, Lin Mu thought to himself before storing all of the carcasses in the ring. He then continued onward into the forest until he found a suitable place that was wide and open. But just as he was about to test out his skills, his stomach rumbled with hunger. Been a while since I did this. It'll be a fresh change, Lin Mu spoke to himself before withdrawing one of the ash-crowned deer carcasses and skinning it swiftly. Over the months, Lin Mu had already skinned hundreds of beasts and had now become rather good at it, and did not need much time for him to prepare them. His rising cultivation base also made it much easier for him to rip the pelt and break the bones. Once the meat was butchered, he set up a fire to cook the meat. Soon, a delicious aroma of roast venison spread out in the area. This, of course, ended up attracting some beasts, but they did not approach close, smelling the blood of the chi refining beast in the area. The blood which had been spilled out while skinning and butchering was acting as both a deterrent and a bait. If some spirit beasts do end up coming here, it would be much easier for me. I'll save time and kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Lin Mu thought to himself. He then sat under a tree and closed his eyes while waiting for the meat to cook. His spirit sense, though, was fully extended, and he was observing everything that was happening in the surroundings. Lin Mu's impromptu plan seemed to be working as a spirit beast, eventually came close, and reached the range of his spirit sense. There, Lin Mu muttered as he flicked his and towards the direction of the spirit beast. Tilde Xing tilde. Lin Mu's short sword short forward and instantly nailed a spirit beast that had gotten close to the tree next to it. Tilde gurgle tilde. Blood spilled from the beast's mouth as the short sword nailed in its throat made it unable to make a noise. Lin Mu opened his eyes and saw that the beast he had just killed was actually a razor maw ox. He was a bit surprised upon seeing it. Lin Mu had seen a razor maw ox before when he was in the body tempering realm, but that razor maw ox was a normal beast, while this one seemed to have reached the early stage of the chi refining realm. Lin Mu stood up and walked up to the now dead beast and pulled out his short sword. Is this the same one from back then? Lin Mu wondered as he took a close look. But even after a minute, Lin Mu could not find anything that could confirm his guess. It isn't uncommon for normal beasts to reach the chi refining realm naturally after a sufficient amount of time, Zhukang said, especially a strong beast like the razor maw ox, which can actually hunt a spirit beast even if it's at the body tempering realm, he added. Lin Mu hummed in response and stored the carcass in his ring before returning to his position, waiting for more beasts to take the bait. Chapter 238 Beast. Lin Mu didn't have to wait for much longer as a few more beasts turned up and intruded in his range, no longer being able to resist the allure of the meat. Lin Mu did not let go of this opportunity and killed each of them that came close. Using this method, he ended up killing a total of 6 spirit beasts before they stopped approaching, probably because of the smell of blood that was spreading around. Beasts would usually be attracted due to the smell of blood, but there was an exception to this rule. When there were too many different scents of blood mixed in an area, most beasts would then start to avoid it, while some of them would become outright afraid to go close. It was an instinctive fear built into their beings, as the scent of blood belonging to multiple beasts meant that a disaster was close by. For beasts, the thick scent of blood meant that many beasts were dead or injured. By now, the meat was cooked, and Lin Mu took it off the heat. He still let the fire burn as the climate was still a bit cold. Although Lin Mu wasn't affected by it, that didn't mean that he did not like the comfort of the warmth. Lin Mu had set up his temporary camp in a rather convenient manner. There was a tree to his back, the fire to his left, and the open area to his right. This way, he had a view of the entire area while he ate his food. Lin Mu was halfway through eating his food when he sensed something nearby in his peripheral vision. It was slightly far from his spirit sense, thus he couldn't exactly tell what it was but could still spot the bushes moving slightly. Lin Mu turned his head and curiously took a look while munching on the leg of a roasted ash-crowned deer. But when he focused on the area where he had seen the movement, it stopped moving. He still kept his gaze there for a bit as he wanted to confirm that whatever was there had gone away. 5 minutes later, there were still no movements, so he drew his gaze back. Probably a beast attracted by the scent of the meat that doesn't dare get close, Lin Mu thought to himself. A short while later, Lin Mu had finished the entire roasted beast and was now ready to continue his assimilation of vital energy. While he was assimilating the vital energy, the bushes slightly rustled once again, but Lin Mu did not pay attention to it. Right now, his entire focus was on assimilating all of the wisps of vital energy that were being released from the meat. The bushes kept on rustling until a small head popped up from it. The head only stayed visible for a second before it retreated back into the bush and disappeared. It was still too far for Lin Mu to sense it with his spirit sense, thus this went unnoticed to him. A few minutes later, another bush a short distance away rustled before the short head popped up again. Once again, the head only stayed there for a second before disappearing. Lin Mu was still focused on assimilating vital energy. This event happened a few times again, and each time the duration of the appearance increased slightly. As if emboldened by Lin Mu's inaction, the creature that was hidden in the bushes finally appeared. But this time, just as it appeared, Lin Mu finished assimilating the vital energy and opened his eyes. As soon as his eyes met the creature froze in place. Lin Mu could finally get a good look at the creature that had been playing hide and seek all this time. The creature had a small body that came up to Lin Mu's knees and was slightly less than a meter long, along with 4 legs. It had fluffy brown fur over its body and dark brown patterns that went down its back. The brown pattern came up to its head and formed an M shape on its forehead. The creature also had 2 brown ears that had fine fur over them that could independently move. Its tail was fluffy and had alternating bands of light and dark brown color that went all the way to the tip of its tail. It had 2 golden gray eyes that had pupils in the shape of vertical slits. Finally, on its mouth were a pair of whiskers and 2 small fangs that protruded from the edge of its mouth. A cat, Lin Mu muttered upon seeing the beast. The beast, having realized that the person in front of it had seen it, suddenly reacted, and as if it were a flash, disappeared in a blur. How fast is that? Lin Mu spoke in a shocked tone. He stood up and went towards the direction the beast had run away, but he could not spot the beast anywhere nearby. Returning back to the temporary camp, he sat down and thought about it. "Senior, did you see that?" Lin Mu asked. "I did, and I think I know what beast that is," Zhukang answered. "You do?" Lin Mu questioned as his eyes went wide in curiosity. "Indeed, I do not know if the beast has the same name in this world, but it is called as a brown, shrubby forest cat. It is one of the faster beasts in the Qi refining realm, and its speed can even exceed the speed of a core condensation realm beasts. But on the other hand, its overall strength is weak, and it's a rather timid beast. Brown shrubby forest cats are rather docile compared to other beasts, though. Unlike other feline-type beasts that are complete carnivores, brown shrubby forest cats are omnivores who eat whatever they get. Also, because of this, they rarely attack humans and will prefer to run if they are attacked," Zhukang explained. Lin Mu intently listened to Senior Zhukang's explanation, and then pulled out the jade slip to see if it had any more information in it. Chapter 239, Brown Shrubby Forest Cat. Lin Mu held the jade slip and let his spirit sense interact with it. Upon touching the jade slip with his spirit sense, Lin Mu felt as if a book had appeared in his mind. He thought of opening it, and it automatically opened in front of him. But upon its opening, he could see nothing on it as the pages were blank. "Where's the information about beasts?" Lin Mu thought, feeling confused. And just as he thought about beasts, the pages flipped once again and words started appearing on them. Lin Mu read them and found that they were talking about some beasts, and the information was rather organized according to the beast's characteristics. Lin Mu could guess how the book worked from his previous experiment, and thus wanted to see if it would be effective or not. Now that he knew the characteristics of the beast, he was able to find the information rather easily by sorting it out properly while searching it in the jade slip. As long as Lin Mu thought about the appearance of the beast, along with its characteristics, it would appear in his mind. He searched, and eventually, the book opened to a pair of pages that showed the information he needed for now. So it is called brown shrubby forest cats here as well. Let's see, high speed, brown fur, early to peak stage chi refining realm cultivation and a timid nature. All right, this checks out. Lin Mu spoke to himself in his mind. Returning his focus to the real world, Lin Mu stored the jade slip away. Seems like you were right, Senior Zukong. Lin Mu spoke in an appreciative tone. I didn't expect there to be a brown shrubby forest cat here, though. Also, another thing I find unusual is their number. The brown shrubby forest cats usually travel in pairs of 2 to 4 and keep each other company while they hunt. They are able to coordinate with watch other to corner and hunt their prey. And if they are being hunted down, they can use this very technique along with their speed to escape the conflict. By splitting up at the last moment, they divert the attention of the predator and they manage to escape. The brown shrubby forest cat that we saw was solitary, so that is certainly unusual, Zukong explained to Lin Mu. Lin Mu fully listened to his words and made sure that he had the intent to learn properly. Strangely enough, while Lin Mu was interested in the beast, he did not feel like hunting it. In reality, he just felt curious about it and wanted to know more about it. Also, now that he thought about it, compared to the other beasts he had seen until now, this beast seemed to be the most gentle-looking and even looked a bit cute. Still, a few minutes later, Lin Mu was done with his thoughts and was about to get ready to test his skills. But just as he was about to stand up, he felt the bush rustle in the distance. He then saw a small head pop in from the bush and gaze at him for a moment before disappearing. It's back, Lin Mu muttered to himself but did not move. Let's see what it wants, actually seeing that it's coming here even after the meat is finished, Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu had already stored the bones that were remaining from the ash-crowned buck. Thus there really wasn't much that would attract a beast here, not to mention the blood scent of multiple kinds of beasts was still lingering in the area, making them avoid it. Lin Mu kept on sitting in the same position and saw the small head pop in through another bush. The beast repeated the same thing as before and withdrew its head back once it saw that Lin Mu noticed it. The beast kept on repeating this procedure, or rather a game of hide and seek multiple times. Lin Mu would keep his eye on the beast and would focus on the sound it would make as it moved through the bushes and the grass. This was actually working as a certain kind of training for Lin Mu, as he had never seen any beast that was so fast. It had been more than 20 times before the brown shrubby forest cat finally stopped its probing and actually developed a bit of courage and walked ahead. It first put one of its paws out and peeked before putting another one out. Seeing that Lin Mu was not attacking it and was peacefully sitting in his positing, the brown shrubby forest cat fully showed itself as it left the bush. Lin Mu could once again get a clear look at the beast, and only one thought appeared in his mind. Cute, he thought. The brown shrubby forest cat lightly growled as it tilted its neck while looking at Lin Mu. It then slowly started approaching Lin Mu and finally came close to him. But upon getting in a 3-meter distance of him, it stopped and changed its focus, looking at something else. What's it looking at? Lin Mu wondered as he followed the gaze of the beast. It ended up pointing him to the fire that had now died down and only had some smoldering coals and partially burned sticks left. It was still radiating heat, thus it felt comfortable. It wants to stay in the warmth, it seems, Lin Mu thought. But his conclusions soon turned out to be false, as the beast did something he had not expected. The brown shrubby forest cat walked to the fire and lowered its head, trying to pick up a half-burnt stick. The stick was cooled on the other end, and thus was no problem for it to pick up even though the other end was still red and slowly burning. The brown shrubby forest cat turned around and started running away at a blinding speed. Before Lin Mu could think of anything, it had disappeared in the distance. What was that? Chapter 240, Testing the Boulder Collapsing Fisteye. Lin Mu had imagined a lot of possibilities upon seeing the beast approach him, but that beast taking a burning stick was not one of those possibilities. He couldn't even begin to think for reasons behind that, as the confusion plaguing him was rather complex. Why? Was the main question hanging in his brain. This is rather peculiar, Zhukang chimed in. Isn't it, Senior? What would a spirit beast need with a burning stick? Lin Mu questioned. I have no idea. Well, I do, but they are likely to be false and would be far-fetched, Zhukang replied. It is a mystery. Unless we see that beast again, I don't think we can determine the reason for it. Lin Mu spoke with slight disappointment. Having spoken his mind, Lin Mu pushed the thoughts to the back of his mind and focused on what needed to be done, the second reason why he had come to the forest. He was here to test out his skills now that his strength had increased and his foundation had become more deep. Not to mention, Lin Mu had not tested or even used some of his skills for a while, the main one being the boulder collapsing fist. Lin Mu had not used it ever since he used it to kill the former vice captain Hansu before, though it was more because he had not gotten an opportunity to do it after that. Lin Mu had known very well that the boulder collapsing fist was a rather exhaustive skill and would drain all if not most of his vital energy and spirit chi. Although he could still control the amount of resources used up to a certain extent, it was still difficult to do so in a life-threatening moment. Another thing was the recoil of the boulder collapsing fist. Using it even once would render Lin Mu's hand numb for a while and would make it difficult for him to use it in the best case. In the worst case, he would instead be severely injured. Start with the basics. Use your vital energy for the boulder collapsing fist, Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu nodded his head before entering the stance for it and initiated the breathing technique that was needed for the technique. He performed its routine and felt the vital energy within his body getting agitated. At first, all of it was moving and entering his arms, but he then focused and limited the amount that entered them to less than 5%. Unlike before, Lin Mu had no difficulty in doing this, as the vital energy within his body was quite harmonized and listened to his will. Soon a clockwise spiral of vital energy was formed in his right hand, and an anti-clockwise one was formed in his left arm. Having completed the routine, Lin Mu focused on the air in front of him and punched out, releasing the energy that had been building in his arm. Boulder collapsing fist. In that moment, Lin Mu could see an almost physical outline of his arm extending forward in the air. Sensing this new change, Lin Mu immediately focused on it and extended his spirit sense to observe it. But alas, it was far too fast for him to respond. Tilde whoosh tilde. The effect of the technique continued outward and caused a gale to whip up. The gale went straight and shook the leaves of the trees in the distance. Some of the leaves detached and flew away with the wind. It seemed as if other than that, nothing much happened. But that was exactly the case. This time, the distance between Lin Mu and the trees was about 20 meters, and yet the wind created by his attack was still strong enough to make the leaves fall. Another big thing was that Lin Mu had used only 5% of his vital energy in that attack, unlike a large amount before. This is certainly strong, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Indeed, if it can cause such an effect even at a long distance such as this, then the technique is quite strong. Not to mention it's not supposed to be a long-distance technique, it's a close combat technique, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement and decided to try the technique again, but this time with a greater energy output. He entered the stance again and directed his vital energy to form the spirals, but this time he used 10%. Once the vital energy spiral was stable, he punched forward, letting the energy fly forth. Tilde whoosh tilde. The fist outline was seen once again, and this time Lin Mu was ready with his spirit sense. He observed it the moment it was formed and sensed the changes in it. He could see that once the fist outline was formed, it stayed in shape for a brief instant before breaking down into a spiral of energy that kept on moving forward. But that was all Lin Mu could perceive before the spiral dissipated and turned into a gale. The wind this time was strong enough to make the branches of the trees in front of him shake and more leaves to fall. I'm starting to understand the technique a bit more. Zhukang suddenly spoke. Oh, you are senior, Lin Mu questioned with interest. Yes, use it again with more vital energy and see its effect. It should be more clear this time, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu hummed in response before repeating the technique and increasing the output to 20%. Boulder collapsing fist. Tilde whoosh tilde. Lin Mu's spirit sense followed behind the fist outline and the spiral and could sense them quite clearly this time. The spiral was clear at the start, and Lin Mu could see it churning upon itself before it could no longer stay stable and dissipated. Tilde crack tilde. A small branch from the tree broke and fell, while the top of the tree shook and the leaves flew away. It is a rather straightforward method of using energy, Zhukang commented. Can you tell me more about it, senior? We still have to test it out with spirit qi and finally the combination of spirit qi and vital energy. Lin Mu spoke up. Of course, but before that, how does your arm feel? Zhukang asked with concern. Chapter 240, Testing the Boulder Collapsing Fisteye. Lin Mu had imagined a lot of possibilities upon seeing the beast approach him, but that beast taking a burning stick was not one of those possibilities. He couldn't even begin to think for reasons behind that, as the confusion plaguing him was rather complex. Why? Was the main question hanging in his brain. This is rather peculiar, Zhukang chimed in. Isn't it, senior? What would a spirit beast need with a burning stick? Lin Mu questioned. I have no idea. Well, I do, but they are likely to be false and would be far-fetched, Zhukang replied. It is a mystery. Unless we see that beast again, I don't think we can determine the reason for it. Lin Mu spoke with slight disappointment. Having spoken his mind, Lin Mu pushed the thoughts to the back of his mind and focused on what needed to be done, the second reason why he had come to the forest. He was here to test out his skills now that his strength had increased and his foundation had become more deep. Not to mention, Lin Mu had not tested or even used some of his skills for a while, the main one being the boulder collapsing fist. Lin Mu had not used it ever since he used it to kill the former vice captain Hansu before, though it was more because he had not gotten an opportunity to do it after that. Lin Mu had known very well that the boulder collapsing fist was a rather exhaustive skill and would drain all if not most of his vital energy and spirit qi. Although he could still control the amount of resources used up to a certain extent, it was still difficult to do so in a life-threatening moment. Another thing was the recoil of the boulder collapsing fist. Using it even once would render Lin Mu's hand numb for a while and would make it difficult for him to use it in the best case. In the worst case, he would instead be severely injured. Start with the basics. Use your vital energy for the boulder collapsing fist, Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu nodded his head before entering the stance for it and initiated the breathing technique that was needed for the technique. He performed its routine and felt the vital energy within his body getting agitated. At first, all of it was moving and entering his arms, but he then focused and limited the amount that entered them to less than 5%. Unlike before, Lin Mu had no difficulty in doing this, as the vital energy within his body was quite harmonized and listened to his will. Soon a clockwise spiral of vital energy was formed in his right hand, and an anti-clockwise one was formed in his left arm. Having completed the routine, Lin Mu focused on the air in front of him and punched out, releasing the energy that had been building in his arm. Boulder collapsing fist. In that moment, Lin Mu could see an almost physical outline of his arm extending forward in the air. Sensing this new change, Lin Mu immediately focused on it and extended his spirit sense to observe it. But alas, it was far too fast for him to respond. Tilde whoosh tilde. The effect of the technique continued outward and caused a gale to whip up. The gale went straight and shook the leaves of the trees in the distance. Some of the leaves detached and flew away with the wind. It seemed as if other than that, nothing much happened. But that was exactly the case. This time, the distance between Lin Mu and the trees was about 20 meters, and yet the wind created by his attack was still strong enough to make the leaves fall. Another big thing was that Lin Mu had used only 5% of his vital energy in that attack, unlike a large amount before. This is certainly strong, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Indeed, if it can cause such an effect even at a long distance such as this, then the technique is quite strong. Not to mention it's not supposed to be a long-distance technique, it's a close combat technique, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement and decided to try the technique again, but this time with a greater energy output. He entered the stance again and directed his vital energy to form the spirals, but this time he used 10%. Once the vital energy spiral was stable, he punched forward, letting the energy fly forth. Tilde whoosh tilde. The fist outline was seen once again, and this time Lin Mu was ready with his spirit sense. He observed it the moment it was formed and sensed the changes in it. He could see that once the fist outline was formed, it stayed in shape for a brief instant before breaking down into a spiral of energy that kept on moving forward. But that was all Lin Mu could perceive before the spiral dissipated and turned into a gale. The wind this time was strong enough to make the branches of the trees in front of him shake and more leaves to fall. I'm starting to understand the technique a bit more. Zhukang suddenly spoke. Oh, you are senior, Lin Mu questioned with interest. Yes, use it again with more vital energy and see its effect. It should be more clear this time, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu hummed in response before repeating the technique and increasing the output to 20%. Boulder collapsing fist. Tilde whoosh tilde. Lin Mu's spirit sense followed behind the fist outline and the spiral, and could sense them quite clearly this time. The spiral was clear at the start, and Lin Mu could see it churning upon itself, before it could no longer stay stable and dissipated. Tilde crack tilde. A small branch from the tree broke and fell, while the top of the tree shook, and the leaves flew away. It is a rather straightforward method of using energy, Zhukang commented. Can you tell me more about it, senior? We still have to test it out with spirit chi, and finally the combination of spirit chi and vital energy. Lin Mu spoke up. Of course, but before that, how does your arm feel? Zhukang asked with concern. Chapter 241, Testing the Boulder Collapsing Fist II. Lin Mu looked at his hand and clenched and unclenched his fist. There didn't seem to be any difference from before, and it seemed to be the same as usual. It is normal. I'm not feeling any strain or pain in my arm, Lin Mu replied. That's good. That means your body is now strong enough to bear it, Zhukang spoke. Back to the technique then, Lin Mu muttered before entering the stance again. Lin Mu sensed the spirit chi within his dantian, flowing into his meridians as soon as he initiated the technique. The speed was actually faster than with vital energy, and the spirit chi wisps quickly entered his arms. But at this moment, Lin Mu was in for a shock as the spirit chi wisps that had entered his arm did not stay in the form of wisps. Instead, they started swirling together and collided into each other over and over until they merged together. The merging process was quite fast, and soon enough, the spirit chi wisps had condensed into the liquefied form. Now, instead of 50 wisps of spirit chi, there was a drop of liquid spirit chi in his arm. What? Lin Mu uttered with shock and lost his concentration. But because of this, his control over the technique wavered, and the drop of liquid spirit chi that had formed dissipated, turning back into wisps. Ouch, Lin Mu yelped. It was as if someone had pinched his arm quite hard, and it had become tensed for a moment. Still, a second later the pain faded away and his arm returned to normal. Oh, this is interesting, Zhukang spoke with an elated tone. Lin Mu used his spirit sense and checked his arm to ensure that it was fine. He checked the muscles and meridians of his arm and found them to be the same as before. No damage had been caused to them because of his mistake. "What do you mean, Senior?" Lin Mu questioned. "Looks like the centripetal force that the technique generates is strong enough that it can condense the spirit chi wisps into a liquid form. This is rather unique, and I have seen few other techniques that can replicate this effect. I have to say, the creator of this technique used a rather ingenious method to extract more power from a cultivator than should be usually possible. Though the drawbacks of this technique are rather obvious, you need a strong body to be able to use this technique without any injury," Zhukang explained. Lin Mu intently listened to Senior Zhukang's explanation and absorbed all of it. He started contemplating on it and was made to snap out of his thoughts by Senior Zhukang when he spoke up. "Can you bring out the booklet of the boulder collapsing fist for me to see?" Zhukang asked. "Ah, yes, Senior," Lin Mu hurriedly replied before withdrawing the book from the ring. Zhukang saw the tattered state of the booklet and then read the contents. His attention was pulled towards the part where it said that there were no minimum requirements needed for one to practice the technique. This is rather unusual. The technique is written in the common tongue rather than Tao script. This shouldn't happen unless..." Zhukang spoke and trailed off. Lin Mu waited for 5 minutes for Zhukang to speak, but received no answer. Senior," Lin Mu spoke up. "I can't come to a conclusion fully. I need you to use the technique more," Zhukang replied. "All right," Lin Mu answered before entering the stance and performing the technique. He didn't let his concentration waver this time and execute the technique perfectly. The spiral of spirit chi was formed in his arm the same as before and condensed the spirit chi wisps into a drop. But it didn't end here. The drop then continued spinning until it could not maintain its spherical shape and elongated to form a long needle-like shape. The two ends of this needle were tapering and looked sharp, while the body of the needle looked like a strand of thread that had just been spun. Considering that this needle was formed from a single drop of spirit chi, it was rather thin, being even thinner than that of a single strand of hair. Lin Mu was only able to observe all these changes because they were happening in his own body, and he had been seeing it from the very start. Having observed enough, Lin Mu executed the technique and punched the air in front of him. Boulder collapsing fist. Tilde pu tilde. A low but sharp sound was heard as the spirit chi needle left Lin Mu's arm and shot forward. The effect that appeared was quite different from before. There was no fist outline, but rather a colorless needle of chi that had been released. It was not even visible to the naked eye, and Lin Mu could only sense it with spirit sense. The needle of spirit chi soon made the air surrounding it revolve around it and created a faint vortex that traveled in a straight line. The vortex met with the tree and dissipated. There was no shocking effect, and it looked rather anticlimactic. None of the branches broke, and neither did the leaves fall. "Huh, did it fail?" Lin Mu muttered in confusion, seeing the technique dissipate. "No, rather, it did better than I expected. Go ahead, take a closer look at the tree," Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu nodded and went up to the tree. He looked at the point where the spirit chi needle had hit and tree and found a small indent there. "Is this it?" Lin Mu thought before using his spirit sense to observe more in department. He then saw that the indent was merely the surface bark of the tree that had been impacted by the air vortex that was surrounding the spirit chi needle. The actual effect was masked by this, as he saw a tiny hole that had been bored into the tree. The hole's diameter was less than that of a hair's, and it went all the way from one side of the tree to the other side. The tree in question had a diameter of about 1/2 meter and had been pierced cleanly through. Whoa! Chapter 242, Testing the Boulder Collapsing Fist II. Lin Mu was certainly not expecting for such an effect to happen because of the boulder collapsing fist. Before, when he used spirit chi with boulder collapsing fist, the effect was completely different, and now it was something else. "Look at the next tree behind it," Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu snapped from his shock and went to the next tree that was at a distance of 3 meters from the previous one. There he saw that another small hole had been bored into it as well. Except this time, it didn't pierce all the way through and stopped about half of the way. But that was not all. As the point where it stopped, the hole had increased in size as if the needle had exploded at the end. Lin Mu probed deeper with his spirit sense and saw internal cracks in the trunk of the tree. He reckoned that if some force was applied to the trunk, it may just split apart. Wanting to see how much damage it had actually caused, he punched the tree without any spirit chi and vital energy. This was already enough as the tree quickly split apart. Tilde crack tilde. The tree in question had the same thickness as that of the previous tree, having a diameter of about half a meter. The cracks that were present inside it made it split into 3 irregular pieces. That collapsed on the ground diagonally. The leaves of the trees were fallen all around, and it had been broken from the middle. "This is amazing," Lin Mu muttered to himself. "Indeed, I reckon this would be able to pierce through the defensive techniques and skill of other cultivators. Now you have a ranged attack as well that you can quickly switch to close ranged one." Zhukang spoke. Now we only have the combined effect of spirit chi and vital energy left to see," Lin Mu said with a little excitement. "Yes, but before that, you should rest and replenish yourself. Better to be in the optimum condition," Zhukang advised. "Yes, senior," Lin Mu replied before sitting down to replenish his spirit chi. Lin Mu took out a few spirit apples and started eating them. He hadn't made use of them for a while and thought that this was a rather good opportunity. He finished 2 of them and had replenished all of his spirit chi to the top. Now all he had left was to replenish the vital energy. Should I cook again or just eat some of the leftover stuff from before? Bah, I'll just eat the leftover for now," Lin Mu thought to himself before taking out some of the meat. Quickly finishing it, he sat down to assimilate the vital energy. Although Lin Mu could have let his body replenish the vital energy on its own, eating the beast meat was a much quicker method than that since he had depleted about 35% of his vital energy. 20 minutes later, Lin Mu opened his eyes and was full of energy again. He checked the area all around him, ensuring that there was nothing that could disturb him or perhaps harm him if he is temporarily incapacitated after using the boulder collapsing fist. "Hopefully, I'm able to control it better than last time and don't get injured that bad," Lin Mu thought to himself before entering the stance for it. His breath melded with his technique, and the vital energy in his body started roiling. It entered his arm, and accompanying it this time was spirit chi. The 2 of them interacted with each other and seemed to be rather gentle, but that was only until they reached his arm. Lin Mu had decided to use 10% of his vital energy, along with spirit chi, as he wanted to be on the safe side, but also wanted to see a potent enough effect. The vital energy was vigorous in action, while the spirit chi was fierce. Both of them started spinning and collided with each other. The collision got faster and harder until they finally melded and formed something different. Unlike the spirit chi, which was translucent white in color, and vital energy that was pale reddish in color, this newly formed energy had a dual tone. The energy itself was white, but its edges were pink. The energy kept on spinning, but did not change into a liquid form. It was as if the force was not enough for it to undergo further condensation, and thus it stayed in a mist form. Still, the power that could be felt from this streak of mist was not to be scoffed at. It was as if the combination of vital energy and spirit chi caused a qualitative change, instead of a quantitative one. Lin Mu could feel that this energy was much more unstable than the spirit chi or vital energy. Not only that, but it also felt rather unnatural to him. He felt that if he didn't release this energy quickly, it would implode on itself. Lin Mu could see the energy spinning faster and faster until it took the form of a small and flat ribbon that was spiraling. Finally, he felt that this was the maximum he could withstand and executed the technique. Boulder collapsing fist. A strange resonant sound hit Lin Mu's senses as the ribbon of energy was shot forward along with his punch. The energy left his fist and in the process tore the skin of his fingers and knuckles, leaving them bloodied. The ribbon of energy seemed to be moving in slow motion at first, but that was only an illusion caused due to how fast it was moving. It had left behind afterimages, making it seem as if a long ribbon was extending out of his fist. The ribbon of energy finally met the first obstacle, that was a tree. This tree was thicker than the ones Lin Mu had targeted previously and was about a meter thick in diameter. The ribbon of energy effortlessly mowed through the tree, splintering it in the process. Chapter 243, Devastating Power. It was as if invisible waves spread wherever the ribbon of energy touched, and these waves fragmented everything. The wooden trunk of the tree kept on splitting into smaller pieces until they were as small as fingernails. All of this seemed as if took a long time, but in reality, it happened in an instant. Then it happened. Tilde kaboom tilde. The tree could no longer withstand and exploded, spreading all the fragments forwards. A sonic boom accompanied this as Lin Mu himself was thrown back due to the impact. The sonic boom was delayed but was impactful. The ribbon of energy then detonated upon itself, being able to maintain its form, resulting in another explosion. By now, the ribbon of energy had already traveled beyond the tree and created a stormy wind that bent the trees around it and made them bald. All the leaves of the trees were blown away as a wave of energy spread around in the area. The forest had now become absolutely silent. Lin Mu took labored breaths as he laid down on his back, having been knocked back. While he still had most of his spirit chi and vital energy, the impact that he had felt had rocked him to his core. He could still feel his ears ringing and his head trembling. He didn't even notice the blood that was spilling from his right hand, which had now become injured. A minute later, Lin Mu was able to gather his wits and sat up straight, looking at his injured arm. The skin of his fingers and knuckles had been torn and cut, as if someone had slashed it with a knife. Blood kept on dripping from it, and a stinging pain assailed Lin Mu. "Damn this," Lin Mu cursed in pain. He then withdrew the healing pills and popped a lesser wound restoration pill into his mouth. He closed his eyes and chanted the calming heart sutra, trying to suppress the pain, while the medical properties of the alchemical pill healed his hand. The effect of the pill took a minute to show as the injured skin of Lin Mu's hand started itching. Soon the bleeding stopped and the skin started scabbing over. 10 minutes later, the wounds were gone and replacing them were multiple brown dried scabs. Lin Mu took a breath of relief as he touched the scabs and found them to be rather stiff. He tried moving his fingers and found that to be difficult. The scabs had made his skin tight, which made it harder to move, and the impact of the attack had also numbed his muscles. "It should be fine after a day. You just need to rest your right hand for now," Zhukang spoke up. Lin Mu felt a bit better after hearing Senior Zhukang's words and stood up, wanting to take a look around. "What the?" Lin Mu muttered in shock as he saw the devastation that he had caused. The grass all around had been uprooted, and dirt had been unearthed in a circular radius. The tree that was once in front of him was no longer there, and even the ones around and beyond it were broken while some were bent. The leaves of the trees that were close by were shredded, and the others were all blown away, leaving the trees bare. Tens of broken branches were lying around mixed with the fragments and splinters from the desired tree. This form of boulder collapsing fist is immensely stronger than the previous ones. The qualitative change in energy is what caused such an effect. I have to say, I didn't expect this. No to mention you did not even use a lot of your energy. You barely used 10% of both vital energy and spirit chi. Zhukang praised, feeling surpassed himself. "That's true, Senior. But while the consumption of the energy is less, I still can't use this form of boulder collapsing fist consecutively. The most I would be able to do it is 2 times, once each with both of my hands. Anything beyond that is impossible for now," Lin Mu replied as he glanced at his hand. That is true, but not for long. Once you reach the absolute peak of the body tempering realm, you should be able to bear it with almost no injuries. This is already an improvement from before. Another thing is, even if you can only use it once with a hand, you can still increase its power beyond this," Zhukang speculated. "Lin Mu, then realized the true potential of this technique. If I increase the output to 50% from both spirit chi and vital energy, what would be the effect? Lin Mu wondered to himself. I advise you that you should not go beyond 20% output for now. I fear that even after reaching the peak of the body tempering realm, you will not be able to bear the recoil. But fear not, once that time arrives, I have something that will help you greatly and will allow you to exceed it perhaps, Zhukang advised. I understand, Senior. Lin Mu was now getting even more curious about what Senior Zhukang was gonna give him after reaching the peak of the body tempering realm. He was now looking forward to it and couldn't wait to see it. But he knew that being impatient would do him no good, and the best thing was for him to steadily continue his cultivation. Now that you've seen the effects, I believe these techniques deserve names of their own. It would do no justice for them to be nameless, Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu's eyes lit up as ideas started popping up in his mind. He thought of their effects and the characteristics the 3 different forms showed to match words that would suit them. He scratched his head in contemplation as he thought of potential names that he could use. Lin Mu ended up spending 30 minutes on it before he finally thought up names for it. I have decided. Chapter 244, The 3 Forms of the Boulder Collapsing Fist. So what have you decided to name them? Zhukang asked, feeling curious. The form in which vital energy is used will be Boulder Collapsing Fist, first form impact. The form which uses spirit chi will be Boulder Collapsing Fist, second form piercer. And the final form, which uses the combination of both, will be Boulder Collapsing Fist Devastator. These are what I have decided upon, Lin Mu answered. After listening to Lin Mu's words, Zhukang was satisfied and felt like the names were appropriate and could not really find any fault with them. In the end, they were but mere names and would not really affect the technique itself. Thus, even if Lin Mu had named them something else, he would not have minded. They're good, Zhukang praised. I think so too, Senior, Lin Mu replied, feeling proud of his nomming sense. Lin Mu then took another look around the area and he felt like he should leave now, lest someone else comes here and finds him. While it would not be a big problem for him, but it would still be too bothersome for him to give an explanation to others. Having thought of this, he decided to leave. The day should start getting longer now. We should have more daylight, Lin Mu muttered to himself as he looked up at the sky that was relatively clear. The winter was now at its end, and the snow had stopped as well. The only place that Lin Mu could currently see snow was far in the distance on the northern peaks and the depths of the forest. While it was still cold right now, it wasn't as chilly as before. Soon the peasants would start farming and getting ready for spring. Though in the region among the 4 satellite towns of Wu Lim City, only the eastern town was specialized in farming and produced the majority of grains. The southern town was mostly an army base, yet there were still some peasants that grew grain in small tracts of land. It wasn't much, but it was still enough to satisfy the town's needs. But in the case of the eastern town, they grew a much larger quantity. So much so that around 95% of it was exported to the other towns and Wu Lim City, with a smaller part also going to other regions. I wonder if the hunters would be organizing the spring hunt this time, Lin Mu muttered to himself while walking. Spring hunt, Zhukang questioned with an interested tone. Yes, Senior. Before the farming can be started, the hunters organize a large hunt to cull the population of beasts that are left over from winter. This allows the peasants to farm without worrying about random beast attacks and also allows the hunters to gain a reasonable amount of coin after the winter, Lin Mu answered. That seems reasonable, but why the uncertainty? Zhukang asked. It's just that now that there are mercenaries hunting in the forest, I wonder if the hunters will even get an opportunity to hunt, Lin Mu replied. That is a bit concerning for the townspeople, but nevertheless shouldn't matter to you anymore. You are no longer a commoner, Zhukang spoke up in a calm tone. Lin Mu had a strange sense of realization after hearing Senior Zhukang's words. All this time, although he had become a cultivator, He was still thinking from the perspective of a commoner, and was unknowingly thinking and worrying about stuff that no longer concerned him. Seems like I'm still not completely used to my identity. Lin Mu spoke in a slightly embarrassed tone. Don't worry, you will get used to it soon. Independent cultivators often have difficulties coming to terms with their new identities compared to the cultivators that join sects, Zhukang explained. I understand, Senior, Lin Mu replied with a slight smile. But just as he said this, he smelled something that made him stop in his tracks. Smoke. Is there someone nearby? Lin Mu thought to himself before blinking to the top of a tree. He then looked around and spotted smoke rising from an area near to him. This is strange. The hunters don't come this deep into the forest, at least not at this time. This is too early. Is it perhaps the mercenaries? No, they should be further in the depths of the forest. They won't find many spirit beasts in this area, Lin Mu analyzed. Why don't you just go and take a look? Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu hummed in response before heading in the direction of the smoke. A couple of minutes later, as he approached the location, he could smell something different. Someone's cooking something. What's this? Tilda sniffed Tilda fish, Lin Mu muttered as he got closer. Lin Mu soon reached the location where the smoke was coming from and was surprised upon seeing the scene. What? He uttered in surprise. In front of Lin Mu, a pile of sticks and dried leaves were burning in a pile that looked as if they would go out any moment. They were placed rather messily, and it seemed as if the person who made the bonfire did not have any experience in setting one. Though that was not the most surprising thing, the surprising thing was actually the fish that was being cooked over the barely burning fire. The fish was skewered into a stick and was being held over the fire at a very low angle. But it seemed to be attached to a bush or whatever was hidden behind a bush, as Lin Mu could not see it from this angle. What is that? Did someone set camp and go away? Lin Mu wondered before walking closer. He saw that the stick that was skewering the fish was shaking for some reason, but when he turned to the side and saw what was hiding behind the bush, he was shocked, to say the least. The brown shrubby forest cat, is it? Cooking. Chapter 245, A Cooking Beast. The sight in front of Lin Mu was something that would shock most people, if not all. What he was seeing right now was a beast cooking something, or rather attempting to cook something, as the fish being cooked seemed to be charred in some places. Tilda clack tilde. The fish skewer fell into the fire as the beast finally noticed Lin Mu, who had approached it. The beast seemed shocked and dropped the skewer into the fire. But this led to small embers from the fire being kicked up, which then landed on the foot of the brown shrubby forest cat. Tilda Mu Tilda. The brown shrubby forest cat growled in pain as it flinched. It then took a step back and looked at Lin Mu as it froze in surprise. Hi, Lin Mu spoke. The brown shrubby forest cat seemed to be startled by this and ran away in the next instant. Lin Mu thought of running after it, but then decided to let it go. He instead came to stand in front of the bonfire, which had now stopped burning. Am I wrong, or was that beast really trying to cook this? Lin Mu said as he picked up the skewered fish. The stick was crudely skewered into the fish from the middle of its body, and the fish was not gutted either. This is strange, very strange, Zhukang replied. Isn't it? This is the first time I'm hearing, or rather seeing a beast cook, Lin Mu said with a perplexed tone. Indeed, beasts don't cook their food. At least not beasts of this level. They have no need for cooking food, Zhukang affirmed. Lin Mu picked up Senior Zhukang's words, and a new question formed in his mind. Oh, you mean some beasts cook, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. Of course, some beasts can transform into a human form when they reach a high enough cultivation, while there are some that simply like food cooked by humans, more so they steal from the humans. But it's rare to see a chi refining realm beast trying to cook, Zhukang answered. Lin Mu nodded in response and thought about why the beast would cook, but soon the pieces started clicking together. It took the burning stick before, and now it was cooking here. There's no doubt that its aim was to make fire from the start, and now that I think of it, Every time that I encountered it before, it was always around the time when I cooked something. Lin Mu thought out loud. Zhukang, too, was now intrigued by this beast and was thinking of all the possibilities. I have to say, this brown shrubby forest cat has intelligence which does not match its species. Sure, brown shrubby forest cats are slightly more smarter than other beasts, but this kind of intelligence is beyond that. Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu listened to Senior Zhukang's words and started hypothesizing himself. Senior, could it be a mutant beast, perhaps? We know that its cultivation base is quite low, so the only thing that can be possible is that. Maybe something made it mutate in such a way that its intelligence was increased instead of its strength or cultivation. Lin Mu spoke. Once Zhukang heard Lin Mu's words, he couldn't help but think that they seemed to be likely. Yes, that does seem to have the highest possibility. It would also explain why this brown shrubby forest cat is alone and does not move around with its companions as it should. Zhukang said and took a pause. There is a possibility, but I don't know if it would be possible for this world, Zhukang added. Lin Mu was now even more curious and wanted to know more. Oh, please tell Senior, Lin Mu requested. There are some special kinds of spirit fruits that have the effect of increasing the aptitude of cultivators. But these very fruits can have different effects when eaten by beasts, one of these effects being raising the intelligence of a beast. Zhukang answered. So you mean this brown shrubby forest cat must have eaten one of those fruits? Lin Mu further questioned. Yes, and not only that, but I have a guess about what fruit it could be. It is called as the dual circle ascension fruit, Zhukang answered. Lin Mu was lost in thought after hearing Senior Zhukang's answer, and stayed silent for a few minutes before speaking. This fruit, Senior, do you think there could be more of them? Lin Mu asked. That is a possibility. This kind of fruit grows on a vine that attaches itself to other trees and sucks the nutrients out of them. As long as the main tree is alive, the vine will keep on producing fruits every few months. Zhukang replied. If we consider that the brown shrubby forest cat ate one of them 4 months ago, then perhaps a new one could be grown by now. If I gain it, won't I be able to increase my cultivation speed? Lin Mu spoke. That is indeed a possibility, though you shouldn't get your hopes up. There are chances that it is not even a dual circle ascension fruit, but rather a different kind of fruit. Not all fruits regrow that fast, and there is a chance that the spirit plant it grows on may not even be there now. Zhukang explained. Lin Mu contemplated on what Senior Zhukang said for a while before replying. Still, I think I want to search for it, Senior. On the off chance that I find one, it will be a great fortune for me, Lin Mu said in a firm tone. All right, you can search for it, of course. But for that, you will need to find the tracks of that brown, shrubby forest cat. A beast will always remember the places where spirit fruits grow and will often return to that location to see if more have grown. You will first need to find that brown, shrubby forest cat and then follow it around for long enough that it returns to the fruit, Zhukang explained. Lin Mu nodded with determination in his eyes as he then started thinking of a plan. Chapter 246, Dual Circle Ascension Fruit. An hour passed during which Lin Mu had thought up of a plan that he may be able to use, but there were still some uncertainties that were problematic for him. The two biggest ones being him needing to find that brown forest shrubby cat and then somehow making it show him the way to the spirit fruit. While being lost in his thought, Lin Mu didn't even realize that he had already entered the northern town. He only broke out of his stupor after being greeted by some town guards. Lin Mu recognized one of them to be part of the high corps and simply nodded at them before continuing on to his house. He looked around the town and could see the stalls being set up along the street. Oh, they're starting already. Are the merchants coming early this year or something? Lin Mu wondered. The merchants' caravan would come to the region every year, 4 times or once every 3 months. Their first visit of the year was at the start of the spring, and their last one was before the start of the winter. Although they would usually come to northern town at the very last and would normally start from the western town, circling around to the southern town, eastern town, and then finally northern town before entering Wu Lim City. They did this because the hunters took a little while to complete their first hunt of the year and obtained sufficient materials and goods to sell to the merchants. The merchants would also bring them fresh grain from the southern parts of the kingdom so that they could replenish their food stocks that get depleted during the winter. Lin Mu felt curious and thus decided to ask around. The people this time were quite genial to him, as he was now recognized as an influential person in the town. Lin Mu could not help but feel a bit emotional at this moment. Pub future ads. Mother, father, your son finally has the recognition that you once wished for me. Lin Mu internally prayed. For a very brief moment, the character meaning ordained glowed on Lin Mu's forehead. This went unnoticed by everyone, and even Zhukang did not sense it, not to mention Lin Mu. Lin Mu talked with a few people and learned that the hunters were already ready for the hunt and would be going for it tomorrow. The acting town head, who was Hai Bao, had apparently asked the mercenaries to let them hunt and vacate the area for 3 days. The mercenaries happily accepted and did not mind it, as they were going to head deeper in the forest anyway. Not to mention, after all the help that the High Corps provided them, they would be staining their honor if they did not heed his request. Seems like Hai Wan taking over was a good decision, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Having learned all this, Lin Mu reached his house and immediately started setting up the meat to be cooked. While the meat cooked, Lin Mu pondered more on his plan and decided to ask Senior Zhukang a few questions. Senior, this dual circle ascension fruit, can you tell me more about it? Lin Mu asked. Of course. Dual circle ascension fruit is a spirit fruit that grows on the dual circle ascension vine. The vine sprouts into 2 from the ground and forms circles around the tree that it is growing on, thus the name dual circle ascension. It is a rather rare spirit plant, and its fruits are used to raise the aptitude of cultivators. But of course, the increase is not that great, being around 1% at the very most. While the fruits can grow every few months depending on the nutrients available, the vine itself can take decades to grow. Zhukang answered. But Senior, if it can raise the aptitude of cultivators, doesn't that mean it's very valuable? Won't cultivators just keep on eating the fruits to raise their aptitude? Lin Mu questioned again. While it is indeed quite valuable, its fruits become ineffective after a while. A cultivator won't be able to raise their aptitude for a certain point using them, as they will soon develop a resistance to the effects of the dual circle ascension fruit. Still, as long as the vine can keep on producing fruits, it will stay valuable, especially for sects. For cultivation sects, such a spirit herb that can keep on producing fruits is immensely valuable, and they would do anything to get their hands on one. But the thing that I am doubtful about is that the dual circle ascension vine cannot grow easily. Not only does it require a strong tree to absorb nutrients from, but it also needs a large amount of spirit chi to grow, an amount which is quite likely not present in the northern forest. That's why I have doubts whether it is a dual circle ascension vine or some other spirit herb. But considering the effect it had on the brown shrubby forest cat, others seem unlikely. Zhukang explained. Lin Mu carefully listened to Senior Zhukang's words and contemplated on them. He realized that the chances of it being a dual circle ascension vine were getting lower and lower the more he thought. Still, he did not lose hope and wanted to find it. But the thing that would lead Lin Mu to the dual circle ascension fruit was none other than the brown shrubby forest cat. In order to make it guide him to it, he would first have to find it. For this, you would need to tame the beast. That would give you the best chances of finding the dual circle ascension fruit, as just betting on the off chance that the brown shrubby forest would go back there is quite less. On the other hand, this would also allow you to test your aptitude in beast taming, Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu's eyes lit up after hearing Senior Zhukang's suggestion, and he started looking forward to it. Chapter 247, How to Tame a Beast. But Senior, how do I go about taming a beast? Lin Mu asked with curiosity. Well, first of all, you would need to find that beast. The best way would be to use a bait to attract it. You've already seen the actions of the brown shrubby forest cat, so you should have an idea about what to do first. Zhukang replied. Ah, yes. Since that beast seems to be interested in food, I just need to cook some to attract it. Then whether it is the food itself that it wants or the fire, it doesn't matter. Lin Mu answered. Exactly. But beast taming is much more than that. The next step in beast taming is understanding the beast. You would need to use your spirit sense to probe its mind and find out its desires. Then you should try to fulfill those desires, but here comes the problem. Beasts won't really speak to you as they don't understand the human tongue. The difference in beast taming talent lies here. It depends on how well you can understand the beast's emotions and desires without directly talking with them. Then once you know that, you communicate with them using your spirit sense. This is also the most dangerous part, as the cultivator can be quite vulnerable in this stage. Not only would he put all his focus on establishing the connection, but he would also have to be careful about external threats that may attack them. Even the formation of a connection between the beast and the cultivator is a sensitive process, and any mistake during in the stage can result in damage to the cultivator's mind. The most important thing to do before this is to ensure that the cultivator's spirit sense is stronger than that of the beast. This increases the success rate greatly. Finally, if the beast accepts and the connection is established, then the beast can be said to be tamed. Zhukang exploded. Lin Mu was surprised that the process would be so complex and had not expected there to be such intricacies. But you have an advantage here. The beast in question does not have spirit sense of its own, not to mention that it is much weaker than you, so it shouldn't pose much problem to you. Zhukang added. I understand, Senior. Lin Mu replied in a grateful one. Having learned the process, Lin Mu focused back onto the task at hand. The meat was still cooking. I forgot that I still need to skin and prepare all these beast carcasses, Lin Mu thought to himself. He then got to prepping the beasts while alternating between cooking the meat. The reaming part of the day went by in this, and midnight had arrived by the time Lin Mu was finished with everything. At least I won't have to do this again for a while, and it will also make it much more convenient for me, Lin Mu stated to himself before having his last meal of the day. Lin Mu assimilated the vital energy and immediately went to sleep, appearing in the sleepscape. There he first refined more liquid spirit chi drops and infused half of them into the tissues of his stomach, according to the nameless technique of the lost immortal. After being done with this, he practiced the 1,000 armament blade scripture till he felt utterly exhausted and left the sleepscape, entering deep sleep. In the morning, he woke up with vigor, feeling unbearably hungry as always, and instantly pulled out the previously cooked beast meat before devouring it. I wonder if I'll ever get used to this, Lin Mu muttered to himself with a wry smile. He stood up and looked outside, hearing the sounds of people talking. What's going on? Oh right, the hunters should be leaving by now, Lin Mu realized. I should get going too, Lin Mu muttered to himself as he left the room. A mild breeze tousled his hair as he looked up at the sky, finding it to be much clearer than yesterday. He left the courtyard and headed towards the exit of the town while hearing the conversations of the town's residents on the way. Ah, finally we can hunt again. I was getting sick of staying in the town. Yeah, but what would we have even done? It's too cold to wander out anyway. I hope that the hunters have good luck and hunt plenty of beasts. The kids are getting sick of eating the same food now. Lin Mu could hear a plethora of people from all walks of life talking around him. With his enhanced hearing, he did not even need to stand close to them to listen to their conversations. Most of the conversations were rather mundane and seemed like the usual banter. That was until Lin Mu's ears picked up something interesting, which almost made him stop. What do we do now? We have been laying low for a while now. Do we just watch as it is or act? We can't even go to the warehouse anymore. It's been discovered and is being watched by those guards. A voice spoke around the corner. Lin Mu could not see who had spoken as they were in the corner of an alley, but he could hear them. What's this? Lin Mu internally questioned before extending his spirit sense. Hidden in the alley, he found 3 people talking to each other. They were dressed in the clothes of commoners, but were unfamiliar to Lin Mu. He didn't go further from there, and instead went to sit at a stall near the alley so that he wouldn't seem suspicious. The stall was selling some warm buns, so Lin Mu bought some and ate them while listening to the three men. "Don't worry, Master understands that the situation is risky and has not ordered us to do anything yet. The other teams have taken up the workload, and now the sacrifices will be coming in from the eastern town instead." As soon as Lin Mu's heard this, his eyes went wide and the bun in his hand fell. "Finally," he muttered, Chapter 248, Fear and Respect. Lin Mu had not expected that after all these weeks, he would finally find a clue to the culprits. And not only that, from the looks of it, these men seemed to be part of the culprits' organization as well. "This will make it much easier. Now I just have to capture them before they kill themselves," Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu had known that the previous ones that were captured had killed themselves after being caught to prevent any information from being revealed. Thus, he now had to be quick enough and incapacitate them before they can react or do anything. Lin Mu stood up from the bench he was sitting on and did a quick sweep of the area with his spirit sense, ensuring that he knew of all the paths that they could run to. "I'll have to attack them instantly after I probe them with my spirit sense, as they may get alerted if they have experienced spirit sense before," Lin Mu thought to himself as he approached the alley. He took a look up and blinked to the top of a house that was attached to the alley. Now he was right on top of the three men and could attack them easily, and that's what he did once he discovered their cultivation to be at the early stage of the qi refining realm. Lin Mu jumped from there on top of one of the men and punched another when he was down. The two men had no time to react and fell down to the ground unconscious. The third man was dumbstruck, as the companions that he was taking with till now had been taken down instantly. But his shock only lasted a moment, as he immediately realized the severity of his situation. He did not even look towards Lin Mu and instantly started running while pulling out something from his sleeves. Lin Mu had his spirit sense locked on him from the very start, thus knew what he was attempting to do. "Oh no, you woe," Lin Mu spoke before gesturing with his hand. "Tilde shing tilde. Tilde splatter tilde. Ahhhhhhhh." The third man screamed in pain as blood spilled on the floor of the alley. His scream was extremely loud and attracted the attention of people who were surprised by it. Some of them directly peeked in and saw the bloody scene. Lin Mu standing over two men whose heads were bleeding, while a third man was lying a little farther, whose right hand was missing and two legs were severed. Lin Mu had used his short sword to cut off the hand of the man which had the poison in it, and after that he cut the legs of the man as well to prevent him from running. The people that witnessed this horrific scene screamed with terror. "Guards, murder. There is a murderer here, run." Lin Mu paid no attention to the people's scream and instead went to the legless and handless man. The man was now crying in pain and had his face covered in snot and tears. He saw a shadow looming over him and looked up with difficulty as he was lying on his chest. "Why," the man uttered. "Can't have you running away or killing yourself before we get some answers," Lin Mu answered in a cold tone. By now the guards had reached the alley after listening to the screams of people. Their numbers had already been increased ever since the past incidents, thus there were some posted at every corner. The guards had their weapons drawn and were ready to act as they approached the alley. "Halt! You are under arrest," a guard shouted as he looked at Lin Mu with a stern gaze. Lin Mu turned around to face the guards, and their expressions fell. "See, Senior Lin Mu," the guards uttered with shock. Lin Mu looked at them with a calm expression before speaking. "Gather these three men. They're part of them." Tilde gulp tilde. The guards swallowed their saliva, trying to suppress their fear. Two of the guards were part of the High Corps, thus knew exactly what Lin Mu was talking about. They were also the ones that were the calmest among the group of guards that had arrived at the scene. They saw that the other guards had still not lowered their weapons and had them pointed at Lin Mu. A horrifying memory reappeared in their mind as they remembered their first meeting with Lin Mu. "What are you all doing? Lower your weapons," one of them shouted while the other approached Lin Mu. "We'll do it right way, Senior, don't worry," the send guard spoke. You know where to take them. Inform me later when you have obtained something." "I'm going out to the forest for a bit," Lin Mu replied. "It shall be done," the man replied. Just as Lin Mu had taken a step, he stopped and turned back to the man. They were talking about there being more of them at the eastern town and their workload of sacrifices being transferred there. "Tell this to Hai Bao," Lin Mu added before leaving the alley under the gazes of everyone. The people stepped back in fear as Lin Mu got closer to them and gave way to him. Although Lin Mu had become an influential figure in the town, he still wasn't known by everybody, and even the ones that knew him only knew his name and did not know how he looked like. But seeing him dismember someone and nearly kill them was still terrifying to these people. They were used to beasts killing people, but not humans killing other humans, at least not so openly. They were used to hearing bandits killing people, but seeing something with their own two eyes was completely different. Lin Mu noticed the change in their demeanors and was a little surprised inwardly. Such is the truth of the world. Fear is often more powerful than respect, and for a cultivator, if they have a choice, it's better for them to be feared than respected. Zhukang suddenly spoke. Chapter 249, First Tamming Attempt. Lin Mu was sitting below a tree as a fire blazed on his side. A beast was currently being roasted over the fire, but Lin Mu's focus was on something else. His eyes were closed, and he was contemplating over the words that Senior Zhukang had spoken. He couldn't help but feel entranced by them, and those few words were stuck in his mind, repeating over and over again. "Fear or respect, whatever it may be, all stems from power, and that is all I need right now," Lin Mu muttered. Zhukang was currently engrossed in his own cultivation and had not paid attention to what Lin Mu had just said. He was suddenly woken up from his trance as he felt something terrifying. His body shuddered and he recoiled in terror. "What was that?" Zhukang uttered as he looked at the ethereal altar in the distance. The terrifying feeling that he felt faded away rather quickly, and he could not find its source. But considering previous incidences, he had a good guess that the altar was most likely the source. Zhukang flew towards the ethereal altar and gazed at it deeply, not finding any change in it. Did I imagine it, or was that a premonition? Zhukang thought to himself as he closed his eyes and focused on himself for a minute before opening his eyes again. The connection is still the same, so a premonition. I need to keep a closer eye now. That feeling, I haven't felt it before, the demonic path. No, this was much worse. Zhukang muttered to himself as he got more and more anxious. Lin Mu was completely oblivious to this and had now opened his eyes. His spirit sense was spread around, and he was on the lookout for beasts. He had been in the forest for about 2 hours now and had lured a couple of beasts to his current location. But it was not the beast he was looking for. Though Lin Mu had expected that this would not be easy, even though he had taken precautions beforehand and ensured that no blood was spilled when he killed the beasts that approached him. Do I need to try a different location, perhaps? Lin Mu thought to himself. Tilde rustle tilde. Just as Lin Mu was about to give up, a bush in the distance rustled and he became alert. His spirit sense moved there, and he waited for the beast to reveal itself. He had to be sure that the beast that appeared was the right one, as he did not want to accidentally kill the brown, shrubby forest cat. Soon the beast raveled itself, and a smile appeared on Lin Mu's face. Here it is, Lin Mu thought as he stayed still. He did not want to startle the beast, as he had seen how timid it was. Every time he had encountered it before, it had run away, and the only time it had approached him closer was when he had cooked and had not moved. Senior, it is here, Lin Mu spoke in his mind. Zhukang, who was thinking about all the possibilities for that premonition, finally snapped out of his mind. He first calmed himself down forcibly, and only then did he speak. He knew that it would do no good if he revealed his anxiety and did not want to affect Lin Mu with it. Oh, the brown shrubby forest cat is here. Good, now focus and let it approach you. Once it is sufficiently close, I'll tell you, and that's when you will use your spirit sense, understand? Zukang replied. Yes, Senior, Lin Mu replied. The brown, shrubby forest cat peeked its head out from the bush and looked at Lin Mu for a moment before retreating. It repeated the same thing it had done yesterday and spied from all different angles before being comfortable enough to approach. It slowly approached, still alert about any movement, and seemed to be tense. It eventually reached the campfire and came to stand in front of it. The brown, shrubby forest cat had stopped and was curiously gazing at Lin Mu, who had his eyes closed so as to not startle the little beast. Still, he was observing everything through his spirit sense and watched every reaction of the beast while waiting for Senior Zukang to give him the signal. Now, Zukang uttered. Immediately Lin Mu's spirit sense shot forward and entered the head of the brown, shrubby forest cat. The little beast flinched and took a step back, but was unable to move much because of its mind being pressured. Tilda meow tilda. It yelped in pain as it slumped onto the grass, not being able to bear it. Reduce the pressure, it's too much for the beast, Zukang ordered. Lin Mu immediately reduced the force that he was using and became much more gentler. He had been used to probing humans till now and used the full extent of his spirit sense, being unaware of the amount of pressure that it actually exerted on them. Still, humans were much more stronger mentally compared to beasts, thus they were able to recover rather easily. At least that was the case for the weaker beasts, such as those in the Qi refining realm and below. Lin Mu's spirit sense was already much stronger than most Qi refining realm cultivators and was comparable to a core condensation realm cultivator. The brown shrubby forest cat finally stopped trembling in pain and became a bit calmer. Now you need to feel, sense its mind, its emotions, feel its desires and fears, Zukang instructed. Lin Mu focused his mind and tried to see if he could do so as he was instructed. But even after a minute, there was no difference. All Lin Mu felt was emptiness. There is nothing, Senior, I can't feel anything, Lin Mu spoke. The beast is too scared and its mind is scattered. Perhaps your first approach was too much for it. You may need to try later again, Zukang replied. Lin Mu was a little disappointed after hearing Senior Zukang's words and did not want to give up so soon. It's no use. Taming a beast in this condition will be nearly impossible for a novice like you. It would be better to try later when it has calmed down, Zukang advised. After hearing Zukang's words, an idea suddenly appeared in Lin Mu's head. He gritted his teeth as he thought, may as well give this a try. Lin Mu took a deep breath and let his body relax a bit. He then opened his lips and started chanting something in a low voice. These chants were esoteric and mysterious. One could feel the intent behind them, yet could not understand the meaning behind the words themselves. This was none other than the Calming Heart Sutra. It was the very first sutra that Lin Mu had obtained, and yet it was the one which he did not fully understand. Lin Mu had heard the mnemonic behind the Severing Heart Sutra and Burning Heart Sutra right when he obtained them, yet he had not comprehended the same for the Calming Heart Sutra. All Lin Mu knew about it was its effects, and it was those were effects that he was betting on right now.